out during the opening of parliamentary address. What will be quite critical is the implication and the ramifications thereof as to the provinces and also to the local government matters. So therefore, in the participation during the debate, we are going to have our premiers also taking part, and by so doing, they will then be able to elevate the issues from provinces on the national agenda. But more than that, they are much more interested in the implications of the medium-term development plan as far as provinces are concerned, because our role will be to ensure that in pursuance of the medium-term development plan, the provincial and local government matters are an integral part of those priorities as articulated in the medium-term development plan.
And that leads me to my next question. I'm happy that you mentioned the issue that you've raised now, because I would like to know then what mechanisms that you have in place as the NCOP to hold the executive to account, especially in relation to the commitments that will be made today during the State of the Nation address.
There are various mechanisms that we use. Amongst them is written questions, written replies, is oral questions, is oral reply, is also the ministerial briefings, but in relation to the legislation that will be passed to implement the medium-term development plan. In terms of our processes, particularly in relation to legislations that affect provinces that are categorized as Section 76 bills, there are two processes, both the negotiating and the final mandate from provinces. So if Parliament is in a process of processing a bill, all 9 provinces are expected to give input in relation to that bill. So the first leg will be public, inviting public to make their views clear. Thereafter, then the committees and the legislature must be able to process the negotiating mandate so that they are able to interact with various provinces in relation to a particular section or a particular part in the bill that they might find it necessary to be able to engage with other provinces. Then thereafter, the last leg will be the final mandate. So once the final mandate has been given, then we are then able to ensure that they are constituted under the report to the House, to the National Council of Province, where then the plenary will then be able to pronounce on that. But what is quite critical is that if a province did not have an opportunity to give a final mandate, it means in the House that province will be muted. They won't be able to express themselves because they don't have a mandate from their provinces.
Are there any implications for that when there's no mandate from the province, which then means the voice of the people will not make it to the NCOP? What are the implications for that when the province is not there?
In most cases, you would need 5 to 6 provinces to be able to pass the bill in the House. If let's say 5 provinces have not had an opportunity to give their mandate, so it means that bill cannot be passed by the House. So that's why at all times we need to make sure that the provinces are able to give a mandate. We have a minimum at least 5, but because we believe in public participation as part and parcel of participatory democracy, we want to ensure that at all times we have 9 provinces giving their final mandate and negotiating mandate.
I think it's really very important we have all those 9 provinces giving their final mandate. Now, what are some of the key legislative priorities for the NCOP in the coming 2018, taking into consideration that you've been in office since July last year? The President is yet to outline the government's priorities for the year, but what is your key legislative priorities for this year?
There are 2 main bills that falls under one of the priorities that the President has articulated in relation to building a capable and developmental state. In this regard, the bills that are before us is the bills from the Public Service Administration, the Public Service Administration Amendment Bill, which is quite important because it falls within the context of creating a single public service, but at the same time, norms and standards across all our 9 provinces, across all the 3 spheres are quite important, so that we are then able to ensure that where there's a skills gap in the local government, it must be much more easier to transfer the skills from national parliament to local government. Currently, we do not have the mechanisms to do that. So these 2 bills will mainly be aimed at ensuring that we professionalize the services, public services, to ensure that we reinforce the norms and standards, but more than that, the creation of a single public service. So we also want to make sure that we do not have political office bearers in respective political parties that are also having a political that are political heavyweight over ministers. At the local government level, you can't have a municipal manager and a director being part of the top 5 of any political party. So the national government is also following suit, so that you are able to make sure that we depoliticize the administration.
You've spoken a lot on public participation processes, but now you just spoke about the bills that you currently have before the National Council of Provinces. So what are some of the strategies that you're planning on embarking on in terms of fulfilling this role of public participation in relation to those bills?
We usually would invite National Department to come and brief the committees. Then thereafter, the permanent delegates must go and brief their provincial legislatures. And then thereafter, the provincial legislatures will then invite public comments, either through community radio station or through local newspapers, national newspapers. And thereafter, those views will then be processed to ensure that they are then processed by a committee with a view to ensure that you even go to an extent of also inviting public hearing from those inputs that were submitted by various organs of civil society, whether it is the CBOs or the NGOs.
I'm happy to hear that Parliament takes serious the participation of the public, especially in the legislative processes. So we'll be on the lookout for those public hearings as the year goes.
Yes.
And just as a parting shot, today's SONA takes place 2 months after South Africa assumed the presidency of G20. How is the NCOP going to ensure that the G20 activities are infused in its programs, and particularly in its committee programs?
Yes. The NCOP is an integral part of the PGIR, which is the Parliamentary International Relations Forum. That's where the NCOP is able to make various input in relation to a number of forums. But more than that, we also have a select committee on international relations because we operate on clusters. But more than that, we have had an opportunity in the past to participate in BRICS forum, and the fact that the President has clearly articulated how as a country we are going to use our presidency to advance not only our interests as a country, but also the continent, because as the NCOP, We also agreed that the route to the global politics is through Africa. But more than that, the fact that we need to ensure that the intercontinental free trade benefits not only our country but also other provinces. I believe the G20 is an ideal platform to be able to afford us as a country to show what we can do. Of course, as a country, our guide to international relations is clearly articulated in Chapter 7 of the National Development Plan. And key to our international relations is progressive internationalism, is respect to Pan-Africanism, but also through the non-aligned movement, because as a country, there's a lot that we learned during the anti-apartheid struggle. So therefore, Ubuntu is interesting and also an integral part of our international relations policy, precisely by virtue of the help and assistance that we received from many of our countries during the darker days of our country.
Thank you so much, Chief Whip, for firstly sharing some of the work that is done by your office and also sharing some insights into the work of the National Council of Provinces. And I'd like to take this opportunity to wish you well for today and for 7 o'clock.
Thank you. Also, let me express my appreciations to the viewers of Parliamentary TV and their capable team. That will be able to ensure that our SONA is well covered throughout the country.
Thank you, Chief Whip. Well, viewers, that was the Chief Whip in the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Kenneth Mwimang, talking to Parliament TV and sharing some insights on the work that is done in the National Council of Provinces. The State of the Nation address will be delivered at 7 p.m. tonight by the President, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, to a joint sitting of Parliament here at the Cape Town City Hall. Join the conversation on all our social media platforms using the hashtag SONA2025. We'll be back with more interviews after this.
As Rastafari, we are herbalists. We are natural people, and most of the time we are not allowed to enter certain places. For instance, in the mountains, for we are the people of the nature. We live in the mountains, we dwell in the mountains. That's where we get mostly from our herbs from. But in most cases, we're not allowed to go there unless you have a permit. And as Rastafari, truly inhabitants of this land, original, we don't need papers or anything permits to dwell in our own land. We must have more freedom between one another, because we still oppress one another because the way we live, because of how they call it, xenophobia and these kind of things. We discriminate one another, we chase one another. We all black people, we all African people, and these people come to South Africa to learn from us how we survive as people here. And them go well with I and I. They learn from I and they mingle with and become one with I and I, because we are one people. No need to chase them away if there was no borders, because we was the first one who traveled across countries. But now we've been kept up in our own country, according permits and what you call it, visas and all the kind of papers that come from the white man. The white man bound us with papers. They give us money, so we can be bound within this system of them. They don't give you free opportunity to can own your own land, to can cultivate and increase in the benefits of the land. But they don't give us such opportunities. We can't live our own life in our own land. We are like foreigners in our own land. We love calling Westerns. Look how people is like Western people. There is no tradition, no culture, African tradition, no African culture that is pure African, no more.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has, in terms of the Constitution, called for a joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament in liaison with the National Assembly Speaker, Ms. Thoko Didiza, and the National Council of Provinces Chairperson, Ms. Refilwe Mtsweni-Sipang. The joint sitting is scheduled for Thursday, 6 February 2025 at 7 p.m, and it will serve as the platform for the President to deliver his annual State of the Nation address. This is the first State of the Nation address in this new term of Parliament, following the 2024 national and provincial elections. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. The State of the Nation address will take place at Cape Town City Hall at 7 p.m. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Goed van die onderwys, wat vir my groot passie is huistaalonderrig. En ek voel ons leerders in ons skool, maar ek weet ook buite ons skool, het die behoefte om onderrig in hulle huistaal te ontvang. En as mense dan die literatuur lees rondom huistaalonderrig, dan is daar baie bewyse van hoe dit vir kinders eintlik die beste tipe onderrig gee. So ons het in ons skool en baie ander skole het kinders wat in 'n tweede of 'n derde taal skool gaan. En een van die uitdagings is om so iemand te sien dat hulle volle potensiaal bereik terwyl hulle nie in hulle huistaal skool gaan nie. So huistaalonderrig is vir my baie groot probleem wat ek raak sien in die onderwysstelsel. En 'n ander probleem is vir my, of 'n ander uitdaging, is dat 'n mens op die hoërskoolvlak kry mens kinders nie genoeg leesvaardighede het nie, goed genoeg leesvaardighede het nie, en nie goed genoeg leesbegrip het nie. En wat ek van hou om te sien is wat hulle al op die laerskoolvlak, graad 1 vlak geïnkorporeer het, is 'n goed bewyste kurrikulum, leeskurrikulum, die Fundawande leesreeks, waar die kinders regtig die fundamentele beginsels van lees aanleer. En op hoërskoolvlak sit ons baie keer met 'n uitdaging om dit aan te spreek, want ons het nie dieselfde tipe programme wat ons met ons kinders op die hoërskoolvlak kan doen nie. Vir my is dit, as ek 'n president sou wees, sou ek die droom van die onderwysdepartement en die regering, toe ons net in 'n nuwe regeringsbestel ingekom het in 1994, sou ek wil versterk. Ons het gegaan van 'n genasionaliseerde onderwysstelsel, waar 'n mens kinders gehad is wat gedwing is om 'n sekere taalskool te gaan, gegaan na waar elke gemeenskap vir sy skool se kinders 'n skool kon skep. En beheerliggame is ondersteun om vir hulle skool en hulle gemeenskap te sorg. En dit het 'n wonderlike effek gehad op ons gemeenskappe. En ek sal graag dit wil beklemtoon, dat die regering se wil is om vir gemeenskappe te bemagtig om hulle eie kinders se behoeftes te bevredig. En daarmee saamkom 'n huistaalonderrig. En daarmee saamkom goeie ondersteuning wat lees en begrip betref en beheerliggame wat die mag het om dit uit te oefen.
Parliament TV, and if you just joined us, my name is Matikwa and we're coming to you live from Cape Town City Hall, where the President of South Africa will be delivering the State of the Nation address. This News Team Chairperson of the Commission for Gender Equality, Advocate Ntabiseng Sepenya Mohale. Rawamhela Osintabiseng ka studio Dumelang.
Sepanya.
Oh, Sepanya. Okay,
Yes.
I apologize. It's Advocate Ntabiseng Sepenya Mohale. Thank you. Can you please just take us through as to what is the primary role of the CGE in advancing gender rights?
Okay. CGE is one of 6 institutions that was set up by the Constitution in 1996, but also in 1993, if I may add, in the interim Constitution, to ensure that South Africa works in a progressively realizable manner towards gender equality.
Okay.
Yeah. We are the people who need to ensure that amongst many other provisions in the Constitution, but Section 9, 10, 11, and 12 are actually, 12.1 are actually realized and realizable in our country.
Okay, can you tell me practically,
Yes.
how do you do that?
Okay. We do it in various manners. For example, you as a woman
Yeah.
are not supposed to be discriminated against by virtue of your gender.
Yes.
Where you are discriminated against, there is recourse. And the final arbiter in that recourse is us, the CGE. But we have decided as the CGE that we cannot be dealing with individual cases.
Yeah.
We therefore go out there to look at duty bearers being government, being civil society, being business, to say what are you doing to achieve gender equality as you should. Those provisions in the Constitution are actually directed at every one of us to achieve gender equality. So what we do then is actually to say, how far are you, what are you doing, where it is not happening, intervening and say it has to happen, and we put people on terms in terms of our recommendations and follow them up.
So basically you are the police, you police government institutions and business.
Government institutions, business, civil society, and everyone, because the Constitution, you must remember, applies to all of us.
Yeah.
So each and every citizen, both individual and juristic citizen, is actually supposed to be working towards gender equality in whatever form.
We know that gender equality evolves.
Yes.
It is not what it used to be pre-94 and beginning of 1994 and now. So how does CGE ensure that its mandate aligns with the evolving challenges of in gender equality?
Okay. We do a number of things, including workshops where we educate people, but we also do research and we do litigation.
Okay.
You're right about evolving of gender equality. We took a matter to court that resulted in the change of legislation in employment equity legislation, wherein domestic workers and gardeners were excluded as workers.
Okay.
And we felt that it is impacting on a huge and a large number of women. As you know, the bracket of domestic work is actually made up of women and men who are less skilled. And we took that to court and we changed that. But we also are taking on matters such as identity issues.
Okay.
We've got a lot of people who have approached CGE to talk about their identity challenges when they transition from one gender to the other.
Another.
And then you have Home Affairs not responding to that. When you finish your matric, you still find that you are Peter Dlamini instead of being somebody else. Yeah, and it causes tensions and a lot of delay in terms of people getting on with their work, getting to varsity, etc. So those are some of the things that we're doing. We have a situation as well where women who are HIV positive were without consent sterilized in some of the public hospitals. We have intervened there. You know, so it's at a number of levels where the manifestation of gender inequality shows, and we come in there.
Okay.
Yes.
And then are there any gaps in existing gender equality laws that the Commission is advocating to amend currently?
Yes. There are a number of gaps. For example, when you look at the issue of marriage,
Yes.
a lot of marriage legislation still talks about men and women. Yeah, and the woman tends to end up being the one who is supposed to be married, or is supposed to benefit in a particular way or not benefit in a particular way. So we also intervene in those instances. There are quite a number of those and a few of those.
And then what are some of the Commission's recent successes that in promoting gender justice that you can just outline for us?
This one that I've told you about is the first one. It was a Sithole matter of a domestic worker who had drowned and was told, no, unfortunately, you are not registered as an employee. That was a huge, huge one. We ended up with well over 1 million women now being recognized and therefore entitled to employment equity benefits in the country. We also are taking on the issue of forced sterilization of women who are HIV positive. I didn't think about that, but there are so many things that we are doing as Gender Commission. We're working with traditional leaders, for example, where traditional women traditional leaders who are supposed to take over are being told in their communities that unfortunately your uncle has to come in because you are a man, and there's no such. Yeah, we've taken on the issue of the abusive traditional leaders in the name of culture. We are taking up the issue of what they call ugususa ifuta, where young men, after they've been to initiation school, come out and rape women. We are on top of that one, and we are saying it is not cultural. It must be condemned. It must be called what it is. It is rape, and rape has got to be punished.
You know, usually when we talk about gender, or gender, to be specific, gender-based violence, we think women.
Yes.
So are there any measures you're taking to basically address the issue that gender does not refer to only women, as in men also go through abused, as they suffer gender-based violence? So are there any extensive interventions that you're trying to maybe educate and society that gender-based violence is not only about women?
I wouldn't say extensive, but yes, we are doing that. But we also need to be aware not to equate the two.
Yes.
The manifestation of gender-based violence is men abusing women. So we should not end up with a situation where every time we talk about gender-based violence and femicide, we make it like it's an equitable a process where anyone can be abused. Yes, it is mostly and mainly women. Mostly and mainly women for and as a result of their gender. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. And then what urgent interventions do you think are needed to address the high rate of gender-based violence in the country?
Go back to the source.
Yeah.
I think our churches, our families, our communities, that's where we should. We are a country that is exhausted from setting up laws. We can go to any book. We will never be able to make people change behavior unless we go back home and we teach both our boys and girls differently. We teach our wives and women differently. We go back to church, we preach a different sermon, we go everywhere. Like I say now, what kind of a society are we where we have young men being encouraged to go and susa ifuta on a woman stranger? Because that's the basis of it. Somebody that you are not in a relationship with, go and sleep with them.
Yeah, without their permission.
Yes, and this comes from a home.
Yeah.
It's sanctioned by our communities where they say, no, it is cultural. And there's a voice that is saying, it has never been. Where does this come from? But when you look at some of the enabling environment, the misuse and abuse of alcohol in our communities, we've got to go there. We've got to talk about that. You know, because a lot of the violence happens because or as a result of or being fermented by the misuse and abuse of alcohol in our communities.
Would you agree with the notion that we have been empowering girls or women for so long, but now we left the boys behind. We left the men behind to say, we are no longer here.
Yes.
As girls,
Yes.
and women are no longer like this. So now there's a big gap. Men still, or boys still think women are this or this, while girls are like, no, we are no longer there. We are here. So how do we address that gap? How do we try to fix that?
I think that is where I was saying maybe going back to take everyone with us. Nobody must be left behind, because that notion is a misunderstanding where it is almost like once you talk gender equality, you are saying at the expense of men. No, it's not about that. Gender equality, or any equality for that matter, has never been about the other side. We are not wanting to be white when we're talking racial equality.
Yeah.
We're just wanting to have our rights respected as human beings.
Yeah.
So is this instance where women are saying, I would like to be valued and seen for who I am rather than my gender. So it's not in relation to men, or we are working towards being men. No. It's about, I would like to be recognized for who I am, outside of or in respect of, you know, without my gender being put.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Everything now is moving into a digital space lately. Yes. Now, what are some of the steps you are taking to ensure that you take advantage of the use of technology in empowering the citizens about gender issues?
I actually think that would be some of the responsive measures that would be put in place. Your panic buttons, your toll-free numbers that are more accessible, accessing information much easier than before, you know. But it should actually be a run-of-the-mill rather than something that we intentionally do. It should be a must-do anyway, because once we do that, it becomes a flavor of the month. After that month, it loses the flavor when something comes in. AI has got to be something that we all say we've got to go there.
Yeah, we embrace it.
Yeah, we embrace it. We've got to go there. How do we optimize what we are doing using AI in all respects? Like I say, your toll-frees, your access to information in schools where people are being taught about certain things, understanding information. You know, the information has got to be readily available at the click of a button, and that information has got to include information on gender equality, gender justice, etc.
And what would you say the biggest challenges that the Commission is facing, especially in implementing its mandate?
Oh, our biggest challenge is funding.
Okay.
We are a commission made up of only 90 employees to service 60 million citizens of South Africa. That in itself is
Capacity.
an indictment. We have got 9 offices in our in all the provinces. On average, we've got 5 people per province. The provincial manager,
wow,
the researcher, the legal advisor, the public educator. Number one, there's no way. There's no way you are going to be a public educator in Northern Cape and run from every corner.
Because it's a very vast province.
Absolutely.
Yes.
But even when you look at the smallest province in terms of geographical layout, like Gauteng, it's massively populated, millions and millions of people. There's no way you'll have one educator actually be able to reach those people. So we need to capacitate. To be capacitated, we need to capacitate ourselves. We need to actually be more than we are.
And what measures are in place to support marginalized groups, including LGBTQ groups and women in rural areas?
Okay. When we talk about gender equality, we are including and referring to LGBTQI communities as well. Yeah. So the measures that we undertake as the CGE, by matter of course, have got everyone in mind. So I just want to include or rather put it out there so that people don't actually think we are a commission for women. No, we are about gender equality. So across the spectrum of the 9 binaries, that includes the 9 binary spectrum. That is our mandate. Yes.
And what message do you have for citizens who want to contribute to gender equality efforts in their communities?
Okay, let's start at home.
Okay.
And introspect.
Okay.
You know, when you start something, I think it's important that people introspect. Introspect in the sense that, is the gospel that I'm teaching contributing in any way towards women being disrespected? It's the culture that I'm saying is my culture contributing towards women being disrespected. You know, that reflection. And then take stock from there. Because I think we can preach however, we can have however many pamphlets, however many laws. We still have people who see women as just fodder for violation.
Yeah, and you know, probably there is my aunt who's sitting in the village now who does not know how to access, how to reach the CGE. How do they go about if they...
The CGE has got a footprint in every province. Unfortunately, your aunt may be in Stekspruit on the border of the Free State, and we are in East London. That's the sadness of what I was talking about. You know, so it's not only the CGE, but looking at some of the work that other civil society organizations are involved in terms of transformation, gender justice, and equality. That would be going a way towards helping the CGE to actually achieve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you are here today to attend the State of the Nation address. What is it that you're looking forward to hearing the President say?
I'm looking forward to hearing the President talk about how all the laws that have been drawn up now have to be implemented. And by implementation, we actually are saying resources allocated for that implementation, properly skilled people put in place for that implementation, monitoring of efficiency and effectiveness going on in that journey, and at all times improving and taking stock, because we tend to have that as well as South Africans, where we put money into something, we implement after it has been law, and we walk away, and then in 10 years time you realize that it is not working. It cannot be that we are still at Tutuzela Care Center number 65 when it started 23 years ago. You know, we are supposed to have every jurisdiction
having a
Tutuzela center. You know, it's supposed to be run of the mill by now. Okay,
can you just tell us on like, if you intervene when you realize that a company is not complying in terms of gender equality, what do you do?
What normally happens is we call on company A and say there are these challenges, or we don't wait for challenges. We say, tell us about how you are working in a progressively realizable manner. And then they will say, 1, 2, 3, 4, that is what we're doing. And we assess that and give feedback. But with that feedback, we give them advice and terms in terms of what they should do, which would be contained in our recommendations. But we don't end up there. We then walk a journey with them. That is why with us you will find that we started a study in 2020 on shelters, and now we're still working on it 4 years later, because we drop an entire journey so that we do not become that entity that people know, okay, they're coming, clean up, get your act together, in a few minutes they'll be out of our hair and we'll go back to where we were. So we really do walk an entire journey with the people that we monitor.
So you say, like, develop like a turnaround strategy, like how to turn. Does the same apply for government departments as well?
Yes.
Have you had a situation where you've had a government department where you intervened?
Yes, Department of Water and Sanitation, for example, we work with them. We've just come back from KwaZulu-Natal to look at the provincial justice cluster, where we've given them feedback. We are going to be monitoring. We have got about 15 portfolio committees that we are now going to be approaching to give them feedback so that they follow up some of the the issues that we're saying, you've got to make sure that this happens. We also have a similar number, 15 ministries that we have identified that we will be going to say, we've been to your department at such and such a place, this is what we found. Women, for example, in the maternity wards in the Eastern Cape, have actually been violated in big ways. And what we do is actually to sit down. We have sat down on 2 occasions with the Eastern Cape Health Department. We've given them feedback. We went back on a second occasion to say, how far are you? How can we assist? How can we advise further? But it has got to be them assisting. Otherwise, you end up being that entity that people say, give me the policy. You say sexual harassment, can you write up something for me, please? And they put it up on the wall, and you come and tick boxes, and it doesn't trickle down.
So have you had delinquents where you've constantly gone through them, the process, and then but still there's no change?
Yes, we have had that. And the sad thing about those delinquents is they are the ones who run to court. And we have had a few instances. Right now we have got a matter in court. I will not mention the name. We are with the Human Rights Commission. We are amicus in that matter, where the court, in my belief, made an error by actually saying, yes, you must come to us to enforce your powers. It shouldn't be that. We cannot at every turn where harm has been done or is imminent, we must run to court for the court to intervene. So we've taken that to court. So it's you know, the challenges that you talk about besides funding is actually the interpretation, poor misinterpretation and lack of understanding by other pillars of governance in terms of where and how we should fit into the entire governance ecosystem of our country towards justice.
Okay. You talk about skills shortage within the CGE. Which skills would you say come tops in the ones that you require mostly?
Public education, legal skills. We need more lawyers. We need more people who can go to court and litigate. We need more money to print out certain things to educate people, because education, you must remember, is preventative in its nature. You are actually preventing that people do not people get the information and therefore do not get to a stage where they transgress. So if we can get those, it would help, because research and other things are skills that, yes, we need, but they can be outsourced because it's information that we go out there and procure in order to be more effective. So if it's public education, legal, those are the 2 key areas.
Okay. In last year, or 2 years back, where the president passed the GBV laws.
Yes.
Do you think we are coming out right as a country in terms of implementing these laws?
Yes and no, in the sense that we are legislation exhausted in South Africa. For example, a clear low-hanging fruit is a magistrate now has to be empowered that when they are dealing with a matter number A, with a woman or a man, and they pick up that there is a need to intervene by issuing an interdict, ex parte interdict, they can and should do that. And I wonder how many of them are able to do that. You know, you can actually, talking about something else with this person in front of you in your court, actually even straight away pick up a few things and issue a provisional interdict to prevent further harm or possible endangerment to that person.
Yeah, I guess we still have a long way to go as a country. Still have a long way to deal with gender equality. And thank you very much for this informative interview. Thank you for your time. Okay. That was Advocate Ntabiseng Sipanya Mohale, the chairperson of the CGE, joining us in studio. Stay tuned for further interviews that will be coming up in the day as we wait for the president to address the nation this evening at 7 p.m. live from the Cape Town City Hall.
building our great South African nation together.
The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa provides for a constitutional democracy. It includes the Bill of Rights as a cornerstone of democracy in South Africa that enshrines the rights of all people in our country. The legal framework for institutions supporting democracy. Chapter 9 of the Constitution creates a number of independent state institutions to strengthen constitutional democracy in the Republic. Namely, the Public Protector, the South African Human Rights Commission, the Commission for the Promotion and Protection of the Rights of Cultural, Religious, and Linguistic Communities, the Commission for Gender Equality, the Auditor General, the Independent Electoral Commission. The Constitution provides that these institutions are independent and subject only to the Constitution and the law. In addition, the Constitution also provides for the establishment of a number of other statutory bodies which promote constitutional democracy, including the Financial and Fiscal Commission, the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa, the Pan-South African Language Board, and the Public Service Commission. National legislation further provides for the establishment of a National Youth Development Agency aimed at creating and promoting coordination in youth development matters. These institutions are collectively referred to as institutions supporting democracy. The task of these institutions is to promote and protect those rights within the Bill of Rights which fall within their particular area. The independence of institutions supporting democracy. The institutions supporting democracy are independent and subject only to the Constitution and the law. No person or organ of state may interfere with their functioning. The relationship between Parliament and the institutions supporting democracy. These institutions are accountable to the National Assembly. First, they must report on their activities and the performance of their functions to the National Assembly at least once a year. Secondly, they perform a complementary oversight function to that of Parliament, amongst others, through the investigations they conduct and the reports they submit to Parliament. Thirdly, Parliament must assist and protect these institutions through legislative and other measures to ensure their independence, impartiality, dignity, and effectiveness. In so doing, Parliament established the Office on Institutions Supporting Democracy in September 2010, after the adoption of a recommendation by the Ad Hoc Committee on the Review of Chapter 9 and Associated Institutions by the National Assembly. The mandate of the office is to enhance the capacity of the National Assembly to perform its functions of oversight, accountability, and support relevant to institutions supporting democracy, and to coordinate all interaction between the National Assembly and the institutions.
We are at our most essential, a nation defined by hope and resilience. It was hope that sustained us during the struggle for freedom. Even in these trying times, it is hope that should sustain us and fuel our determination to overcome even the greatest of difficulties.
President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver the first State of the Nation address of the 7th term of Parliament to a joint sitting on Thursday, 6 February 2025 at the Cape Town City Hall. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. During SONA, the President also highlights achievements, flags challenges, and outlines interventions that the government will undertake to unlock development interventions for the coming financial year. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
We need to inform everybody, the communities, as to what is gender-based violence, where to get assistance, and obviously how to react to it. We've got a lot of complaints coming in specifically as to that people don't understand how to apply the definition. So we've got a lot of awareness that's going on, but the awareness is not always tackling the core issue. We need to have a reactive process as well. There's a lot of people that actually fall through the grips that we call it. Meaning, what about the victims that's already in the system? We need to assist them as well. Besides navigating or assisting them through the system, we need to give additional support. And that is where your NGOs, your NPCs and the departments come into play as well. But we need to move towards a tendency of how do we reintegrate our victims into society back again. My key priority areas will always remain, besides the proactive, let's be reactive as well. Do not forget, there's thousands of women, females, transgender, LGBTQ+, elderly, children that is already in the system as well, that is victims of gender-based violence. So how do we navigate them? How do we assist them specifically? So not only being proactive by handing out pamphlets, and not only handing out pamphlets, the education, react to it as well. Do not forget about the ones that unfortunately we were not able to assist, and how to assist them further when they are in the system as well.
Scenes outside at the Cape Town City Hall, where we are anticipating the President to deliver his State of the Nation address. Of course, you can join that conversation using hashtag SONA2025 and follow, like and subscribe on all social media platforms at Parliament of RSA, and let us know what your expectations are with regards to the President's speech today. Now, of course, it is the first State of the Nation address of the state, the 7th administration following the 2024 elections. The role of a free, fair and credible electoral process remains fundamental in our democracy. The Independent Electoral Commission has been at the heart of ensuring that every South African's vote counts, shaping the leadership that will guide the nation forward. Now, joining us in conversation is the chairperson of the Independent Electoral Commission, Mr. Mosotho Miepa. Thank you so much for joining us, Papa.
It's good to be here. Thank you for having us.
Now, let's start first with what is the role of the IEC?
The Electoral Commission of South Africa, or the IEC as we call it, yes, is required in terms of the Constitution to conduct all elections, legislative elections, that is elections of the National Assembly, of the provincial legislatures, and the municipal government. But we also are required to do that in a manner, yes, that will ensure that those elections have integrity and can be declared as free and fair. That on its own has quite a responsibility that we need to undertake. The second thing that we need to do is to conduct referenda when this nation calls a referenda. A referenda in our country could be a national matter, but it could also be a provincial matter. I imagine it could also be at a municipal level. We have not had referenda since the dawn of our democracy. But that does not mean that we cannot be ready to conduct it. Once it has been called, we will conduct a referenda in the same way that we conduct an election. In other words, the outcome of that referenda must be credible, yes, it must have integrity, and it must be conducted such that it is free and fair.
Now, on the back of free and fair elections and the integrity of the process, and amidst the allegations of fraud that happened last year during the national elections, how does the Commission ensure integrity and transparency with its electoral process?
I'm glad you're asking that question, and we have reference to the elections last year.
Yes.
I want to be very clear that there has not been fraud in the electoral process that has impacted the integrity of elections. And I want to explain that. We are in court still on a matter brought by an electoral contestant that is a party to say that the elections last year were not free, were neither free nor fair, that they did not have integrity.
Yes.
We deny that. We deny that absolutely. And me personally, I must add that I have invited anyone who cares to ensure that our elections are even held to a higher standard, to say, if you find wrongdoing, bring it to me. Bring it to me, and let's see how we deal with it. I don't know how in this country anyone can impact an election, rob all of us of that integrity of an election. We have built an amazing body of work to ensure the integrity of an election. I'm not saying that when voting stations close, the vehicle that transports the ballots that have been counted already, the results that is known at the local level, if that vehicle is hijacked, gets into an accident, anything that is undesirable from all of us. I'm not saying that can happen.
Yes.
I'm saying accidents can happen. But there will not be accidents that happen that rob this nation of the integrity of an election on our watch. That I say with confidence, without fear, without favor, and without prejudice. And that is the evidence we put, or the inquiry we make when a complaint is heard. It is possible that a complaint would be made, we investigate it, and we find that something happened. We do an assessment in our view, which we call a materiality test, and we say, yeah, that has affected that. We have been very, very good that all of our elections, general, have been good. There has been one or two by-elections where we've had that, where we've gone to court, and we've had to do that. I can count those instances, not even on all the fingers on my one hand. But this, for me, tells me that the quality of the work that we do and the checks and integrity, the balances that we have, are working as we have designed them to work. And that is good for our democracy in this nation.
Now, of course, in the national elections, there was an issue with regards to voter registration and the amount of people that had registered. How does the Commission ensure that people are educated and they know the process of registering and the importance of voting?
A very good question again. You know, whenever we undertake an election in our country, we do a purposeful study. We commission an independent body, in this instance, the Human Sciences Research Council, the HSRC. We ask them to tell us what voters believe are the issues that concern them, preparing for themselves for the elections. In other words, are they going to participate or are they not going to participate? And if so, what are the challenges they have? That study we publish at least a year ahead. Before these elections, we published it, I think, 18 months before the election date. It actually told us exactly what happened in the elections. It told us that there were many voters who are unhappy with the democratic dividend, what they call the democratic dividend. They say, my party has let me down, my candidates have let me down, I think I'm not even changing, switching my party or my candidate. for me, they're all the same. We want you, as the Electoral Commission, to raise these issues with parties, and that's exactly what we do. They tell us that please make registration easy for us. That's why we have registration, amongst others, online. We only used to have registration in person. And you had to come to us or we had to visit you. Now you can sit in the comfort of your home, your office, you could be anywhere in the world. You would register in a voting station where you live. These are things that voters tell us in a purposeful study that we undertake to, and prepare elections for them. So registration in our country is a voluntary thing. Voters participate because they have an incentive. Parties tell them, this is what promise we have for you, this is what you need to hold us to account for. And when they do that, people register in numbers. When people think there's no democratic dividend, we struggle.
Yes.
But it is work that we do not take for granted. All the same, we still work hard with political parties and candidates and say this is what voters are saying.
Yes.
What would you offer to them? So we help parties to know what voters think, to formulate their offering to the voters, and for voters to then be able to register with us. And we do a sterling amount of work. We do what we call targeted registration. We actually look at areas throughout the country where there are new settlement patterns, for example. We then go there and say, this is a new area, we create a voting district for them, we register them so that they vote there. We look at areas that are depopulated. I'll give you an example of the mining towns. There are many mining towns in the Free State and in Gauteng that have, the mines have stopped operating and the people have moved. So there are many people that are registered there, but the people have moved.
Of course.
So we go there and we follow where the people have gone so that they're registered in the correct place. So there's an enormous amount or body of work that we do to ensure that people are registered. But for as long as voting is not compulsory, which is a good thing, and I support that, it is a democratic process. We must expect that one day voters may come in big numbers. When they're upset, they may not be there.
Now, of course, on the back of innovation and the online registration that we saw, now, I know that the IEC will be hosting a conference on electronic voting technologies in South Africa.
Yes.
I want to know then, what is the Commission's objectives with regards to that? And do we see ourselves in the near future voting online?
Absolutely. I see South Africans one day, on a day like this being an election day, sitting or, taking a break from office and looking at their devices and voting. But we must be clear.
Of course.
Electronic voting means something different for every one of us.
Of course.
Some people think you must go online to a machine that is owned by us and vote there. Someone thinks that they must be able to speak on the phone and do it, or send a text on their phone. We want, with this process, we want people to understand the different ways that you can vote electronically and what it means for our people in this country. In other words, if there's a technology that works somewhere else on electronic voting, and in that country that technology is pervasively available, but it's not available here, could that be an option or not? For me, it's clear it can be. So we've got to look at the context of our nation and country and say, what are the possibilities?
Yes.
We know that the world is doing this, so-and-so is doing that in the world, so-and-so is doing that in the world. But for us, what are the possibilities? And then come to the point where we say, what are the real possibilities that would be available to every one of us without, using class to separate others and ensure that others vote whilst others are not. So the enterprise, the voting enterprise, has to be one that is available to everybody, and that's why we engage. It's an early part of that. And I don't think it's going to happen in 2026, 2029, but we must always bear that in mind and look at the possibilities of doing it. The last thing I want to say about that is that our country can be proud that we consult and we ensure that everyone has this voting franchise available to them. It can't be said that if you don't have a cell phone, you can't vote. It must be a thing that is available to everyone who qualifies and who takes care that they do what is necessary to register and to vote. And for that, we will pursue this objective, you know, ceaselessly and without being tired. We will seek to ensure that South Africans indeed exercise their right to vote in a manner that is decent and brings dignity to them.
And of course, now bringing the spotlight on the local government elections that are happening next year.
Yes.
What measures has the Commission put in place for these upcoming elections?
Local government elections anywhere in the world are the most complex elections. And I want to show you in a simple way, demonstrate it in a simple way. We have 9 provinces, and every province has an assembly, you know, a provincial legislature. And so when we conduct elections like we did in 2024, we conducted elections for the National Assembly where 1 ballot could be used throughout the whole country. We then conducted elections for regional representatives. In other words, people in Gauteng that are coming to Cape Town in Parliament here, in the Northwest and so on. Then we had a provincial ballot. So in every province, we had 3 ballots. But in terms of the number of elections that we had altogether, we had about 19 elections last year. In local government elections, we have this whole nation with over 260 municipalities, and every one of those municipalities has a common PR ballot, but it would have different ward ballots. So you're looking at close to 8,000 elections taking place at a time. Every one of those ballots is different from the other. Last year we had about 18 ballots. This time we're going to have almost 9,000 ballots.
Wow.
It is a complication. You have to print them within a short period of time, and you can't get them wrong. You can't, if a candidate is in this ward but not in the other ward, the other ward can't have the name of the candidate. That is the kind of thing that will lead to an election not being free or fair. And that's why I say to you, the amount of care we take to ensure elections have integrity, it's amazing. I'm in there. I used to have lots of hair on my head. This kind of things, when you do them, you scratch your head so often you don't need to even go to the barber shop. Because it is a complication, but we as a country can be proud that over the years we have refined that process. So our preparations are now underway, and we are taking care. Every election in this country is very different from the other. Even these local government elections that we are going to will never be the same as the ones we come from. Why? Because every time we come out of an election, we debrief with political parties, with citizens and their representatives, with civil society organizations. We hear from them what are the kind of challenges they have experienced, or what do they desire? What are the things they want us to know we can do better? And we embrace those things, and that's what we build them into. That's the work we do on a non-stop basis. And that's why when I speak about this, I speak with confidence. It's not something we dream about. Of course, we dream a lot.
Of course.
And we put our dreams, we share our dreams with others. But it's also what the dreams of others are that they're bringing to us to build into the process. And I can speak with confidence
Of
because
course.
this is work we do. It's been wonderful talking to you.
And that was Mtate Mosotho Miepa, the chairperson of the Independent Electoral Commission, highlighting the role of the electoral integrity in strengthening democracy. Of course, just look outside. We are outside the City Hall in Cape Town. It's a windy day today. And of course, we are anticipating the SONA, the first SONA of the 7th administration and the first SONA under the government of national unity. Now join the conversation using hashtag SONA 2025. Follow, like and subscribe on all social medias at Parliament of RSA and have your say as to what is it that you think the President ought to focus on this year in terms of his administration and government. Of course, as we witness the first State of the Nation address, it is clear that the mandate has been given by the people and it must translate into effective governance and accountability. Now stay tuned. We're right outside the City Hall awaiting the President to give the hashtag SONA 2025. We'll be back.
Challenges is today we talk about the machines and the dealing and how the delivery. The challenges is that going to be there. We all our elders here need to see what is it and go back as that my elders say that we need to go back to the Bible. And sometimes we go to this is a challenge for us. So we need to look at the challenge. It's about cigarettes, but we don't have the point. The point is about our kids. So we can control the small ones, 4 to 5, you control, but the big ones, they're already smoking because after COVID, it was hectic. Everybody was doing something to relax. And smoking is not the problem. The problem is how we do it at home and how we treat our children, how we guide them. So sometimes we are weak and then we send our kids out. You see, because our places are too close, we can't even farm on really. So that's why we are weak, and you can see our people are hungry. So where I'm staying, the kids are very endangered because there are no fun for them at the weekends. So at the weekends, they are no fun. So where they going to my friend, stand in the shop. They're doing their thing. They go in TikTok, they're doing that talk. And as you go, my friend is telling them, oh, you are great, you are wonderful, you are beautiful. Our fathers don't tell it at home, so the other guys on the outside, they will tell it because if you are hungry, you will need. And that's what I wanted to say, and I'm from Oxon. And thank you to be in George.
The President will deliver the State of the Nation address on Thursday, 6 February 2025 at 7 p.m. at the Cape Town City Hall. This is the first State of the Nation address in this new term of Parliament following the 2024 national and provincial elections. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and be informed of government's planned priorities for the year ahead. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Welcome back. You're still tuned into the build-up to the State of the Nation address, which the President will be delivering at 7 o'clock this evening. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at Parliament of RSA on X, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Thank you for staying tuned to Parliament TV. Today, as we build up to the State of the Nation address, it is important to reflect on the fundamental pillars of our democracy, one of which is the protection and promotion of human rights. The South African Human Rights Commission plays a critical role in ensuring that the rights enshrined in our Constitution are upheld, holding government and institutions accountable, and advocating for the dignity and equality of all citizens. In a time when issues of social justice, service delivery, and equality remain at the forefront of national discourse, the work of the Commission is more important than ever. Joining us now to unpack these pressing matters and share insights on the Commission's priorities for the year ahead is the Chairperson of the South African Human Rights Commission, Mr. Chris Nissen. Mr. Nissen, welcome to Parliament TV. Siyabulela ngoba ube lapha namhlanje.
Ngiyabula kakhulu mhlekazi, and ndifuna uxhela namhlanje that uSpeaker ndifuna namhlanje sithi Speaker ndiyabulela kakhulu phansi kwabantu base-South Africa, because ayikho ndawo sithetha nje, ndifuna uthetha phansi ko-Speaker and phansi ko-Parliament namhlanje. Siyabulela kakhulu mhlekazi mhle, baie dankie dat u vir ons die geleentheid gee as die Mensenrechtenkommissie om hier te kom praat. Thank you so much, and may the Speaker continue on this platform of wakena ilando eslalini esilendawo edolopini yabona informal settlements. Ngiyabulela kakhulu mhlekazi mhle.
Thank you for those opening words. Can you briefly share with our viewers at home what is the constitutional mandate of the South African Human Rights Commission?
It's Chapter 9 of the Constitution. It has got a number of what we call Chapter 9 institutions. The Commission on Gender, Commission on Social, on Cultural, Religious and Linguistic Rights, the Commission on the PP, Public Protector, and ourselves. And there's a Chapter 10, Public Service Commission, CCMA, and all of that. We all are together in one organization called the Forum for in support of democratic institutions, FISD, and the chairperson is from the CGE, the Commission for Gender Equality. And we are there because of Chapter 9, but this Human Rights Commission take its mandate from Chapter 2 of the Constitution, which is the Bill of Rights.
And what are some then of the notable human rights investigations that have been conducted by the Commission recently, and what are the recommendations that were made from those investigations?
You know, we've had a number of inquiries. Let me start with the July unrest, water unrest. About the water situation in KZN. We have a scholar transport, school nutrition. We have about food poisoning. We've got a lot of them. But at the moment, a number of offices throughout the country, we've got offices in every province. Our staff are involved on a daily basis. Like starting this year, it's like finding placement for children at school, scholar transports, food, all of those things. So this last month have really been very good in the sense that our staff were out there working in every province trying to find placement, find scholar transport, making sure that everybody is get into, because education is so important for us. Without education, this nation will go down.
I'm glad that you are mentioning the importance of education. I had an opportunity to visit various institutions of higher learning as I was preparing for today's event. And I came across a number of students that seem to have been spending nights at libraries or in corridors or at SRC offices. Could that be considered as a violation of human rights? And what does the Human Rights Commission do in those instances?
If we do not create a space for education, we create a space for poverty. If we don't create the space for education, we create a space for poverty. I was the other day in Elsis River, and the school principal told me that, last year, I've talked about last year, that the number of children of primary learning students, learners, they are more outside the school than inside the school. So what do we say? We're saying that half of or more of our learners will continue to be in poverty. I come from a poor community. My poverty almost swallowed me, but through education, I rose and I said, I want to be better.
But what does the Human Rights Commission do when those challenges are brought to its attention?
The Human Rights Commission, all 9 provinces, we've got women and men. As we speak, I can tell you now in the Northwest, Shirley, our PM, is working around the clock to ensure that learners are placed, ensuring that in Gauteng, at universities, that Mbeki try to find people in there. Here in the Western Cape, Sinanair is trying to find people. You know, Victor in Mpumalanga is fighting to get people in there. Eric Konyana in Mpumalanga is fighting to make sure that we have people in schools. They are working with their workers on a daily basis. And so Modise in Free State. And so Carter in the Eastern Cape. And so here in the Northern Cape. They're all just working every day and they're giving me updates by the moment.
I welcome the sentiment that you've just shared, but I'm still a bit concerned as to we've been given the problems, as you have indicated, the challenges with education at schools and various schools that you have mentioned. But what is because those are immediate challenges, and as we speak now, we have students, as I've said, that are in the corridors, that are spending the night in library. What is the Commission doing to ensure that those students' challenges are addressed?
We've got a commissioner dedicated on the issue of education, Professor Madlingosi. And he has been since last year, he has been really 24/7 speaking to rectors, speaking to vice chancellors, speaking to chancellors, speaking to whoever he can. And he's been involved in that, but also at the same time interacting with the provincial managers to see how we come from a primary school right up to high school and to the educational departments like the universities. And I can assure you that he's not sleeping.
All right, if we can just move to another theme, if you can just briefly share us what work is the SHRC doing to promote equality and combat discrimination, particularly in relation to the marginalized groups such as the women, LGBTQI+ individuals, and people with disabilities?
You know, there are 3 ugly things in our country. The 3 ugly things are inequality, unemployment, and poverty. And caste, if you put that as a background, then you put in front, you put what I call the tales of 2 cities, or the tales of 2 countries. It's so unfortunate that what we have in this country, including the city, you have the rich, the powerful, and those who have. And then the other side, you have that don't have anything. I just come from Bishop Lavis, my township where I grew up. And look at all the potholes, the dirt, all of those. I live in Rondebosch. My street was resurfaced a year ago, which did not have to be resurfaced. But I go to Bishop Lavis today. I've gone to my aunt because my cousin passed on, so I went there and I paid, so all those potholes that are there. So why do you want to have a clean audit, say my place is the best, like we did in Buffalo? In Buffalo City, they had a clean audit, and the people marched the next day, you've got a clean audit, but look what our city looks like. So can we stop it right there? Do what is right for all citizens equally and put your money as a city, as a country, put it with the poor. That's why I'm really fighting for a pro-poor budget. And Minister, if you listen to us as the Human Rights Commission, please make sure that your budget is pro-poor and not pro-status as it is now. Because otherwise, with this inequality you're talking about, my chief, it's going to go like that. And you know this old German saying, if your neighbor doesn't eat, you don't sleep.
I hear you calling on the minister through Parliament TV to respond or address some of the challenges that you have raised. Don't you have communication channels where you interact with members of the executive to bring to their attention concerning issues of violation of human rights?
We have been doing this. We've been doing this. We sent our reports to Parliament. And one of the things that we did raise with the Speaker, which I thank her for, she really took her time to visit us, and she gave us all the support. We said to her, we sent our reports. Our reports are being ignored. You know, we have to write and follow up, you see? And we have to fight and fight and fight. Why do we have to fight in this country? This Human Rights Commission that was formed by all of us did not fall from the sky. It's women and men that fought for this human rights in this country. They paid by blood, sweat, imprisonment, myself, including myself, tortured in prison. We fought for this human rights. So it's not just like kind of nice to have, it's must have, so that we can fulfill the responsibility of us, as all of us in this country, to say we need to make sure human rights work in this country. When human rights work in this country, the world will look at us and say, wow, there's a democracy, not in paper, not being held, but a democracy working to defend the most vulnerable. With the LGBTI community, with the mental health community, with otherwise able community, the women, the children in this country. And I'm proud about the Speaker, you know, kind of championing those kind of things. And I want to thank her for championing those kind of things. Because, you know, these things didn't fall from the sky. People pay with their blood and sweat. And so South Africans need to understand, parliamentarians in the first place need to understand, when you are there in Parliament, you're not there just to smile. You are there to fight for the rights of all the people in South Africa, including farmers that get murdered. Let's fight for all of them. And so when you are, it doesn't matter which party you belong to, let's stand up and say, South Africa belongs to all of us who live in, including non-nationals. So we don't go and say, you know, the issue of xenophobia. I worked with a wonderful person in this country. I worked with all presidents. But the first president I worked with was my leader, Comrade Nelson Mandela.
Indeed, South Africa belongs to all of us.
All of us.
Thank you very much for taking this this interview with Parliament TV. The work of the South African Human Rights Commission remains critical to our democracy, and we wish you and your team well in the year ahead. You can join our conversation on social media using the hashtag SONA2025 as we get closer to the 7 p.m. when the President will deliver the State of the Nation address to a joint sitting of Parliament here at the Cape Town City Hall. More to come. Don't go anywhere.
ndiyinzwakazi ezalwe ngonyaka ka-2005. Ndiza kube ndigqiba ke iminyaka engama-20 kwinyanga kaCanzibe ngomhla we-30. Mna ke ndikwayiyo nembongi, kodwa uhambo lam luqale ngonyaka ka-2016 apho ndathi ndahamba ndayoxelengela amabanga am aphantsi kwisikole kuthiwa yiNgubethole Farm Junior Secondary School. Apho ke ndathi ndafika kuba ke ndiyintwazana ehlakaniphileyo ephiweyo nangokwasengqondweni. Ndafika ke abafundisintsapho bandithatha bandibeka phaya ngendlela yokubana babethi xa kukho ukhuphiswano nokuba lukhuphiswano lantoni bandenze ukubana mna ndibe yinxalenye yolo khuphiswano. Ukhuphiswano ke elufana nokubana ndihambe ndiyokubonga, ndihambe ndiyokwenza ingxoxompikiswano kwezo ndawo zithile. Ndithe ke xa ndisozenza ezo zinto ndafumanisa uba qho into endiyingeneleleyo kwasoloko ndiphumelela. Nakhona ndiphumeleli nje, ndiphumelela ndibe ngowokuqala. Iqhubile ke lento yahamba iminyaka yangunyaka ka-2017. Ndazibona ukuba nam ikhona lento ndinayo apha ngaphakathi kuba bekusithwa kusothiwa inako yenza intetho engalungiselelwanga ndiyenze ndiphumelele, kuthiwa intetho elungiselelweyo ndiphumelele. Ndaqonda ukubana nomzali wam ke lento ndiyenza naye eyazi. Umongameli ke xa ndibonga lo mbongo ndimbonga, ndimkhuthaza, ndimomeleza, ndimchazela kwanezinto ezinkulu athe wasenzela. Khumbula ke sikwixesha ngoku apho obhuti noosisi bethu abathi baphangele bengamajoni ixesha elibi, abathi babulawe kwindawo baphangela kuzo. Koko ke noba kwenzeke ezo zinto ezenzekayo, kodwa umongameli ndifuna soloko yazi ukubana kungakubi ilizwe lingaxubayelo kwalo mzuzu, kodwa aze ayazi ukubana bakhona abasajongileyo kuye, abantu abasamkhuthazayo. Nokuba kungakubi, nokuba imeli ingagobela kuye esandleni, azasoloko yazi ukubana kodwa imisebenzi yakhe emihle siyayibona. Ngoko ke masingathi xa kukubi sileqe elicala kukubi ngalo. Makabone ukubana sinaye kule ntaba ayinyukayo, silapha ecaleni kwakhe, sisisizwe esintsundu Mzantsi Afrika, simphahlile nangona yena ehamba phambili ekhokhele, kodwa siyambulela sithi yintsika yoMzantsi Afrika.
We are counting down to 7 p.m. when the President of the Republic of South Africa will be delivering the first State of the Nation address of this 7th term of Parliament. In studio now, I'm with Dr. Thabo Manetsi, who's the CEO of the National Heritage Council. Ke go amogela re Thabo mo studio sa Parliament TV. How ka re tlhalosetsa fela gore core mandate ya the NHC ke eng?
Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity for inviting the Heritage Council. The Heritage Council is an agency of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, and we've been established under an Act of Parliament, which is the National Heritage Councils Act of 1999. And our responsibility is quite straightforward, it's simple. You know, we are charged with a huge responsibility, that of promoting, safeguarding, transforming, raising awareness, do advocacy, coordination, and also providing funding, to worthy heritage initiatives in South Africa. So in a nutshell, that's what we do as the Heritage Council.
Okay, practically, how do you do that?
Yeah.
As the council?
We've got a number of initiatives across the length and breadth of South Africa. One of the critical initiatives that we are actually rolling out is the protection and promotion of our liberation heritage route. As you recall, in July we successfully had the Liberation Heritage Route initiative inscribed as one of the UNESCO sites of outstanding universal value. And since then, we have been doing a lot of work with management authorities in the provinces to get them basically to, preserve the sites that have been and promote the sites that have been identified, to make them, easily accessible, to make them, enjoyable by South Africans, but most importantly, putting them out there
really, you know, so that even people in the rural communities are able to access these important sites, you know, because they remind us about a very important history and epoch of our country, you know, of the fights, you know, of iconic leaders, you know, of the struggle against liberation of our country. So that's one of the initiatives that we are actually pursuing as the Heritage Council. We also have a very important initiative that we are pursuing, which is the Heritage Outreach Schools program, where we actually work with the Department of Basic Education, SANParks, South African Heritage Resources Agency, and many other partners as well, where we actually socialize and raise awareness and teach, you know, youth that are going to school about the importance of preserving and promoting their heritage as well. We engage in a week-long heritage challenge, you know, with the aim of actually raising awareness and actually engendering a culture of deep appreciation of heritage amongst young people, because eventually those are our future, you know, leaders. You know, those are the people that we want actually to hand this baton to take this good work of conserving and looking after our heritage to them in future. So it starts with them first. It starts with us transferring this knowledge, this important information, so that they can take this further, you know, to future generations as well. And we also infusing this in their school curriculum as well, so that it is taught in school.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And how does the council balance the preservation of historical heritage with modern development and urbanization?
It's a very delicate balance, because one of the key things that has started happening, especially in the past 30 years in the cultural landscape, has been to look at samples of our heritage that can be, you know, protected and preserved and safeguarded, and also promoted, you know, for the benefit of the present and future generation. And when I mention sample, is that we look at the, you know, state of authenticity of this important heritage sites, and we cluster those basically as elements, true physical, you know, fabric, you know, which serve as elements of the authentic heritage that needs to be preserved, whilst creating an enabling environment for development to happen. We know that we can't stop development.
Yeah, that's right.
Development will always happen, but it is equally important that when development happens, it promotes and actually a conservation needs of heritage resources. So that's where we come in to guide, you know, development, you know, proactively as the heritage agencies under the department, so that we don't wipe and really desecrate our heritage completely on the cultural landscape, but there will be samples that will actually protect for the benefit of the present and future generation as well. Yeah, we can't save everything, because development has to happen, but we are very mindful and very vocal about this as the sector, to say that let development happen, but in a responsible manner as well, that adheres to conservation standards of our heritage.
Yeah, okay. And then are there any efforts to modernize heritage preservation through technology?
Yes, in fact, we were discussing that with my colleagues even last night, even previously. We've got a new council that is quite energetic and quite about this specific manner of digitization of heritage, where we can actually tap into the digital technologies, you know, and technological advancement to take our heritage out there. Use, you know, effectively platforms such as TikTok, social media, you know, and various others as well, to profile and promote our heritage, so that we make it more accessible, you know, to the broader, you know, public of South Africa. I mean, even grannies are actually using smartphones now in the rural countryside. So it's very important that we take our, you know, heritage out there, so that it's easily accessible on the palm of the hands of South Africans as well. So we are tapping into various digital, you know, technologies really to advance our mandate to take this heritage out there. We are moving from the view that heritage should be everyone's business, and all South Africans should be rallied around looking after this heritage. It can't be just the responsibility of government. It should be a shared, responsibility where communities on the ground actually look after this heritage as well.
And how do you show that there's inclusivity, because we are a diverse nation with everything that you do as the council?
Yeah, so diverse representation is one of the major facets of what we do as the Heritage Council as we implement our programs. And the manner in which we do this is that we really engage extensively with broad stakeholders to bring them into the fold when we do our planning for our programs as well, just to get their views on board as well, because we are acutely aware that here we are at a phase where we need to upscale our efforts for redress of the past imbalances as well, to ensure that the rainbow nation that ushered in this democracy, we actually see it in practice, in all the programs that we are pursuing as the Heritage Council. So extensive engagements, collaborations, partnerships with broad stakeholders and cultural groupings in South Africa, it's very fundamental in the programming of our work.
And what would you say are some of your challenges that you face as a council currently, and how are you addressing them?
Yeah, I think that the fundamental challenge here, it's basically still, if you look at our cultural landscape in South Africa, it's still very skewed. It's still, we still have very strong dominance of colonial heritage. And we have not seen that real sort of like visual, motifs, that depicts our, true diversity. So one of the ways in which we're addressing that basically is to find alternative forms of memorialization within the cultural landscape, alongside basically having, these collections that depict basically the colonial past. We juxtapose those, we put the recent and new and sidelined histories of the past alongside that, because this is the diversity that we're talking about, that we need to be actually putting alternative narratives, that tell our story alongside the dominant, colonial narrative as well, And when we do that, basically we are actually demonstrating that we are actually trying, to push for transformation, within the existing now cultural heritage institutions. It's not an easy process because there is a pushback as well, but also in certain quarters as well, there is acceptance. You can see people have really moved on and transformed to a point where they want to really have this diversity within their cultural heritage spaces as well. So it's a process, it's not even an event. 30 years has passed and we're still basically engaging basically in uncomfortable discussions so that we've got a broad representation and diverse representation of all the cultures and heritage, resources of South Africans.
And now the president will be addressing the nation later. What is it that you're hoping to hear from him?
Yeah, I think from a heritage perspective, really, we would want the president, when he mentions, grand plans around infrastructure development, we would want the president to consider the heritage sector and the needs within the heritage sector. Unfortunately, through our minister, who's very active, he has brought those forward to the presidency, that the creative industries, the arts, culture and heritage sector are vital aspects of our economy and infrastructure. Therefore, wherever there is opportunities for development, put culture and heritage and arts first, so that they form part of the integrated development, program of the state as well. So we're hoping that he will hit to this message and really prioritize, the sector. We need more funding, from the fiscus, to be able to empower us to fully discharge our mandate as the Heritage Council and also other entities of the state that have this important mandate. Because really without funding and adequate resources, we won't be able to fully discharge our mandate to look after this heritage that you see basically falling apart, especially at local government level as well. So we want to really, this time we shouldn't be talking much, we should be practical, and demonstrate basically that indeed this is the commitment that it's put in place by this government of the 7th administration, and we should all be walking the talk and just implement.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Thabo Manetsi, for your time. You're still watching Parliament TV. We're coming live from the Cape Town City Hall, and we'll be with you throughout the evening until the President delivers his State of the Nation address. Stay tuned for more.
Thank you. Well done. Nice interview.
Thank you.
Okay, good. We've got 3 minutes.
South Africa's parliament will proudly host the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, known as the P20, bringing together leaders from G20 national parliaments to shape global policies and reinforce parliamentary oversight in international decision-making. As the first African country to lead the P20, South Africa's parliament is championing Africa's active participation in global governance and economic policymaking, ensuring the continent is a driving force in shaping the future we want. Parliament will play a critical oversight role, ensuring that South Africa's commitments as G20 president translate into real economic growth, job creation, and social development. The P20 summit will embed African perspectives in global decision-making, ensuring that policies on trade, technology, and governance reflect the continent's needs and aspirations. In alignment with SONA 2025's theme, Harnessing Parliamentary Diplomacy for the Realization of Global Solidarity, Equality, and Sustainability, Parliament is committed to fostering international collaboration for a better, more just world. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Just over a minute, guys. Camera 3.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has, in terms of the Constitution, called for a joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament in liaison with the National Assembly Speaker, Ms. Thoko Didiza, and the National Council of Provinces Chairperson, Ms. Refilwe Motsoeneng. The joint sitting is scheduled for Thursday, 6 February 2025 at 7 p.m. and it will serve as the platform for the President to deliver his annual State of the Nation address. This is the first State of the Nation address in this new term of Parliament, following the 2024 national and provincial elections.
30 seconds.
The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. The State of the Nation address will take place at Cape Town City Hall at 7 p.m. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
All eyes are on Parliament as we await the State of the Nation address. And of course, you can be part of that conversation and use the hashtag SONA2025. Like, subscribe, and follow on all social media platforms at Parliament of RSA. And let us know what your expectations are from the President when he delivers the State of the Nation address this evening at 7 p.m. Of course, this is a unique and significant occasion in the political calendar. It is one of the few occasions where all three arms of state, the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary, converge under one roof. This gathering symbolizes the fundamental principles of our democracy, accountability, collaboration, and the rule of law. It is also a moment when the country takes stock of its progress, reflects on challenges, and looks ahead to the government's priorities for the year. But while the national government sets the overall agenda, it is in the provinces where many of these policies take shape and impact communities directly. Now, joining us to discuss the role of the Free State Provincial Legislature is ensuring that the priorities outlined in the State of the Nation address translate into tangible action at the provincial level is the Speaker of the Free State Legislature, Mr. Mxolisi Dukwana.
Thank you.
Of course, then, Speaker, let's talk mostly about your role within the provincial legislature.
As the Speaker of the Legislature, your role mostly as an executive authority is to see that the institution functions properly, and that all the household committees, the portfolio committees, and all the structures are actually doing their work in ensuring that there is full participation of the people in executing their responsibility as an institution, because we are actually the representatives of the people.
Yes.
When people elect members into the legislature, as opposed to government, they expect the legislature to be their mouthpiece, to be their representative,
Yes.
and to be responsive whenever there are issues that they need attention.
And of course, then with that, can you just highlight some of the challenges that the legislature is dealing with in terms of the province as a whole?
I think the serious challenge that we are facing has to do with the funding of the institution. This is one institution that is underfunded, and also you are expected to hold the executive accountable, and yet you then go to the executive to allocate the resources for you, and in many instances they look at their own priorities, and in many respects the institutions like the legislature are not taken seriously in many respects.
And then in that case, Speaker, what are then some of the issues that the councillors and the members of the MPL bring to the provincial legislature in terms of the challenges that they face within the different local municipalities?
The challenge that you have, that accountability framework, and the relationship between the local government sphere as well as the provincial government is also not taken advantage of in terms of ensuring that the members of the legislature who are not appointed or elected from the constituencies, and you have the municipalities, we've got ward councillors,
Yes.
ward committees, and if we were to work together, you would find less strenuous relationship existing. The problem that you have this strained relationship between the members of the legislature
Yes.
and municipal councillors is actually the ability to work together and also make sure that we become smart in dealing with the work instead of duplicating the work. We need, for instance, the member of the legislature would know the challenges that are experienced in the local municipality
Yes.
through the ward committees and the ward councillors. So that relationship is very, very important, and it needs to be encouraged, and we need to find a way where, as the institution, as the legislature, we encourage members of the legislature. I mean, in the Free State, you've got 23 municipalities, and in the executive, in the legislature, we've got about 30, and 10 of those will be in the executive, and you're left with 20.
Yes.
And all of these people have constituency offices,
Of course.
and it is how we use them effectively to ensure that our people participate in the making of decision, in making laws, but also in the implementation and holding the executive accountable.
Yes.
And it's not only through having committees, but also you need to have constant communication with the people, and this is where we're lacking as an institution.
Now, Ntata Dukwana, we know that the Free State is mainly a mining town, and the issue of illegal mining has been throughout an issue. It's been news. It's been, I mean, what happened in Stelfontein in the northwest. How is the Free State legislature combating the issue of illegal mining within the Free State?
You will see that it's mainly in the Goldfields region, especially in the Lijuel region, your Volcom, Ordnance Race, Allen Ridge, Virginia, where we have many of mines that were very successful and employing many people have been closed, and that has created a problem in the area where we've got too many people now who are illegally mining and also staying in our communities, and that has created more tensions between the residents and these people they see as foreign individuals. And but the challenge that you have with our institution in helping the government combat this, I think it comes from our inability in pushing for small-scale mining, which I believe, over and above what is happening, you need to have small-scale mining and create more opportunities. But also, we need to go up. This is what the institution needs to do, to force investigation as to who actually benefits from this illegal mining. Yes. Because I can tell you, nobody has a license to trade with gold, other than these big industries, big mining houses, and who is benefiting. And we might be focusing on these zamazamas who are small players, and I think we need to pay more attention to the bigger guys who are actually running away from paying taxes, running away from ensuring that they, as employees, as employers, in fact, they pay salaries and they actually have other responsibilities. So people are actually running the country in a manner that undermines the laws of the country in many ways. Yes. And they find smart ways of not paying their taxes and not doing what they are doing. So we need to focus on who is behind these illegal miners instead of just chasing the zamazamas. The institution, the legislature, has not been playing a very pivotal role, and I think this is something that from our strategic planning session we felt that we need to push and we need to ensure that communities such as those are actually attended to properly. There are other minerals throughout the province that we still need to make sure that we take advantage of what we have in creating a better society.
And Speaker, I think then it's important because we know that there's this golden thread between the SONA and the SOPAs. Please explain to us when the Free State SOPA will be and where it will be and why.
You see, this SONA is also very important in the sense that this will be the opportunity for the President to reflect on the road travel since the establishment of the government of national unity. Yes. And also because we are celebrating the 70 years of the adoption of the Freedom Charter. And you have the ruling party that has actually identified some of the most important areas that we need to focus on. And also the most important thing is we've been talking, the president, remember last year he spoke, he invited us to become like weaver beds. Yes, yes, he called on the nation to be like weaver bed, to collaborate, work together. And we called on also on the dialogue, a national dialogue. I think once we have a national dialogue, that would look into the priorities that would then give the mandate to the GNU. Yes. That would actually be a very important thing that would be achieved by the SONA, and especially dealing with unemployment, poverty, We've been talking about this, but we need to be practical now and say, how do we then take advantage of what we have as a country and use that in creating jobs?
Yes.
But also, we can't be left behind and not take advantage of what the 21st century is demanding of us, the future of work, and we need to develop skills that respond to these challenges that we are facing. And that is a problem that I think we are not paying attention, especially as provinces. So that is one thing that we need to do. Otherwise, we actually, and we're going to be leadership that does not understand the society that it leads, where you have got people who are far advanced, and then we've got members of the legislature, government that are left behind. And so for us to be able to cope up with this, we really need to pick up our socks as government and deal with issues that are affecting our creative young people, and they want to be given that space, create that space for young people to self-actualize and deal with the frustration that is boiling and that is going to reach a point where we will not be able to control. So government through SONA, through SOPA, we need to deal with these issues and advance the interest of young people.
Of course, that was the Speaker of the Free State Legislature, Ntate Mxolisi Dukwana, shedding light on critical role provincial legislatures play in translating national priorities into meaningful change on the ground. You're watching Parliament TV. Stay tuned.
We are at our most essential, a nation defined by hope and resilience. It was hope that sustained us during the struggle for freedom. Even in these trying times, it is hope that should sustain us and fuel our determination to overcome even the greatest of difficulties.
President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver the first State of the Nation address of the 7th term of Parliament to a joint sitting on Thursday, 6 February 2025 at the Cape Town City Hall. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. During SONA, the President also highlights achievements, flags challenges, and outlines interventions that the government will undertake to unlock development interventions for the coming financial year. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
I'm one person who actually loved politics, and I would always watch SONA. You know, I would love it when there's those comments in the social media, because it will make me look relevant when it is SONA time. So I'm a teacher, I'm also a parent. So whatever decisions or whatever new developments that are made to SONA, whether it is gender-based violence or whether it is rape issues, I think I'm also affected one way or another. Changes that are implemented there, whether it's increase of salaries, whether it's addition of new resources in the country, one way or another I'm affected, because it will then also affect my day-to-day life choices, or it will also affect my kids, because I'm saying I need to be a parent that do certain things. But if there are certain things that are changed on SONA, you know, when certain things are spoke about, to say this is how we would like to run the country, if there are new legislations or regulations that come up, it means that certain ways that I would like to raise my kids, or certain ways that I would like my kids to perceive or look at me, will have to change because of those changes that are implemented in SONA. Also, that will also affect my life because now I need to look at how I am going to raise my kids, or rather as a teacher, since I am the public eye, that will also affect me. For example, maybe let me bring the Bella bill inside. If there is a legislation or an act or a regulation coming around that, it will affect me as a teacher because it means that now certain things that I do in my life will have to be changed so that I can actually make sure that I comply or I make sure that I follow whatever that was mentioned in the SONA.
The long-awaited SONA 2025 that we're awaiting, and of course we're outside the Cape Town City Hall awaiting the President to outline his goals and priorities for the year ahead. Of course, with that, the provinces play a crucial role because this is one of those occasions where there's a silver line in between all of the arms of state. Now, the KwaZulu-Natal is a province rich in history, culture and economic potential, but also faces unique governance challenges from service delivery to infrastructure development. The provincial legislature plays a vital role in ensuring that policies reflect the needs of communities and that public voices are heard in decision-making processes. We are now joined by the Speaker of the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Legislature, Ms. Nontembeko Boyce. Madam Speaker, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I know we always butcher your name, forgive us. Chair, please explain to us briefly what your role entails within the KZN legislature.
I am elected the Speaker of the legislature. Basically, I am the chairperson of the sitting of the House in the legislature, but constitutionally I'm also the one that has the ultimate responsibility to ensure that members of the provincial legislature discharge their mandate in terms of the Constitution in Section 114, where it speaks of the oversight, lawmaking, but also ensuring that there is involvement of the public through public participation. Then there are internal arrangements, like me having to be chairperson of the Rules Committee, which is the one that guides the orders of the House and what is expected of members and how, and the Program Committee, where we look at the overall activities of the legislature for that particular year. So, in short.
Thank you, Chair. And of course then, Chair, can you just highlight then some of the challenges, like we said, there's infrastructure development problems. And of course, these are all because of the natural disasters that have happened in the past, that have happened even recently, just last year. So what are some of the challenges that are in the provincial legislature that the provincial legislature is grappling with?
We are mostly grappling with, first, on the side of the disasters that have happened. You know that many people think that it's the 2022 disaster, but in KwaZulu-Natal there's still the storms that damaged schools and other public institutions back in 2016.
Wow.
Through the storms that affected the northern part and the Ugu part, the coastal, south coastal part of the province. Now, they had to be attended at the time, but that then put pressure on the Department of Education in terms of them and the infrastructure backlog. Then came the floods in 2020 and 2022. And again in 2024, when you look into the King Echwayo and Mkanyakude districts, they were also affected. So besides those standing one, there is another one that is high in our priorities of oversight, which is the issue of water. Most of the municipalities in the province of KwaZulu-Natal are having issues of water delivery, and that then says that many people in the province go without water for weeks, and that needs the involvement of us as a legislature. Of course, there have been some injections of money from the Department of Water and Sanitation, but you'd remember that the Department of Water and Sanitation injects the money to municipalities, and we have a bigger problem there because the majority of the municipalities in KwaZulu-Natal, when you go through the list of the municipalities in the country that are declared as dysfunctional municipality, you'd find that you also find them there. So you find that even when there is money, in some instances there is lack of leadership. So we are also grappling with resources, ability to plan properly, and also the leadership, lack of leadership. How you see the lack of leadership in many instances, you see in the fact that
in the northern side, when I speak of northern side, I'm speaking of the municipalities like Inkosilanga, Albalele, and Utugela. You find that whenever there is a bit of rain, the town is flooded. And it's because of the age infrastructure. Also in our own, the district I come from, which is Uku, you found that in Uku there is always burst pipes everywhere. So it's an indication that there is old infrastructure that should have been maintained and changed over time. So as a legislature, we are battling in essence with those challenges of service delivery, which emanate in some instances from resources, lack of planning and lack of leadership with foresight.
Now, Speaker, of course we know that there's this golden thread between the State of the Nation address and the State of Provinces address. Can you let us know when the KZN SOPA will be, where and why?
Oh, the KZN legislature SOPA will be held on the 27th and 28th of February. I know that your next question is going to be the 2 dates, but let me say first the where part. It will be held at the what was used to be called the Royal Showgrounds. There was something that was called the Peter Marisbeck Royal Showgrounds, which is now called Umgungundlovu District Economic Development Grounds, something to that effect. The reason we are not holding it in the legislature is because of the size. You'd remember that we have a legislature that was built for government of Natal during the time of apartheid. And our public gallery is about 120 people, nothing more. So it means that there is no space.
Of course.
We then decide to hold it outside. We have not been holding it at the Royal Showgrounds because they were under change of leadership, now that management, now that they are under Umgungundlovu, we'll hold it there. And it is going to be on the 27th and the 20th. On the 27th is not the SOPA, is the address by His Majesty the King. Then the actual SOPA is on the 28th, where the Premier will be speaking to the people of KwaZulu-Natal.
And what are some of the expectations then we can have from the SOPA, especially when it comes to increasing tourism and ensuring that industries within the KZN are well infiltrated, not infiltrated, but well fed with tourists that come into the country?
Look, I have no way of knowing what the Premier is going to say, but as a citizen, I expect the Premier to speak firstly on the issues that relate to the change, a little bit of change in the national appropriation that is coming from province. It may not be much, but there is a little bit of change. That little bit of change, how will it be invested, especially in the sectors like agriculture and economic development? When you go through KwaZulu-Natal, you look and you see that every space that is there, it's either it's an arable land that is used for agriculture, but it's also land that is a tourist attraction. We have had one that had been declared as a National Heritage Site last year in Ilembe District. That needs development. We've got in the north, Umkhanyakude District, where we've got Ismangaliso. What is going to be said about Ismangaliso? Of course, when you think of the Drakensberg, because the Drakensberg, whether you're speaking about the north, the south Drakensberg, or the central, including the one that connects us with Lesotho, I wish you could one day go through the Sunny Pass and see the beauty of KwaZulu-Natal from that side and how people now are starting to discover KwaZulu-Natal. I've seen that there are people that are going through tours and walking and finding the highest waterfall that is in the Drakensberg. How do we ensure that we preserve that and use it through these allocations? Then there are two other priorities that I think that they would be looking at, education and health.
Of course.
We've done as a legislature the school functionality, and we found that in most schools there's still challenges in terms of them receiving norms and standards on the required time. But the other important challenge that is prevalent was the one of abolition facilities. Now we are expecting that the Premier, although the details will come from the respective MECs, but we're expecting that the Premier will speak about how those departments will be prioritized, especially tourism. I want to invite you one day. Come with us to go to KwaZulu-Natal. We'll take you to any side of KwaZulu-Natal and we'll see how beautiful it is and how many people, ordinary folks of KwaZulu-Natal, live through tourism.
And just lastly and briefly, Speaker, what are your expectations from the President's speech later on today?
Firstly, I want to say what I feel.
Yes.
When I'm coming here today, I am a proud South African. I'm a proud African. I'm proud because under the leadership of President Ramaphosa, we were able to avoid any civil unrest last year when his party lost elections. But on top of that, I'm proud because regardless of what people have been saying, and people not understanding the peacekeeping role of South Africa in countries in the region, including in DRC, President Ramaphosa and his government has been able to explain to us. And I am sure that on behalf of all of us, he will pay homage to the heroes that have lost their lives there. I'm expecting that. But I'm also expecting the President, in terms of coming down now to the problem areas, in terms of government, there is an issue that we need to be sorted: water and sanitation.
Absolutely.
Education, health. But of course, as legislatures, our budget, we have been asking that it must be top sliced so that we get the budget directly from Parliament. Even if it's not that, I am expecting that he's going to strengthen oversight so that there is accountability in the Republic of South Africa.
Speaker, thank you so much for that insight.
Thank you.
A big thank you to Speaker Nontembeko Boyce for sharing her insights on the work of the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Legislature. The Speaker did say that she loves my outfit, and I just want to say that Parliament is in collaboration with supporting local designers, and this is under Proudly South African. And of course, I am dressed in manto, and this is by the lovely Balisa Mudau. Now, to join the conversation on social media, follow Parliament across all platforms at Parliament of RSA and join today's conversation using hashtag SONA 2025. Our coverage continues. Do not go away.
Thank you. Thank you.
The President will deliver the State of the Nation address on Thursday, 6 February 2025 at 7 p.m. at the Cape Town City Hall. This is the first State of the Nation address in this new term of Parliament following the 2024 national and provincial elections. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and be informed of government's planned priorities for the year ahead. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
I think the politicians in general, no matter they are coming from different organizations, they should be in one accord, they should be in unison, they should be speaking in one voice, protecting us, protecting the school. They should take ownership of the school so that whenever we get out there, the very same community, if they are protecting us, we can't be then letting thugs robbing teachers that are there at school to impart knowledge to build the community. We can't let them being the targets of the thugs, because the very same thugs are coming from the very same communities. So therefore the politicians need not to use a gap, using the school as a platform of, gaining, should I say, the points which are cheap, so to speak. So the school, though, is an institution that is supposed to be owned by the community. So they need to protect it. Look, the situation here is dire to a level of the fence is broken every now and then. By who? By the community. We have sheikhs around that are destroying the fence. And the people who are living there are the people from the very same community, and they are known. So if then the community can step up and be united and see us as people who are here to impart knowledge and to build this community, then I believe we'll be protected enough. We can be able to work freely. So the beef up of security, either the security guards to be stationed at school or the visibility of WhatsApps, it has to be there, because our security is very, very important in order to be able to work in a very conducive environment.
Welcome back. We are inching closer to 7 p.m. when President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver the first State of the Nation address of the 7th Parliament. But now we continue with our segment with the provincial leadership. Gauteng is the economic heartbeat of South Africa, a province that drives innovation, industry and infrastructure. But governance at the provincial level is key to ensuring that economic growth translates into meaningful opportunities for all residents. Joining us now is the Speaker of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, Ms. Winifred Moragane Musupia, to discuss the role of the legislature in driving oversight, public engagement and sustainable progress in the province. Madam Speaker, welcome and thank you very much for gracing us with your presence in Parliament TV.
Okay, good afternoon, Thembi Nkosi, and thank you for the opportunity.
Can you briefly share with our viewers what is the role of the Speaker in the provincial legislature?
Okay. Basically, the role of the Speaker, obviously working together with the chairpersons of committee, is to hold the executive accountable on behalf of the people of Gauteng. There is legislation that allows us to do that. The first being setting up of committees, assigning chairpersons different responsibilities that are aligned to departments that the Premier would have assigned MCs responsible for. So in a nutshell, that is what we do. But for us to be able to do that properly, we have to be in contact with the people that we represent as MPLs generally. So we, in the beginning of the 7th administration, took a decision that we are going to take Parliament back to the people. And Parliament legislatures, it means the same thing. So by so doing, we use the policies that we have as the legislature. We use new policies that we enacted that are in line with what Parliament would have enacted when the 7th administration started. So that is the mechanism that we use to make sure that we hold the executive accountable. In addition to that, especially aligned to what is happening today, at the beginning of every financial year, the Speaker would then convene the House to give the Premier an opportunity to come and give an update of the performance of the province. So basically that's what's happening here. In about 2 weeks or so, we have to do the same at provincial level.
And if you're going to be having your own State of the Province address, if you can just briefly share with us, when is it going to be taking place, where, and why have you selected the place where you'll be hosting?
Okay. Our State of the Province address this financial year is going to be in the region of Tshwane. We refer to them as corridors, but the regions, basically, we have 5. So Tshwane is the capital city of the country, as you know. So we decided to take it to Tshwane at the special economic zone that is based in Nelmapias in Mamelodi. And the main reason we're taking it there is because of the relationship that we have with Ford. Ford made a huge investment in our province, in the region of Tshwane. So they are building, they're putting together this big car that they have, the Ford Ranger. And we felt that because the second phase of that investment is going to be starting, that would be the most opportune place to take our State of the Province address to. So that we then give the people of Gauteng an opportunity to at least see the work that is being done. That is one of the areas where a lot of working opportunities were created, and we're talking permanent jobs. Obviously, there are different, levels of employment there, but mainly people are going to be getting additional permanent jobs. So we felt we should take it there just to highlight the work that is being done. But it also means us as the legislature, we are going to be holding the Premier and the MEC for Economic Development accountable for whatever commitments that they'll be making on that day. So we have our work cut out for us. We are not just taking it there for fun. We are also aware that it's going to be important for us that we hold them accountable on the work that they do.
That's good to hear, ma'am. The Gauteng province that you speak of, its legislature, is an economic hub of the country.
Indeed.
So what are some of the challenges that you are confronted with as a province?
Look, the challenges that we have are not different from your large cities. People would flock to such areas looking for work opportunities. It's natural, it happens. But as you know, South Africa generally, we have a serious problem of unemployment, mainly of young people. So this particular area that we chose in the past 2 or 3 years, it's one of the areas that managed to give employment to a lot of young people. So unemployment is one of the problems that we have. Levels of crime are also very high in highly populated areas. I don't necessarily want to isolate Gauteng as if crime also exists only in Gauteng. But because of the nature of what you said, how you describe the province, people will flock there, and obviously most of the people that, or rather let me say, crime would be concomitant to that kind of movement. So I would highlight those two as the main. The other major challenge that we have is housing people. So we have found that in our province there is a sort of a proliferation, if I can use that phrase, of informal settlements. So fortunately, last year in our State of a Province address, the Premier spoke to that and also highlighted the fact that there's a plan that is being implemented to address that. Last year, just before we went for holidays, the Minister of Police made rounds in our different 5 regions, made a commitment with the executive mayors of that areas of how crime is going to be tackled, especially in informal areas. So that's another area where we are going to keep the executive accountable on. We are keeping our eyes on it, because as the legislature, I can assure you that we have received, from June last year when we got in to December, just before we went to holidays, more than 50 petitions. And most of them were talking to the 3 challenges that I've just highlighted. So those are areas that we will be keeping our eyes on, and those are the main challenges that we have.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And now, because the National Council of Provinces also has representation from Gauteng legislature, yes. So how is your relationship with the NCOP as provincial legislature?
The relationship between us, the NCOP, and the provinces is dictated by legislation. So all of us have to make sure that everything that we do within the ambit of the law. But over and above the fact that it is dictated by law, we are human beings. We have to find each other and work properly. We have representatives, permanent delegates, and we have participating, like myself. Sometimes I come, the Premier comes, and they would invite other members of the MPLs from the legislature to come and account. But every year, there are 2 visits. We refer to them as NCOP weeks. It happens in March and in September, where together with the NCOP, the permanent members and other members of other political parties, we go out to the communities that we represent and address the challenges that they might have. I would use the 3 as an example, but those are not the only areas that they look at. They would look at the broader responsibilities that we have as legislators at provincial level. So it's those permanent members and ourselves as the province, and we go there and do our work.
And how then do you use the information that has been provided to you through those consultations to hold the executive to account?
Yeah, okay. I mentioned earlier on that we have chairpersons who are appointed by the Speaker, and they chair different portfolio committees that are aligned to executive departments. So what we do then is when the committees sit and consider whatever reports that the executive would have submitted to the legislature, and the petitions that we would have received from communities, we prefer to invite people who would have had contact with the legislature, but it does not mean it is closed to anybody who wants to walk in. People can still walk in. So using the policies that we have, using the legislation that is in place, we then would interrogate the business plans, the APPs that the different departments would have submitted to the legislature. Regarding your petitions, as soon as they get in, obviously they'll go through the petitions, which is a standing committee. They will go through them through that committee for processing. From there, they are referred to the departments, and departments must respond, and then we give the responses back to the petitioners. If they're not happy with it, then we invite the department again and the petitioners. They have a right to come to that meeting and interrogate the officials in that department obviously in the presence of the chairpersons and members of the committee. So it's a system that is open to the people of Gauteng. We are still, I must be honest with you, we are still trying to reintroduce it back to the people so that they take full participation in it and they get to understand that it empowers them more than they understand. So we have a sort of a process that works in tandem with what the law says we should do, and we have policies like I just described, but also trying to get the people involved in what governance is trying to make things simple for them.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, earlier this week there was a speakers forum you were invited and were part of. Can you share some of the key highlights that came out of that forum?
Yeah, well, it was a first meeting that was convened by the Speaker, and I'm sure you will appreciate the fact that we came in June and we did not wait and not do anything and wait for the Speakers Forum. So what the Speaker initially explained to us was that she allowed us to start our work, and when the meeting was convened, we had to report on what we were doing since the start of the 7th administration. The reason was that we should compare that with what is dictated to us as a Speakers Forum. We have a constitution as a Speakers Forum. So part of what we did was to make sure that the work, the information, the feedback that she wanted from us must inform the existing constitution and how we want to adjust our responsibilities as dictated to by the constitution. In a simpler manner, what I'm saying is that we are going to review the existing constitution to make sure that it aligns with the work that we want to do in the 7th administration. That was one of the main reasons why we met. If we don't review it, it will basically be going through the motions, and we felt we shouldn't do that. The commitments that are made by the executive, be it at national level or at provincial levels, must speak to the work that we do. So if the constitution does not speak to what we are supposed to do as the legislators or as the legislator, basically, or speakers, then we will not be able to hold the executive accountable properly. So yeah, basically that is what we were doing. There are other things that we needed to do, but they're more operational than, strategic.
All right, just to take you to another point where earlier we had reports of the school admissions.
We had the what?
We had reports where there was issues with school admission, in particular for grade 1s and grade 8s. How far have you come into resolving those challenges?
In Gauteng?
Are all the schools placed in Gauteng? Are all the kids placed in Gauteng at schools?
I've never heard of a year where all of the children were placed before March. Yeah, in our province. Like I said earlier on, our province is one of the provinces that has the highest level of influx from other provinces and from SADC generally. So we are, at least the Portfolio Committee for Education gave us a report before we came to the Speakers Forum, because we were supposed to report on that as well, and which we did. So they gave us a report that at least all of the schools and all different grades, they already have made their targeted admissions. What they are dealing with now is what we refer to as overflow, where parents would prefer a particular school as opposed to another for whatever reasons that they might have, and we respect their reasons. I mean, it's their children but it does not mean that the system that the executive has is going to be able to address that. But as it is right now, they are dealing with your additional applications, and those I don't want to describe them as minor because they're important to the parents and the children. For example, you find a parent who's got one child in grade 2, for argument's sake, and then the younger child is coming in. They would prefer not to break up the family, but spaces available do not allow that. So those are smaller things that they're dealing with, small but important things that they're dealing with right now. The other challenge that we have in schools, and that we noticed when we were doing the school readiness, is that the ratio, the 1 to 30, doesn't exist in Gauteng. All the schools, and I'm talking about government schools, all the schools, the smallest ratio that we came across was 1 to 40. And the ratio is supposed to be 1 to 30, between 30 and 35. In Gauteng, no, that doesn't exist. It's more. 140. In some school, it was 1 to 55, 1 to 60. So it means it puts a lot of pressure on the department to build more schools. The MEC for Education reported to us just before we went on holiday that he will be unveiling 6 schools that have been, the construction is finished and they're ready for unveiling and made available to families. So it will relieve the pressure, but you know what happens? Sometimes you become a victim of your success. Once that happens, we know people are going to talk about it. There'll be more influx. So it's what it is.
You know, today's SONA takes place 2 months after the country assumed the presidency of the G20. So how are you going to ensure that within the legislature, the G20 activities are infused into the programs of the legislature and those of the committees of the legislature?
Yeah, the meetings have started, I'm sure you're aware. Yeah, the meetings have started already. So what we have done as the legislature is, I'm sure you're aware, I'm assuming that you're aware that one of the stakeholders that we have are your embassies of different countries. So we have started already having meetings with them just to understand what their role is going to be in terms of their participation in the meetings. So we are building that relationship with them. So we have deployed different chairpersons of committees to link them with different countries, because there's a lot. As you know, I think Tswane has got the largest concentration of embassies in the world. Yes. I think the 3rd largest. I stand corrected on that, but I know that there's a lot. So we've started, our interaction with them so that we understand exactly what their participation is going to be there. As far as what our country is going to do, we will align with what the speaker at national level will be doing. It's part of what we discussed in the Speakers Forum, by the way. So that is the easier part for us to do, because it's managed by existing policy and legislation. So what we're doing ourselves as Gauteng, different chairpersons will be meeting with consular generals. They've started already with consular generals, where we understand their participation and we align that to the policies and responsibilities that we have, so that we can hold the executive accountable in terms of work that they're doing. But it's not only that, we also have a responsibility to build relationship with our stakeholders. So it's sort of twofold, and we have already started working on it.
Madam Speaker, we said a mouthful, but before I let you go, I want you to tell our viewers why they should come and visit Gauteng. So this is a platform for you to promote your province.
Well, Gauteng is a vibey province. It's, we're alive. Gauteng does not sleep. We don't. But having said that, we are one province where we have the big 5 in, I think, 2 in Tswane. In Hammanskraal, there's 2. 2 in Tswane. We have, it's one of the seats of government. We have Utata Mandela there, right, for everybody to come and see, to remind you of why we are where we are. And like you said, it's the hub of economics there. The area of finance is doing very well. So in terms of investment as well, people can come to Gauteng and invest. We still have to work on our tourism. We have the cradle of mankind in the West Rand. I've been to the caves myself. They're very interesting, and would like people to come there. It's one of the areas of tourism that the executive is working very hard on improving, and on advertising, so that people can get to know about it. We know that Western Cape is giving us a run for their money, but it's okay. It's part of growing the economy of the country. Gauteng is fine. Please come to Gauteng and visit. Have you been?
I've been to Gauteng several times, and I enjoy my visits to the province.
Yeah, it's a young province. So young people enjoy being in Gauteng and would like you to come back. There's so many things that I can say about the province in terms of visiting, but do come, and come to the legislature as well. It's very interesting.
Speaker, I would really like to thank you for taking time off your busy schedule to be with us today. And I would like to wish you all the best later this month with the State of the Province address.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. That was Madam Speaker from the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, Ms. Musupia, talking to Parliament TV and sharing some insights on the work that is being done in the legislature, and also about just some activities that are happening within the Gauteng province. As for now, just stay tuned.
We are at our most essential, a nation defined by hope and resilience. It was hope that sustained us during the struggle for freedom. Even in these trying times, it is hope that should sustain us and fuel our determination to overcome even the greatest of difficulties.
President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver the first State of the Nation address of the 7th term of Parliament to a joint sitting on Thursday, 6 February 2025 at the Cape Town City Hall. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. During SONA, the President also highlights achievements, flags challenges, and outlines interventions that the government will undertake to unlock development interventions for the coming financial year. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
The challenges in Atlantis is about unemployment and housing at the moment, yeah. And we as people, citizens of South Africa, we're very terribly in a pure state because here in Atlantis, no one is working, no one is employed here. Factories came to open here for once a year, 2 times, 2 years, then they leave, without telling us or without paying our people properly. Now they're opening here, they got China's opening factories here, and these factories, they're opening their factories for employment only for foreign people. Because colored people don't get work here, African people don't get work here. They used to struggle and battle to get work. It's only who you know and where you know from, where you come from. Now at the moment, as you can see around you, look around you, you can see people start loitering, asking you for 1 rand for bread, 2 rand for bread, because they're unemployed. And unemployment in Atlanta is a high percentage. And people don't get job here, they don't eat properly here, they don't sleep properly, because there's no houses, there's no work. People only come opening a job for 1 year, and then they leave. So what about us? Who are we? We are the citizens of this land. So how can somebody come from another land? Then he just come to employ himself here, opening a trading business here. As we people of Atlantis, we can also trade. But why must we wait for them to go away to go trade here? Because aware also, what the government is aware of, these people, they're trading here. But while they're trading like they don't trade. Because the actual moment that they're busy trading here, but at the moment they're not busy with trading at least. They're busy with drug smuggling, and the government knows it. So why does the government concern them and not us about the people from South Africa? So we are very upset about it, because what can we do? We can speak about it every day, we can read it on the news every day, but nothing happens. Nobody is concerned about us.
Ek dink die belangrikste ding wat ek die afgelope tyd net experience het is onderwys is so 'n groot deel van ons, want dit is letterlik hulle bou die toekoms vir ons. Hulle speel seker vital deel in die ontwikkeling van elke kind. En ek dink dit is belangrik om vir onderwysers daai erkenning te gee wat hulle verdien, want dit is nie net 'n 8 tot 2 werk nie. Hulle bly elke middag na skool. Op Saterdag, Sondag, dit is elke dag van die week is dit harde werk en hulle sit met moeilike kinders en ek dink regtig om die welstand van onderwysers te prioritiseer sal vir my die grootste ding wees, want ek dink baie van hulle sukkel en hulle word nie genoeg waardeer nie. En saam met dit werk saam met die welstand van die leerders dan. As die welstand van die onderwysers nie in plek is nie, dink ek die leerders is ook, hulle word geaffekteer daardeur. So ek dink ons as land moet eintlik maar net kyk na ons onderwysers en so gaan ons kyk na ons kinders en dan dink ek dit is die oplossing vir 'n beter toekoms.
We are at our most essential, a nation defined by hope and resilience. It was hope that sustained us during the struggle for freedom. Even in these trying times, it is hope that should sustain us and fuel our determination to overcome even the greatest of difficulties.
President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver the first State of the Nation address of the 7th term of Parliament to a joint sitting on Thursday, 6 February 2025 at the Cape Town City Hall. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. During SONA, the President also highlights achievements, flags challenges, and outlines interventions that the government will undertake to unlock development interventions for the coming financial year. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Ke ndiyinzwakazi ezalwe ngonyaka ka-2005. Ndiza kube ndigqiba ke iminyaka engama-20 kwinyanga kaCanzibe ngomhla we-30. Mna ke ndikwayiyo nembongi, kodwa uhambo lam luqale ngonyaka ka-2016 apho ndathi ndahamba ndayoxelengela amabanga am aphantsi kwisikole kuthiwa yiNgqibethole Junior Secondary School. Apho ke ndathi ndafika kuba ke ndiyintwazana ehlakaniphileyo ephiweyo nangokwasengqondweni. Ndafika ke abafundisi-ntsapho bandithatha bandibeka phaya ngendlela yokubana babethi xa kukho ukhuphiswano nokuba lukhuphiswano lantoni bandenze ukubana mna ndibe yinxalenye yolo khuphiswano.
Uzalwa engumntwana kasibini emva kobhuti wakhe. Inako ukuzalwa kwakho okokuqala uzalwe engumntwana wesibini. Ekukhuleni kwakhe uInako ungumntwana ekhala kakhulu kunabanye abantwana. Akakho umntwana wesibugqibtha yena ngokukhala. Wayenento ke enomohluko kwabanye abantwana uInako andimazi uba wayebava kanjani abantu, kodwa waye athi xa engevisisani nawe mhlawumbi ndicinga kanjalo mna wayengafuni nokuba njengobelusana adibane namehlo akhe. Kwakufuneka umugqume noba kushushu kanjani, uba kukhona umntu ekufuneka engambonanga phaa kuthi, mhlawumbi sindimbelekile njengamama wakhe sisemcimbini ngqamapha kokwabo, ubone uba lo mntu akafuni umjonga. Kufuneka umagqume abile abemanza bemqolo kunoba ajongane nobuso balo mntu angamfuniyo, angafuni ujongana naye. Andimazi uba webakhetha kanjani abantu ukuba lo mandimjonge lo mandingamjongi. So ukhula engumntwana onjalo.
Simamase njalo siqala intsikelelo, siqala uqamata phakamisa uphondo, ndijakulo mzikantu kaphalo kaXhosa katshiwo masibuyele ngempuma Afrika. Ndithetha ngexesha iintombi zazinxiba inkciyo, abafazi benxiba izikhakha, amadoda
ukhuphiswano ke elufana nokubana ndihambe ndiyokubonga, ndihambe ndiyokwenza ingxoxo-mpikiswano kwezo ndawo zithile. Ndithe ke xa ndisozenza ezo zinto ndafumanisa uba qho into endiyingeneleleyo kwasoloko ndiphumelela. Nakhona ndiphumeleli nje, ndiphumelela ndibe ngowokuqala. Iqhubile ke le nto yahamba iminyaka, yangunyaka ka-2017. Ndazibona ukuba nam ikhona le nto ndinayo apha ngaphakathi, kuba bekusithwa kusothiwa inako yenza intetho engalungiselelwanga, ndiyenze ndiphumelele. Kuthiwa intetho elungiselelweyo ndiphumelele. Ndaqonda ukubana nomzali wam ke le nto ndiyenza naye eyazi. Saqonda ukubana makhe siqale into yokubana ndikhe ndihambe ndiye emicimbini efana nokubana imicimbi efana nemitshato, imigidi, izinto ezinjalo. Ndihambe ndiyokubonga, ndikhuphe nento ilapha kum ngaphakathi. Khumbula kaloku imbongi ikhupha nento ilapha kuyo ngaphakathi ukubana iva ntoni ngaloo nto.
Inkalankala ndibukhala macala ndiqhubekile. Mzantsi Afrika masifumane ithamo naliselo liphihlika ingqaka. Yaqhophoka ingqolowa iqoqa ingqubo. Mna ndinguyinako umathesi fani, ndinguNosulumpofane. Njengoko kwaXhosa kaloku ingweyi zidla ngamabala, kwindoni intombi zidla ngamasiko nezithethe zakowayo. Ndiphuma kumhlaba kaGcaleka, ndimele isizwe samaXhosa. Ndihambile ke kwakolu hambo bendibonwa ngabantu abohlukileyo, bebona isakhono esi sikhulayo apha kum ngaphakathi. Ndibabongile ke abantu abaninzi abafana noPremier oyo ngoku. Bakhona nabanye ke abantu abaninzi endibabongileyo abasezihlalweni, abasezindaweni eziphezulu. Iqhubelekile ke abantu sebendibona sendikhona nakwezinto kuthiwa kwi-social media. Abantu besazi ngam ndibizwa endaweni. Ngoku ndithi xa ndibizwa kule ndawo kungathiwa inako nantsi iplate yitya okuba uhluthe isisu. Koko ke iziqhamo zale nto ndiyiphethisisiweyo, zale nto ndinayo, ndiyazibona futhi ziyandincedisa kakhulu.
In 2019, she wrote a letter to President Ramaphosa. In that letter, she was bringing the condition of the road to Ngadu Great Place to the attention of the president. It started as a competition. It started at district level up to national level. From provincial level, Inako came with position 1. She went nationally, and even nationally, Inako came with position 1. We are proud of her. We were so proud of her as the school, and we are not surprised about where she is now today.
Izogqama into yakhe mhla okukho into eyayikhona eyayilapha emall apha eDutywa kule ndawo imall. So uthe pha wamenywa emncinci njalo eneminyaka 11 kodwa makaze kule nto ilapha is something like kokuphalekwa ngabantu abadala wellness. Thank you. Wellness wamenywa khona kulapho sizogqama khona isiphiwo sakhe kulo wellness. Ubheka uqhutywa ngumtishala ethethwa nguMr Mahlanza nomuntu oyincedisana naye. Savela apha isakhono sakhe kwabe kukhona kumkanye amaPrincess eyakhuthamayo ngelo xesha yamsondela lo mntwana. Umsondela kanjani? Umsondela ngoba njengoba ebonga nje kuyavela into yobana sikhona isiphiwo esikhoyo emntwaneni. Into nayo ke ngokumntwana unxibe insimbi nje ngoba kaloku thina kwamna lo ngondimdala bendingazazi insimbi zakwaXhosa bazi njani. Wasondela kanjalo kutata uZwelonke kuye wathi mntwana xa uza kwenza ezi zinto ndifuna ukufundisa into yobana le nsimbi umzekelo uyinxibileyo ngoku ayoyakho njengomntwana oyintombazana, insimbi yobumama. Le insimbi yakho ufanele uba yethile nethile. Wamfundisa iintsimbi okokuqala ndabona iyakhula le nto yakhe. Wathi siya kwii-competitions zokuba ekhula apha esikolweni wabe ke ngoku nomcimbi lo wentsimbi sewubambile seyazi uba ii-colours zethu zinjani zingaphi yonke laa nto.
Mna imbongi ndikwayifanisa nemboni. Isizathu sokuba nditsho into yokubana imbongi iyakwazi ukuthi ijonge loo nto ikwazi ukuthetha ngayo. Kum ukubonga into yokubana ndikhuphe le mbilini ilapha kum ngaphakathi, ndichubele lowo ndithe mahlambi ndihleli naye, ndimchubele kwesi sikhwebu sam sombona ndinaso. Ukhumbule ke imbongi kuba namaxesha apho kuba ikhuphe imbilini iyexesha apho kubuhlungu khona okanye lexesha lobumnandi. Khumbula xa sesiyikhupha kwixesha lobubi isikhupha lo magama kwixesha lobubi, loo nto inceda nomntu ohleli phantsi abone ukubana kule nto ithethwa yile mbongi andindodwa, bakhona abanye abantu. Imbongi wena ungathi ubiza imbongi ukubana yaleke lo mntu uthile, kanti amazwi awahlabi kulo mntu ukubana kuthiwa maleke, koko nakwabanye abantu ayahlaba. Ukhumbule imbongi ikwayiyo ndingathi le nto amaNgesi bathi yi-motivational speaker. Nawe uyawuthi usayiva imbongi ithetha pha uziva ikhona le nto nam ndiyifuncayo, nam le nto ndiyincancayo kulo mntu uthethayo.
Will reign for the whole of 2024, representing Indoni in her home and nationally.
Fana notata uRholihlahla, kodwa ke yena ndimbongesele engasekho, kodwa ndimenywe kwinto edibaniselana naye. Ngoko ke ubonga eligorha lulwa ngumqa ephinini ngokubana ndithi ndibonge umongameli. Akube nzimanga kakhulu kwaphela kum ukubhala umbongo kamongameli omtsha endizawuthi ndiwukhuphe nizawuva kungekudala. Umongameli ke xa ndibonga lo mbongo ndimbonga, ndimkhuthaza, ndimomeleza, ndimchazela kwanezinto ezinkulu athe wasenzela. Khumbula ke sikwixesha ngoku apho obhuti noosisi bethu abathi baphangele bengamajoni ixesha elibi, abathi babulawe kwindawo baphangela kuzo. Koko ke noba kwenzeke ezo zinto zenzekayo, kodwa umongameli ndifuna soloko yazi ukubana kungakubi ilizwe lingaxubayelo kwalo mzuzu, kodwa aze ayazi ukubana bakhona abasajongileyo kuye, abantu abasamkhuthazayo. Nokuba kungakubi, nokuba imeli ingagobela kuye esandleni, azasoloko yazi ukubana kodwa imisebenzi yakhe emihle siyayibona. Ngoko ke masingathi xa kukubi sileqe elicala ukubi ngalo, makabone ukubana sinaye kule ntaba ayinyukayo, silapha ecaleni kwakhe, sisisizwe esintsundu soMzantsi Afrika, simphahlile nangona yena ehamba phambili ekhokhele, kodwa siyambulela sithi yintsika yoMzantsi Afrika.
Welcome back, and now we are joined in studio by Dr. Desbomo Hono, who is the Speaker of the Northwest Provincial Legislature, who's here to talk about more about the relationship between the provinces and Parliament. Me Desbora Hamogela mo Parliament TV.
Masigo tla ke go dumedise le baresti ba gago le babugi ba gago le go ga ke re dumelang batho ba bokone bophirima
le nna ke mosetsana wa go bokone bophirima a go re tlhalosetse fela gore role ya kokwanotheo molao ke eng?
Kokwanotheo molao e tshameka role e tona tota. You would remember that in Parliament here in Cape Town, you have the National Assembly and you have a Council of Provinces, where it's a link between us in provinces and Cape Town. And when we pass the bills, and the bills goes to NCOP, after NCOP they come to provinces because they affect people locally. So provinces must go and look into those bills, go on public hearing to our community to say, for an example, appropriation bill, the bill that has caused a lot of havoc all over.
All over.
And we have been struggling with that for a long time. It's the responsibility of a provincial legislature to go to our people and make that bill available, and people must argue it. They must raise their concern. That is why, as this 7th administration, we have taken a stance that we are going to educate our people. We don't just go for public hearing. Before we even go with a bill to public hearing, we want to make sure that we go and educate our people to say, we are bringing a Bella bill, for an example. We are respecting people in the education sector to be contributing. We are respecting parents, because these are your kids that are affected in this bill, to be part of that. We are avoiding that thing of, when we say it's public hearing, because our people are unemployed, everybody just go there. Not having the background and the knowledge of what is it that he must input. And we ended up our bill not having that attraction that we want as government. So that connection between the provincial legislature, kukwano pemolao ya province, le khotla ya di province mo Cape Town, ke ka mokgwa re berekang, ke ka moo rona re bitswa di special delegates. Every province have got 10 delegates to the NCOP. We've got 6 permanent delegates, and we have 4. This 4 is led by a premier of the province.
Yaanong ka gore se re tlhaloseditse gore role ya kokwana thomolao ke eng. Re tlhalosetse gore wena kantoro ya gago ya ka musakgotla ke eng.
Hey, tiro ka itona thata. Sa ntla tla itse gore bokone bophirima ke nngwe ya di province tse di humileng thata ka di mineral. Mme ke province e leng gore is so poor. You can smell poverty when you come in. And one of our role as the legislature is to make sure that re fitisa melao. Re nna le dilo tse re bitsang re di sectoral parliament. One of the things I said to the team is that, honorable members, we must have mining sectoral parliament. Because for a long time we left these mining houses to do as they wish in our province. And as a result, it has created a lot of havoc in the province. It has cost us a lot of poverty. Look what is happening in Stelfontein as of now with Zamazamas. Look what is happening in Vetranki. Now we want a sectoral parliament where we'll call all these mining houses under one roof in a sectoral parliament, where we come and talk. What is it that you mining houses are doing in our province that is not helping us as a province to improve our livelihood? Unemployment, we are the highest in the country. Poverty, we are the highest in the country. Yet we are rich. We understand fully that that is the competency of national government of mining. But you know, it's like a man coming into your house and say, nna ke moeng, so nna ke tla ja sorope, ntato tla ja sifuba, and it's okay. That's exactly what is happening. We must dictate the agenda of where we want to see our communities be. We are not against any competency of national, but we are saying, when you come in my backyard, sit down with me. We want to see a situation where the mining houses, through our sectoral parliament, we engage and assist each other. One of the things that we are doing as the Speaker's office is empowerment to our members. We want our members to be educated so that they can challenge anything. That is why we have a bursary for members and the officials. We also want our members, when they go to oversight, they understand what is it that they are doing in this oversight. You imagine a situation where you have a member who can't even interpret, and you go to a sectoral parliament where you talk to doctors, you talk to academics, because mine will bring the mining bosses. We want our people, honorable members within the legislature, to be empowered and have an effective oversight in ensuring that whatever that we do in oversight, it brings fruits that are positive within our. We want to be proud of our own minerals. You get my point. And now I'm from the Bafokeng royal family, and it hurt me so much because you've got Stelldrift Stale drift is in my backyard, in my own village, not far from my village. But what is it that we are gaining as the people of those communities around? You have seen the leader of Vetranki at some stage raising frustration out of the mining activity that are continuing there. We are saying, let's come and sit down. It's a national mandate, okay, it's allowed. But you are in my backyard. Let's come and talk. The level of crime has escalated. As lawmakers of the Northwest, meaning the legislature, is our responsibility on how do we tackle crime. You know, in Stelfontein, in August, as though I predicted when we were in the NCOP, I raised this issue of Zamazamas. I raised the issues of the license that are issued. That who are these people that are offered licenses? And these people, after they are offered licenses, what is it that they do to ensure that the community that they are going to mine from we are sick and tired of the SLAs of crumbs. No, we don't want crumbs, SLA. We must be one of the provinces, when you drive there, our roads are the best. When you look at our school, our schools are the best. When we look at our health system, we are trying as government of the Northwest. I think you remember in Klerksdorp, they have made a heart surgeon and it was successful. We only knew that to be done in Cape Town. Yes. But it didn't look high in our backyard. Now, we need these mining houses to understand that you can't come into my house and do as you wish, because right now you've got a permission and you are given permission by the highest lawmakers. We are all lawmakers. Let's find each other and make our province and our country better. I've been listening to people on the media saying the president must explain on the economic growth. How do we grow the economy when other people, they know very well that what is it that they are doing to ensure that the economy doesn't grow? Northwest should be one of them. Limpopo should be one of them. Northern Cape should be one of them. But if you look at those provinces who are producing a lot of minerals, it's a problem. Gauteng was created What is difficult that Northwest and Northern Cape and Limpopo, platinum. And when you go to Rustenburg, it's not only platinum. You'll be shocked a number of minerals that we are producing in Rustenburg. In Rustenburg, not in the Northwest, in Rustenburg alone. Your cement that you build houses, we have a mine in Lichtenburg. Look at Lichtenburg. Disobota is one of the municipalities that is always on the news. But we've got a mine in cement there. What is it that is happening? Something is not right. And as lawmakers of the province, it's our responsibility to get deeper on what is the problem and how do we deal with that problem and solve it for the people of the Northwest.
With me, Mohono, hanging way in Morocco, even Limo Parliamenting, National Parliament, public participation. Yes. And when of it's a Hoya Amahona, no Hore, Hotlabo, the public hearings, Marabatang. To raise important issues or relevant issues. But to bahele za babu adi lotedi sa manning le molao o tlabong e le gore wa fetisiwa. Jano yaka bokone bophirima lira eng gore le netefatse gore you enhance public participation.
You know, people say I'm ruthless when I say we are in the space of a disruption of the status quo. You know, it's known that in the program there will be public participation. It's a common thing. 10 o'clock we arrive at the venue, people are coming, and then we talk, we eat, we go. No, we are in the disruption mode now. You can't call teachers at the same time that you call people to come and talk, the farmers to come and talk about their farm. It must be different on how you do things. But also, the issue of education is very critical. We need to educate our community, and that's what I said to the members. The education to our members is more critical than ever before, so that our people can know and understand that when we go and discuss this bill on oversight, what is it that we are going to discuss? Also, the biggest mistake that we do, because it's you, Masiho, hurry oversight on your project. Rampampetsa. Ha re botse dipotso tse di thata. He mokgatlo tsa tsena mo mathateng ha re botsa dipotso tse di thata. Gore mokgatlo tsontse tsena mokgatlo so tsole mo mathateng ka gore ga re botse dipotso tse di thata. Batho ba ira dilo tse di tswileng mo tseleng go siana. ha o tshwantse o etse grieve ya motlhaba ka disamente tse kae o etsa samente e one ka gonne already masego se tsa fitile memono se tsa fitile so wena o iphitlhela o le rakontraka o sena se o ka dirang ka sona. As a result, we tend to be nice. We must ask difficult, painful questions for us to get things right. That's where we must go. I must be asked, memono ra go bona gore o speaker sa Northwest, but your lifestyle, you are living like Oppenheimer. Where do you get the money? Because we're getting the same salary. It doesn't correspond. And when you look on the impact that we do on the money we receive, it's not enough. But also our oversight must drill down. It can be correct that when you go to oversight, we don't have to clean. We must just go straight to issues and tell people, it's never done. And because if we don't do that, consistently we will complain about unemployment, consistently we will complain about the economy that doesn't grow, but we are not dealing with the root cause of where the problem comes from. It must be dealt with. I've just called a workshop for members, ethics workshop.
Yeah.
And they were difficult to us to say, is it ethical for you as a member to return the money to national parliament when you know that the people of your province needed that money to do some work for them? Is it ethical? So we need to ask ourselves difficult questions as leadership and politicians and members, that whatever that we are doing, are we ethical in whatever that we are doing? Are we really serving the interests of our people? So our oversight, we don't have to be enemies to our executive members. At the same time, executive members don't have to undermine the portfolio committee. And I said that to them. I was an MEC for 15 years, and sometimes I felt that these members, they don't know what they want. They don't want to hear what is it that I say I'm doing. But I told myself, you have to respect the portfolio committee. But I said to them when I arrived as a speaker, no MEC will undermine the portfolio committee. And no portfolio committee will harass the MEC because they've got score to settle. We don't settle score here.
Yeah.
We owe it to our people. 30 years down democracy is a long time for us to still be here. We should be one of the best.
That's true. After the State of the Nation address, you're going to have your own State of the Province address. So where will this State of the Province address be held this year? And if you moved away from the legislature, what are your reasons for moving from the legislature?
You know, a lot of people were asking, why did you take the legislature out? It was done before me. But the real reason why I took it outside the legislature, you know, we are mixing issues. You know, when you are a researcher, you research and want to understand. You don't just take things raw as they are. You want to understand. We were fresh from elections. People voted for us. For me, I felt it would be good if these volunteers that were working during election, they also come and listen to their premier on what the premier says he's going to bring to his people. It feels good. You know, others were saying, hey, I never wear a suit in my life before. And you know, as I go further and understand, it's not the state of the province. It is the premier's address after the election. So this is what is coming on the 27th of February. It will be the premier's first state of the province, where the premier will unpack that in the 6 months he has been a premier, he was able to see where the gaps are and how best do he think in the coming 5 years he will do his best to ensure that our province moves in the right direction. It will be held in the legislature, but because I feel I still want to give people opportunity to come and hear. Our legislature hold about 280, but we'll make some outside studio within the overflow. We'll make an overflow to accommodate as many as we can. There's nothing wrong in taking the legislature to the people. We are saying we are the government of the people. So why do we run away from our people? Others were raising issue of security. I didn't kill anybody. Who will kill me? I didn't steal from anybody. Who will want to fight me? If you have stolen, don't put me in your issues. Mena, I'm very clear. I delivered what was expected of me. Where I ran short, I went to the people and apologized for that. But this time, it will be in the legislature and we'll be having overflow.
Thank you so much, Mohono, for nako e re fileng yone go bua le babogedi ba rona go gae. You're still watching Parliament TV, coming live from Cape Town City Hall, where the President will be addressing the nation this evening at 7 p.m. Stay tuned for more.
The President will deliver the State of the Nation address on Thursday, 6 February 2025 at 7 p.m. at the Cape Town City Hall. This is the first State of the Nation address in this new term of Parliament following the 2024 national and provincial elections. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and be informed of government's planned priorities for the year ahead. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
I would love to see more emphasis on the recognition of indigenous languages. The most dominating languages, more especially in the Western Cape, are English and Afrikaans, more especially when our learners now need to write the NSC paper. They will have to, they do have the advantage. I feel that they are advantage those learners who are coming from English and Afrikaans background, and then our learners from Xhosa speaking homes, they are more marginalized. If the President can put more emphasis on that, the recognition, yes, on paper they say it's equal, but in real terms now, we can see that English and Afrikaans are more dominating. If he can emphasize on that. The second thing is the matter of reading. In South Africa, not so long ago, the study which was done by Pills in 2021 and which came out in 2023, the research conducted there came out stating that we are number last, which is 57 out of the countries that were partaking in that, meaning that our learners in grade 4, they cannot read for meaning, they cannot comprehend. Yes, to decode a text is not a matter, but they cannot comprehend. So if the President can put more emphasis on maybe to increase the time of reading in our annual teaching plans, because every year we have now 2025 teaching plan and the time for reading is reduced. If he can put more emphasis on that, I would love to see it.
Some of the challenges we are confronted with in our communities range from crime, lack of service delivery issues, and most importantly, youth unemployment, which ultimately leads to drugs and alcohol dependency. So if the President can address those issues, I'll be happy.
Welcome back. You're still watching the live broadcast of the 2025 State of the Nation Address. It is a build-up show as we expect the President to deliver the State of the Nation Address at 7 o'clock this evening. We are coming to you live from Cape Town in front of the Cape Town City Hall, and that is where the President will be delivering the address, as the City Hall has been declared the parliamentary precinct. However, the debates next week from Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, the reply by the President will take place at the Dome in near the Master parking area. Kodwa ke andikhondedwa ngoku ndihleli no Inako Matheza. Inako, molo mntanami, wamkelekile kwa Parliament TV.
Ndiyabulela bhuti wami kakhulu.
Khawuzazise man, khawuzazise njengembongo usixelele uba ungubani, ungumama, usukaphi, uzalwaphi.
Okay, mna ke ndiye ndithi xa ndizazisa ndithi ke ingenile imazi ethi yakuqhuba kulala amatye kusiphuka izituli usilo sijamile isibhakabhaka imbelukazi emanzandonga. Mna ke ndiye ndithi ndiyinzwakazi ebhubhuzela isinyosi zenza ubusi hayuyolo ngencasa. Kodwa ke xa ndiwenza amafutshane ndichubele kwesi sikhwebu sam sombona, igama lam ndingu-Inako ifani ke ndinguMatheza, ndiyinzwakazi ke neminyaka eyi-19, ndingunozu umZulu ke umpofana umchumana uthukela umpakazithi nonkosi ndikuye umzukulwana apha koNdlovu oNdlovu zidle ekhaya ngenxa yoswela umalusi zabuyo intombi uDemazana isizukulwana apha koMadlomo oyemyemo sophitsho kodwa ke mina ndisuka ngapha kwelaphondo lasempuma koloni inkaba yam yawela kumhlaba wasenqamakhwe emthwa kwethunga kodwa ndinkcenkceshelo ndakhuliswa kumhlaba kaGcaleka ngapha yakugatyane ke mina ke ndimdyelo maniphelapho
into endiyithanda uba ndihleli nomzukulwana apha nje ngoba ndingundlovu nje kodwa wena ndingutamkhulu ku khawusibalisele mani inako ngesakhono sakho khasithatha usibuyisele ekuqaleni apho siqale khona ubuye nathi iqale phi sakhono ubona uba kukho isakhono sikhoyo uqale kanjani yonke le nto
mandiqale njengoko besentshilo ndathi ndiyinzwakazi neminyaka eyi-19 mandiqale ndibuyise umva ndisazalwa ngomnyaka ka-2005 ndathi ke ndazalwa ndingumntwana wesingxobo umntwana wesingxobo ke kukholelwa ngoba ngumntwana wabaphantsi zininzi ke into ezithethayo kodwa ndifuna ukunaba ndibe gabalala phaya so ndizaliwe ke ngo-2005 ndingulo mntwana wesingxobo yahamba ke iminyaka ndingumntwana ophiweyo ngokwasengqondweni ndiqale ungenela izinto zamakhuphiswano ngomnyaka ka-2012 kodwa ke ndingenela kwezinto zencwadi ndatshintsha isikolo ndaya kwisikolo esaziwa ngokuba ingubethole Bam Junior Secondary School apho ke abafundisi ntsapho babona into engaphaya ngaphezu kwezincwadi mane ndingenela amakhuphiswano azo bandingenisa kumakhuphiswano entetho ezilungiselelweyo intetho ezingalungiselelwanga nemibongo bendithi ke xa sendingenile kula makhuphiswano uyofumaniseka ukubana kwanto endiyingeneleyo ndithi ndiphume position 1 noba yintoni noba ikweliphi ibakala noba ikwesiphi isigaba ingaba iprovince ingaba ngunational ndibuya noposition 1 nam ke ndakhe ndayijongisisa le nto ndaqoma ndifuna ukuyinika iliso elithile uba kwenzeka ntoni apha kum xa sendiyinika ke iliso le nto yenzekayo kum ndafumaniseka ukuba hayi mani sikhona esisakhono ndinaso isakhono sokuba ndibe imbongi nam ke ndizamile usijongisisa athi amangesi usiprova ngokuba ndibonge kwiindibano ezifana noba imigidi yonke imicimbi imitshato yonke loo nto yahamba ke iminyaka emveni kwexesha ndabona uba hayi ukubonga sisakhono sam
ingaba ke ngokwabazali baye bona njani uqala kwakho lento ingaba inkxaso ifumeneyo ebazalini inkxaso ifumeneyo kubahlobo bakho inkxaso ifumeneyo kwamanye amalungu efemeli ingaba iyangakanani inkxaso ifumeneyo kuba indlela endiva ngayo nendlela owenza ngayo kuyabonakala uba noko yowanabo abantu abakuxhasayo ukuthi maqhubeke nesakhono
ndiyabulela kakhulu bhuti njengoba besenditshilo ke mna kubana ndinkcenkceshelwe ndakhuliswa kumhlaba kaGcaleka ngaphaya kugatyane umama ke ngumntu wasezilalini uyawusoloko umva xa ethethe echaza uba mna ndikhule ndisolusa esenza izinto ezinjalo kwa umama wam ke ondizalayo ngumbhali wencwadi ufunda amabali so bendiye ndithi ke xa ndisenza ezi zinto zemibongo ukubona uba ndenza le nto ayiphilayo so ayonto inzima for uba andisapote undixhasile kakhulu kolu hambo lwam bendithi nokuba ndiyaphi abe esoloko ekhona nangotya bendisenziwe iParliament TV kude wacela nasesikolweni wathi andikwazi ungabikho ebephayana notata wam ke ondizalayo
abahlobo bona ingaba ingakanani inkxaso ifumene bahlobeni bakho
ininzi kakhulu inkxaso endiyifumeneyo ebahlobeni bam kangangokubana ndade ndabona ubana kule nkxaso ndiyifumanayo apha kubo ingathi nabo bafuna uhamba le ndlela yam kulapho ke ezinye izizathu ezandenza uba ndiqulunqe i-Inaco Foundation because zinayo ne-Inaco Foundation kwi-Inaco Foundation kulapho ke ndibachubela kwakwezi zinto nam ndinazo ndiziphilayo ngenxa yenkxaso endithe ndayifumana kubo ndabona ubana lo mzila ndiwushiyayo apha kubo bayanyathela kubo
ingaba zeziphi ezinye izinto enithi nizenze phaa i-Inaco Foundation ndiyavuya uva loo nto le bani nakhona ne-foundation eseyikhona kumnandi ukubona abantu abatsha especially abakule age yakho umntana ona-19 oseyazi uba kukhona into eseyenzile ezothi ivulela abanye amathuba ingaba zeziphi ezinye izinto enithi nijongane nazo phaa kwi-Inaco Foundation
I-Inago Foundation yinkqubo ke eqokelela umlisela nomthinjana wezwe lakowethu. Phayana sinabantwana abahlolwayo. Zininzi izinto esizenzayo kwi-Inago Foundation. Abantwana phayana bafundiswa ngamasiko nezithethe zakowethu. Akupheleli ke efundiseni ngamasiko nezithethe, bafundiswa imixhentso yakwantu. Bafundiswe ke nangobuntu because ngoba kwixesha esiphila kulo ngoku kuyakufumaniseka ubana lento ngumntu funeka siyazile ndibafundisa lonto bana lento ngumntu asinto izibangulayo, umntu ngumntu ngabantu. So sibafundise zonto ezinjalo futhi ke sibe nawo namakhuphiswano phayana, kodwa ke amakhuphiswano wethu ayingonobuhle abaya kufuneka unxibe ezalokho ezishayinayo. Ufuneka ukhuphisane nomnye umlingani wakho ngokuba uchaze umnombo wakho. Sibe nazo ke nezinto ezifana ne-sports tournament, abantwana bagqiba iminyaka eli-12 11 sibenzele i-birthday celebration. Isizathu basenze loo nto sifuna bayazi ubana zikhona indawo ekufumaneka kulo ulonwabo ngaphandle kokuba kweli xesha siphila kuyo uyayazi ba ama-2K ulonwabo olufumaneka e-taverns nentoni. So kwi-Inago Foundation sifuna bayazi bana there is a better place ngaphandle kobana umuntu ahambayo konwaba e-tavern.
Ndiyabona apha ba umhle unxiba intsimbi. Ingaba ikhona into ezimele intsimbi ngasixelela ngazo uba kutheni uye wakhetha uba namhlanje mawunxibe intsimbi kwaye zithetha ntoni kuwe?
Okokuqala mna ndingumXhosa. Iintsimbi ke zakwaXhosa zinemibala emithathu, kodwa ke ezi ndizinxibe apha azinayo le mibala mithathu ke. Iintsimbi zakwaXhosa xa sendiyinabisa intsimbi ke ayinxitywa nje. Funeka ukuqala uyazile bana le intsimbi yantoni le yantoni. Umzekelo intsimbi yasentloko wazi namagama azo, ngoba intsimbi yasentloko yaziwa ngokuba lipasi, le yasemqaleni yaziwa ngokuba nguntshebe, izinto ezinjalo. Xa ndisiya ke kweli cala lentsimbi yawufumaniseka bana uzawubona isinxibo sam endizawuthi ndisinxibe namhlanje. Isinxibo endisikhethileyo namhlanje andizibe ndinxibe isinxibo senkciyo. Isizathu soba ndinganxibi isinxibo senkciyo yinto yobana xa unxibe inkciyo ufuneka uhambe amabele. And ke xa besenichazelwe apho bana kukho indawo ezithile funeka ndizigqume xa ndibonga kuba ii-protocols zangaphakathi azivumeli bana zivele. So ndiye ndathi xa sendiyijonga loo nto ndafumaniseka bana andinokwazi unxiba inkciyo ndinxiba ivesti ndimoshe isinxibo, ayisesiso ke ngoku. Yiyo loo nto ke ngoku isinxibo sam ndiza kube ndinxiba isikhakha esinxitywa ngabantu abangoomama, ndinxibe incebetha, ndinxibe nentsimbi yalapha ebizwa ngokuba yintshebe, ndithwale entloko. Ngoba kaloku xa unxibe esasinxibo sisinxibo mandulo esasithi sinxitywe ngabantu abangoomama ababuya ekwendeni. Ukhumbule ke omnye umuntu uzawuthi uthe ndizawunxiba isinxibo sabantu abangoomama ababuya abendileyo kodwa ndiyintombi. Xa uyimbongi, imbongi ayiphelele kubani bana ichubele abanye abantu ngamazwi iba motivate ngamazwi ephuma kuwo, kodwa nesinxibo sembongi ikhona into esiyithethayo. Xa ndisithi ikhona into esiyithethayo, imbongi ndiyithatha njengomntu ofuneka efundise isizwe, ngesasinxibo sizawube sivele eTVini, abantu bazasibuza ngaso. Umzekelo bebesesibonile isinxibo sesikhakha phayana, bafuna isikhakha ngoku abantu ngaphandle bebengasazi ba isikhakha sisekhona. So yenye imisebenzi ethi yenziwe zimbongi leyo bana iveze bakwantu kwakade kusenzeka kanje nakanje.
Inago masibulele kakhulu ngokuthi uthathe lithuba uzothetha nathi. Asingxame ukuva namhlanje xa sowusitshisa ukutya usiphathele khona. Siyabulela kakhulu, sinqwenelela yonke into entle nothi yenzekele umntana ongakangawo.
Ndiyabulela kakhulu bhuti wam, mazele thole.
Well, viewers at home, that was a very insightful interview with Inago, sharing a brief background on her, where she comes from originally in the Eastern Cape. And she has been doing this imbongi since she was very young. And Inago also at 19 already has a foundation that seeks to assist young people from the Eastern Cape to also acquire the skill that Inago has. As of now, please do stay tuned.
We are at our most essential, a nation defined by hope and resilience. It was hope that sustained us during the struggle for freedom, Even in these trying times, it is hope that should sustain us and fuel our determination to overcome even the greatest of difficulties.
President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver the first State of the Nation address of the 7th term of Parliament to a joint sitting on Thursday, 6 February 2025 at the Cape Town City Hall. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. During SONA, the President also highlights achievements, flags challenges, and outlines interventions that the government will undertake to unlock development interventions for the coming financial year. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
South Africa's Parliament will proudly host the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, known as the P20, bringing together leaders from G20 national parliaments to shape global policies and reinforce parliamentary oversight in international decision-making. As the first African country to lead the P20, South Africa's Parliament is championing Africa's active participation in global governance and economic policymaking, ensuring the continent is a driving force in shaping the future we want. Parliament will play a critical oversight role, ensuring that South Africa's commitments as G20 president translate into real economic growth, job creation, and social development. The P20 summit will embed African perspectives in global decision-making, ensuring that policies on trade, technology, and governance reflect the continent's needs and aspirations. In alignment with SONA 2025's theme, Harnessing Parliamentary Diplomacy for the Realization of Global Solidarity, Equality and Sustainability, Parliament is committed to fostering international collaboration for a better, more just world. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Cape Town is beautiful, as you can see outside. It's very hot in Cape Town, even though we have very strong winds, but it's actually very hot here in the mother city. But the State of the Nation address is more than just a tradition. It is a vital tool for accountability, transparency, and national direction. As one of the most significant events in our democracy, SONA brings together the three arms of the state: the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary under one roof to reflect on the country's progress and challenges. Through this address, the President outlines government's plans for the year ahead, setting policy priorities and interventions aimed at economic growth, social development, and good governance. The Mpumalanga is a province with vast economic potential, from agriculture and tourism to energy production. But realizing this potential depends on the effective governance, public participation, and strong oversight. Joining us now is the Speaker of the Mpumalanga Provincial Legislature, Ms. Lindy Masina. Madam Speaker, it is great to have you here. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for taking time off your busy schedule to talk to us.
Thank you very much, sir, for also having us here. We're very much grateful that we're here.
Can we kickstart the conversation with you explaining exactly what the role of the Speaker in the legislature is?
Of course, the role of the Speaker is one of the most important roles because the Speaker and the legislature, they are mainly responsible to ensure that they become the mouthpiece of the people. You would note that all the time the government will make commitments in terms of service delivery. It is our responsibility as the legislature and the Speaker to ensure that those commitments that have been made by government, they are delivered. So it is our role that we need to play an oversight over those commitments made by government. So it's a very critical role that we are playing. And of course, as a lawmaking institution, we are also responsible for public participation because there's nothing with for the people without the people. We are ensuring that for every legislation that has to be passed, it has to be consulted with the relevant stakeholders. One of the critical things that as Mpumalanga we have said we need to do, we need to identify all the stakeholders. When we do public participation, it is our firm view that we have to ensure that the relevant stakeholders are being consulted adequately so as to air and hear their views in a particular policy at that time, or particular legislation that is being presented before them. So it is our firm view that all our stakeholders need to be taken on board. Yes.
It's great to hear that you have such a strong program on public participation, but what are some of the challenges that you come across as a province?
In terms of the role of the legislature?
Yes, as a legislature, what are just some of the challenges? And actually, broadly, what are some of the challenges that are currently confronting the province?
The province of Mpumalanga, like you have already alluded, it's one of the provinces that is surrounded with mines. It's a rural, province. Agriculture is one of our economic view that when we want to assist our people, the people must also take care of our agriculture. But some of the challenges that we have observed through the mines, because everybody feels that in the mine it's where they can get their economies. So most of the time you will find young people going to have their voice heard to the mines, and some of the mines are not very cooperative to ensure that they also have to participate in the economic development and economic empowerment of the people of Mpumalanga. But of course there are those that are coming to party to ensure that they also partner with government in ensuring that the economies of government and those of the people of Mpumalanga, they are joining together, their hands together with the government. For us, like I said, it's to ensure that we play that role of being a mediator of some kind, but mainly to ensure that government does make sure that it delivers on its promises. But of course, some of the challenges are not the challenges that the province cannot deal with, but that the province are the challenges that the province is managing them through whatever means that they are having. The government is on course in ensuring that it works with the different stakeholders as they try to ensure that services are being delivered to the people, because that is their core mandate. Our mandate is to ensure that we become the mouthpiece of those people of the province.
Which then brings me to the next question on the mechanism that we have in place to hold the executive to account as the legislature.
When we get into office sometime in June, July last year, one of the critical things that we've done that is very important as part of our core duties, we've established committees. The committees that are linked to each and every department, noting that previously the legislature of Mpumalanga was a constituent of 30 members, but now we've got 50 members. So that makes it easy for us to have each department have its own committee. So that makes our work as the legislature a little bit easier, because each and every department has got its committee that is looking at it, that is oversighting over it, that is making it to account. So that is the main thing that we have done since to make sure that this is part of the mechanism to ensure that the government does account to the legislature. And of course we must appreciate that up to this far we have never experienced challenges from the members of the executive when they are being called by committees. They're so cooperative. Like you will find that even if that when the MEC is not there, there will be definitely the HOD, so that to ensure that there is that accountability that we are expecting from the department.
And SONA 2025 takes place 2 months after South Africa assumed the G20 presidency. So how are you going to ensure that the G20 activities are infused into the programs of the legislature, in particular the committees of the legislature?
I believe that whatever that happens at national level, we try by all means that we take it into the province, so that we are consolidating that we are provincializing it so that it speaks to us as the people of the province. So I think that is how we're going to try and align ourselves as the province to those that of the national space.
Earlier in the week, there was the Speaker Forum that took place, and a lot of discussions took place there. Can you just share what were some of the key highlights that you're taking with you from that forum back to the province?
One of the most critical things that was part of the discussion was the issue of the challenges faced by municipalities, especially in terms of the municipal pension fund, which has been identified as one of the critical matter that the Commission has just proposed that the public office bearers pension fund must also take over to the pension fund for municipal councillors, because it is being observed that it is not at the strength where it is supposed to be. As a result, it disadvantaged those honorable members who are serving at councils. But it is the matter that has never been taken as a decision, but we have been informed that those are the issues that are going to affect either the public office bearers pension fund or the municipal councillors pension fund. But it's a discussion that we still have to take back to our people. I think another matter that was of importance that was discussed over there was
of course, a number of issues were discussed there, and understanding also that today is a very hectic day.
Exactly.
You still have to prepare for the event that's taking place later on today. Now let's go on the state of the provincial address. When is it likely to take place? Where is it going to take place? And what motivated the legislator to choose the area where it's going to take place?
The state of the province address is taking place on the 28th of February at the legislature in the chamber. We are still new in the office, and we are working on the budget that was approved by the previous administration. So the budget limits us that we need to take that not TLP, SOPA to the chambers, so that it will accommodate those people that will be accommodated there. I think it's about 400 people. That is what motivated us. It's mainly the budget. It is in our firm view that in the future we need to involve as many people as possible, and it is our view that we would want to rotate the SOPA in all the regions that formulate the province of Mpumalanga. We've got 3 of them, and the legislature is situated in Mbombela, Ehlanzeni region. So our firm view as the legislature would want to make sure that all the regions have that feel of the SOPA. We'll just identify a place, sometimes in Nkangala, where we will have probably our next SOPA. The following year, maybe take it to Khertsibande, so that everybody has got that opportunity. When the government is there, they can listen to the premier, because sometime you will find that the people from Khertsibande is very far, and the limitation of the guests that we need to invite doesn't allow us to invite everybody. So it becomes, I think it will become much better when the region is hosting, that many people that will be coming from the region will be the guests, so that at least it accommodates them. That is the firm view that we are having as the legislature, that going forward we will need to budget appropriately, make sure that we rotate the state of the province address.
That's good to hear that, Madam Speaker, because as you rightfully say, it will afford people from different regions to also at one point become part of the prestigious event such as the State of the Province address. Not without, yes, I know that there is a great representation of Mpumalanga in the NCOP, but through the permanent and non-permanent delegates. But I would like to know, how is the relationship between the Mpumalanga legislature and the National Council of Provinces?
I can safely say that the relationship is very sound, very healthy, to an extent that we always have our programs that are talking to each other. We always allow the NCOP to have its program, then we align our programs so that they don't clashes. When we have programs that are not clashing, it makes things easier for us. That when they come to Mpumalanga, we are going to make sure that our programs also speaks to that. We are working together. When the NCOP is having an oversight in Mpumalanga, we are going to make sure that we are also having that oversight together with the NCOP, because we are one anyway.
And how is your working relationship in the province with the committees of the National Assembly? Because they've also gone a number of oversights on various provinces. How is the relationship between the Mpumalanga Provincial Legislature and the National Assembly committees?
Honestly speaking, up to this far, we haven't established that relationship. I think it's because of the time in which we have entered into the office. I think it's a relationship that needs to be established going forward, because the role of the parliament and the role of the legislature, it's one thing. So it will be very much important that the legislature, what the parliament is doing, it's exactly what our legislatures are doing, because we need to move in a similar way, seamlessly, so that it doesn't look like what is being done in parliament is not being done in the legislature. So I think it's a relationship that we still have to establish, because we never had enough time when we came to office last year. There were a lot of work that was left by the sixth administration that we had to push and make sure that we conclude. I think this year we'll have enough time so that we establish ourselves thoroughly and we see how best we correlate with other state organs. But I can tell you right now that as the legislature, we have already established a relationship with some of the Chapter 9 institutions, like your Human Rights Commission. We've just had an engagement with the Public Protector's Office. We have engaged on several occasions with the Auditor General South Africa. So we want to make sure that when we do our work, we do it without any favor, without any failure, without contradicting ourselves.
Speaker, as a parting shot, I only have 10 seconds to afford you an opportunity to tell South Africans why they should come and visit Mpumalanga. Only 10 seconds.
Mpumalanga is one of the very good tourist destinations. We would appreciate if the people can just go and visit Mpumalanga so that they can see some of the beautiful places like your 3 rondavels, like your God's Window, like your many places that are there in Mpumalanga. But it is a very beautiful province. I think everyone would love to go there. Would appreciate that at some point in time any people can go. If it was possible, we would even request the president that at one point in time he take this SONA to Mpumalanga.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank you very much for that engaging conversation. We wish you all the best for today and the year ahead, as well as your State of the Province address on the 28th of February this year.
Thank you very much.
Viewers, we are coming to you live again. It was, please do stay tuned as we're bringing you a fashion very soon.
I'm fine.
At our most essential, a nation defined by
Baba.
hope and resilience. It was hope that sustained us during the struggle for freedom. Even in these trying times, it is hope that should sustain us and fuel our determination to overcome even the greatest of difficulties.
President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver the first State of the Nation address of the 7th term of Parliament to a joint sitting on Thursday, 6 February 2025 at the Cape Town City Hall. Occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. During SONA, the President also highlights achievements, flags challenges, and outlines interventions that the government will undertake to unlock development interventions for the coming financial year. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
I would also like to say that he should also give other institutions, specifically schools, chances. I am not comfortable with the fact that in the top 20 only the private schools, the independent schools are mentioned. He should also pay attention to public schools. We should also be given recognition, as we Lutheran Secondary have fought so hard to become on the bar, to also be known by everyone basically, and the fact that we're even on Google, it makes me really happy. So basically, I would also tell them to just pay attention to what we are doing academically, and just try and doing some introspection along the country with the fact that why are most of us students so eager to just leave the country? Why do we want to leave and waste our resources on other countries, whereas we have our own country which is developing, which is facing its own struggles that also needs help, but we are being educated, yet we are wasting our talents and our resources on other countries that are already doing very well.
So 2024 is matriculants. We are about to face a lot of challenges. Some of them was load shedding, which we couldn't start. Whenever it is cold, you can't start. Whenever it is dark, you can't start. The only thing that you're thinking of is going to bed and sleep, while we have a lot to do throughout the year. So load shedding, I wish the president would fix the part of load shedding so that each and every student can get to study in a good environment and make sure that they pass the way they require, the way they want them to pass.
The first thing I would say to the president is that they should give all schools equal opportunities, especially in my school, because we do not have opportunities like sports and other things that they have in other schools. The problems that most students are facing is, I think, the parents at home maybe not giving them much support, or some just, as they're not getting support, some are not serious about their studies. So I would recommend that the president, I will ask that for the president, to, help students find places where they could find love and be supported. Open programs where students can go there and study rather than staying at home, being late, doing chores, things like that.
Some of the challenges we are confronted with in our communities range from crime, lack of service delivery issues, and most importantly, youth unemployment, which ultimately lead to drugs and alcohol dependency. So if the president can address those issues, I'll be happy.
We are exactly 3 hours and 10 minutes before the president takes the podium to deliver the State of the Nation address. We are coming to you live outside the Cape Town City Hall, just where the president will deliver the State of the Nation address. And as you would know, that the city of Cape Town has been declared a parliamentary precinct for today for SONA, and we'll also host the 2-day debate on the president's address and the president's reply next week, and the budget speech later this month. With that backdrop, I'm now joined by the Speaker of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, Mr. Dalen Mitchell. Mr. Speaker, welcome to Parliament TV, and thank you very much for taking time off your busy schedule to be with us.
Thank you for having me and for having this conversation.
Just as we can start this conversation, I think it would be best if you could just give our viewers a brief overview of what is the role of the Speaker in the provincial legislature.
Well, the Speaker of Parliament is, many people only see when a sitting is in action, but the role of the Speaker is actually to be the custodian of the legislature. It's one of those positions that is non-political, because in the Western Cape, for example, we have 9 political parties represented, representing the 7.4 citizens of this beautiful province called the Western Cape. So my role is to ensure that all those political parties are treated equally, that they have a platform to represent their voters, but ultimately to ensure that the Western Cape Parliament becomes an institution that is credible, reputable, and that the citizens, regardless of political affiliation, can be very proud of.
And in doing so, what are some of the challenges that you come across?
So obviously, there's a fine line between allowing freedom of speech. I always say that you can't have more freedom of speech, as enshrined in our Constitution, outside of the House than what you have inside of the House. So very often it is a bit challenging in the House, but it's my mission to ensure that Parliament becomes a space where robust debate can happen, because that's the role of Parliament. So I endeavour to, even with those challenges and political contestation happens on the floor, but it's our view that Parliament should never curb freedom of speech, and regardless of personalities, that contestation happens on core issues and principles. And for as long as I'm the Speaker, I will ensure that regardless of political affiliations, people will have that platform.
And the legislature has a very important role, which is to oversee the executive and also to hold them accountable. So what are some of the mechanisms or strategies that are in place to ensure that you hold the executive to account? That's not outstanding that you've been in office for a few months, that we're still waiting for the President to outline this year's government's program of action, and that later you will also be outlining the provinces one. Yeah. But what are the strategies that are in place to ensure that you hold the executive to account?
Well, the core function of a parliament and one of our constitutional mandate is to have oversight over the executive. So it's not a nice to have. It's the job of Parliament to hold the executive accountable. So in the Western Cape, through our standing committees, which is very active, we have very often have interactions with this in the standing committees. But also what we have done now in the Western Cape, and we're busy introducing, is when a MEC gets up in Parliament and makes an undertaking, or makes an undertaking in a standing committee, we actually now track those undertakings, which we call executive undertakings. So we will make sure that we hold the executive accountable, because ultimately, regardless of who the governing party is, Parliament has got a constitutional mandate to ensure that oversight over the executive happens in the interests of the citizens. So there's a high emphasis on making sure that the executive is accountable. We track the parliamentary questions being posed, whether it's oral questions in Parliament or whether it is written questions to the executive. We also have something which I believe is one of the few, if not the only legislature in the country, where we have a system where we have oral questions without notice to the Premier. So every second sitting, the Premier has to answer questions that he has no clue about, and so even from a Premier and an executive perspective, we have in our standing rules, which I believe is strong in conjunction with our mandate of executive oversight.
And that brings me then to my next question, because it will fit in well, because I need to know how is the relationship. That is notwithstanding the fact that you do have representation in the National Council of Provinces, but I'd love to understand the relationship that you have with the NCOP.
Well, so the NCOP and legislatures work really closely together, because obviously bills are being referred to the legislature. We just come from a speakers forum where all 9 speakers with the National Council of Provinces have come together, and one of the key things that we took from that discussion is that the importance of the bills, the referral of bills, and the importance of the national executive when they introduce national bills affecting provinces, that those things are communicated to provinces in advance, or the intention to introduce bills, because obviously with bills goes budgets, public participation, because we can't just tick a box. And if we speak about real public participation, then those things take time. So the relationship is very strong between the Western Cape and the NCOP, because we work hand in glove, and we have representation. Delegates nominated from the Western Cape representing the citizens in the National Council of Provinces.
And I would really love you, Honourable Speaker, just to expand on the real public participation, because you've mentioned that you've emphasized on the real part of it. So can you just make me understand what you mean when you say the real public participation?
So very often it depends on the bill in front of Parliament. So obviously in certain sectors or certain sections of communities, certain bills speak to that sectors. But when I speak about real public participation, it is about making sure that when we advertise bills for public comment, that people are well informed, well in advance. When I speak about real public participation, I mean that do our citizens, are they equipped with the parliamentary process to get to the before when a bill becomes an act, and do we take our citizens 30 years into democracy? Are we taking our citizens on this journey of lawmaking? We are representing the citizens. We are their lawmakers. We are not the lawmakers in our own account. So having this engagement and ensuring that as far as possible and as most as possible, people's inputs to bills that directly affect the citizen are taken into account.
Well, you know, today's SONA happens 2 months after South Africa assumed the presidency of the G20. So I'd like to know what is the legislature going to do to ensure that the G20 activities are infused into the legislature's program and even to the work of its committees.
So I mean, we must never blur the lines between the separation of doctrines, of separation of powers, and the role of Parliament and the role of government. But obviously, from a parliamentary perspective, our committees stand ready to ensure that South Africa and the Western Cape is represented. We ensure that when we speak about job creation for the citizens of this province and this country is on the top agenda. When we speak about ensuring that that energy and what government is committing, that we ensure that we hold them accountable to deliver.
The State of the Province address, when is it taking place, where is it taking place, and why is it taking place at wherever place you will be hosting it?
So the State of the Province address will take place on the 26th of February in the Karoo town of Beaufort West, in the central Karoo. So for the past few years, the Western Cape Provincial Parliament has always been, we've taken Parliament to the people, to make sure that we encourage that public participation, so that we take Parliament to the people. And then this year it will be in the central Karoo, in the town called Beaufort West.
It's good to hear that you'll be having that sopa in a rural town like the Beaufort West, which I happen to know very well as it is on our way to the Eastern Cape Province. But before I let you go, why should people come to the Western Cape? This is to give you an opportunity to market this province. Why should people come and visit the Western Cape?
Well, the Western Cape, and I, over and above the fact that it's a well-governed province and a well-governed city, as you can see, it's also the rich, diverse cultures and diversity that you see, the beauty of, the natural beauty of this province. If you look at Cape Town being named the best city in the world, and that is not by default, it's not by accident, it really is because of the diverse people. It's the fact that when we speak about making sure that Cape Town is on the world map and the province of the Western Cape is marketable, we make sure that happens. So even from an engagement with our tourism stakeholders, that is always on top of the agenda. So the beauty, the natural beauty, the diverse communities, but above all, the citizens of this beautiful province.
Speaker, I'd like to thank you very much for taking time off the busy schedule to come and do this interview with Parliament TV. We really appreciate it and wish you all the best for the rest of the day, as well as for the SOPA on the 26th of February this year, which will be taking place in Beaufort, as you have said.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Well, that was the Speaker of the Provincial Western Cape Provincial Legislature, Mr. Dylan Mitchell, talking to Parliament, even sharing some insights on some of the work that is done by the Western Cape Legislature. Now we turn to the red carpet as ministers, members of Parliament, dignitaries and esteemed guests will soon be making their way into the City Hall, showcasing a blend of elegance, heritage and contemporary fashion along the red carpet. This fashion is visible also here in the studio though. The State of the Nation address is a key moment in our political calendar but it's also an occasion where tradition, culture and personal style come together. From bold statements to classic designs, SONA's red carpet is always a spectacle of style and significance. Stay with us at Parliament TV and proudly South Africa take you to the red carpet, capturing the energy, the fashion and the voices of those who will be in attendance tonight. Good afternoon, and it is Temingo Singoma.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has, in terms of the Constitution, called for a joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament in liaison with the National Assembly Speaker, Ms. Thoko Didiza, and the National Council of Provinces Chairperson, Ms. Refilwe Mtsweni-Tsipane. The joint sitting is scheduled for Thursday, 6 February 2025 at 7 p.m. and it will serve as the platform for the President to deliver his annual State of the Nation address. This is the first State of the Nation address in this new term of Parliament, following the 2024 national and provincial elections. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. The State of the Nation address will take place at Cape Town City Hall at 7 p.m. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
The first thing that I'm looking forward to is that all the schools in South Africa must be given resources, not only one province. For example, when you go to other provinces, when you talk about this issue of smart board, they'll say, what is a smart board? We want all the schools in South Africa to have smart board, to have videos on the as part of learning and teaching. We want all the schools to have resources, not only one textbook. We must have videos and other gadgets in our midst. At the same time, I expect that parental involvement should be an issue. Parents should be educated about what is needed from them as parents in our country. I expect again our president to deal with the issue of drug abuse. Many of our learners are having a challenge of drugs. I need those people who sell drugs to be monitored, to be arrested, because they're the one who destroy our nation. I wish that the main issue that is going to be discussed is the issue of how to stop drugs from being trafficked into our country. Because we have learners who are intelligent, but because of drugs, they end up failing.
The challenges in Atlantis, as the President knows, and that's all of you guys know, the job creation is very weak. There's no job opportunities. I've got children myself at home that hasn't been working for 3-4 years. They walk the streets up and down, but they never get jobs. I know that it was said many years ago that there will be jobs for everyone, but there isn't. Maybe it's who you know and not what you know. You know, because they walk and they never seem to get work. Also, gangsterism is high because of unemployment. Then there's another concern. I'm a pensioner, my husband is pensioners. We have kids living with us. We must share our pension with them. That pension is so little. When it comes to to the budget speech, Mr. President, Mr. Ramaphosa, he always gives us a little bit of extra, but that little bit of extra is too little for a grandmother and a grandfather still to feed their children and grandchildren with that pension. If it's nice, if he can, I will appreciate for him to give us a little bit of extra, maybe 2,005 or maybe 3,000. He can, you know what, there's enough money in the parliament, isn't it, in the budget? So he can just give a little bit for the elderly, because he knows it's not only us, there is others, hundreds and thousands of elderly that got their kids and grandchildren. And who does the parents, the grandparents think of first? The little ones, because the children can't get work. We have to provide for them. And then the youth, they must make more advantages for the youth, so that the youth can bring out. There's a lot of talent in Atlantis. There is talent, I'm telling you, even the little children, they have beautiful talent. But you know what? We have no facilities here. We only have a smart park, but you can't even go there because of the gangsterism. There is no halls, there's nothing, there's no amusement, nothing for an equipment for our youth, so that they can take their talent further. And I will appreciate it if Mr. President hear me and try and do something especially for Atlantis.
I would love to see more emphasis on the recognition of indigenous languages. The most dominating languages, more especially in the Western Cape, are English and Afrikaans. More especially when our learners now need to write the NSC paper, they will have to. They do have the advantage. I feel that they are advantage those learners who are coming from English and Afrikaans background, and then our learners from Xhosa speaking homes, they are more marginalized. If the president can put more emphasis on that, the recognition, yes, on paper they say it's equal, but in real terms now we can see that English and Afrikaans are more dominating. If he can emphasize on that. The second thing is the matter of reading in South Africa. Not so long ago, the study which was done by Pills in 2021 and which came out in 2023, the research conducted there came out stating that we are number last, which is 57 out of the countries that were partaking in that, meaning that our learners in grade 4, they cannot read for meaning, they cannot comprehend. Yes, to decode a text is not a matter, but they cannot comprehend. So if the president can put more emphasis on maybe to increase the time of reading in our annual teaching plans, because every year we have now 2025 teaching plan and the time for reading is reduced. If he can put more emphasis on that, I would love to see it.
So hi, I'm Johan. I'm the head boy of Hermanus High. So yeah, I think in our community, the day we live in, there's a broad diversity. So we are all, everyone comes from different places, different backgrounds and everything. And I think that for teachers and as we are all treated kind of the same. Although we come from different backgrounds, we have there's a certain expectation. All of our expectations are the same. They expect us to excel at the same rate, but they don't take into consideration where we come from necessarily. So I think if they can maybe zoom into us a little bit, connect on a more personal level, I think that would be much more efficient to make us excel in whatever we do. So I think if I was Mr. Ramaphosa, I would say that he must focus on the quality of education. And with that I mean that we might have to incorporate smaller classes where you can have a more personal level and connection with the children. And I think when you get to know them on that personal level, you know where they come from and their backgrounds, then you will be able to know what to expect from them based on their backgrounds and so on. So I think if he can maybe stop maybe not giving an umbrella term and not applying something from up there, just maybe focusing on more specific people, zooming in on people, then I think that will be very effective.
All eyes on Parliament here at Cape Town City Hall, and of course we are waiting that much anticipated hashtag SONA 2025, which the President is scheduled to deliver at 7 p.m. tonight. Of course, you're still watching Parliament TV, and of course Parliament has collaborated with Proudly South African, and this is a live coverage of the Red Carpet SONA 2025. We're in Cape Town, it is windy. My name is Tepo Mori, and I am here with the gorgeous Tammy Deshu, is bringing all the local glitz and glamour from the carpet.
Is it me or is it you?
I think both of us.
Isn't it great to be back here again at the City Hall in Cape Town? In fact, I was expecting it to be windy, you know. Cape Town has all 4 seasons. You go through all 4 seasons like we go through our culture, the diversity of our culture. I am so excited to be back again here at SONA. I'm going to be checking out all the outfits that are out there on the red carpet, and I'm going to be co-piloting this with Tsepo. What are you expecting today?
Of course, I'm expecting a lot of fashion, especially because we did the SONA last year. We did the opening of Parliament Address last year. And I think members are aware that we have the fashion police. We will judge you.
And our members must be aware how important it is to support local.
Absolutely.
And for us to ensure that we're able to plug our people, please ensure that you hashtag us at SONA 2025, but also tag your designers, you know. I think it's a big conversation for us to be having as a country, but also globally. South Africa enjoys an enormous amount of support from our local producers and our local designers, who some of them are also going to be here today, like the one who dressed you.
Of course.
And I think we're talking money, money, money. How we're playing big. We're talking G20. You know, we are in a better place for us as a country leading the G20 summit. How are we going to be ensure that people are supporting the clothing, textile, footwear and leather industry, and how we can put food at the table, you know?
And of course, a lot of people do question, why the red carpet? Why on such an occasion where we're talking serious things? However, this ties in with social development issues. We're talking unemployment, we're talking poverty, and when you support local, you put food on somebody's table.
But the truth of it is that actually fashion on its own contributes about $1.7 trillion to the GDP, and I think it becomes so important for us to understand what our share is, but also build a proper ecosystem that works. And I think the intersectionality that's there with the role players that are here, I'm looking forward to the people who are going to be working there, talking about like tourism, the impact of tourism and fashion, arts and culture and fashion. Agriculture, we don't talk enough about agriculture, farming. We don't talk enough about like water. I mean, fashion is the second biggest consumer of water, and I think it becomes important for us to talk about those areas and how it can contribute to our fashion. But yeah, I'm gonna go. I want to go. Who are you wearing, by the way?
Of course, I am wearing mantu by the lovely Balisama Gubung. I am looking gorgeous. I am following the theme for SONA 2025, which is formal and traditional, and this is a good mix of formal and traditional.
Yeah, and I am in my Shibelani. So Lavi and the people out in Soweto, in Shawela, are quite excited and quite happy. Absolutely. I put this together, you know, and you know, recycling stuff, because I think we don't talk about like recycling and the importance of recycling in the fashion space. So I'm a mix of all cultures.
Yes.
My henna coming through.
Of course.
You know, a bit of glitz and glam.
Of course.
Okay, so I'm going to go back. I'm going to go right there on the carpet, and I'm going to leave Tsepo to be happy with Happy, and to be also joined by our fashion police. You're going to meet exciting people. Brace yourselves. And if I don't get to interview all of you guys on the carpet, please remember to post a picture, tag us at Proudly SA, and then also tag your designers. Let's support local fashion. Love you. I'm going to go.
Alrighty. Now stay tuned to Parliament TV as we cover the red carpet for the hashtag SONA 2025. Stay tuned.
We are at our most essential, a nation defined by hope and resilience. It was hope that sustained us during the struggle for freedom. Even in these trying times, it is hope that should sustain us and fuel our determination to overcome even the greatest of difficulties.
President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver the first State of the Nation address of the 7th term of Parliament to a joint sitting on Thursday, 6 February 2025 at the Cape Town City Hall. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. During SONA, the President also highlights achievements, flags challenges, and outlines interventions that the government will undertake to unlock development interventions for the coming financial year. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
South Africa's Parliament will proudly host the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, known as the P20, bringing together leaders from G20 national parliaments to shape global policies and reinforce parliamentary oversight in international decision-making. As the first African country to lead the P20, South Africa's Parliament is championing Africa's active participation in global governance and economic policymaking, ensuring the continent is a driving force in shaping the future we want. Parliament will play a critical oversight role, ensuring that South Africa's commitments as G20 president translate into real economic growth, job creation, and social development. The P20 summit will embed African perspectives in global decision-making, ensuring that policies on trade, technology, and governance reflect the continent's needs and aspirations. In alignment with SONA 2025's theme, harnessing parliamentary diplomacy for the realization of global solidarity, equality, and sustainability, Parliament is committed to fostering international collaboration for a better, more just world. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
And you are still tuned into Parliament TV right here on DSTV channel 408 and on Twitter, of course, and all other social media platforms at Parliament of RSA. Now, Parliament has collaborated with Proudly South African during this hashtag SONA 2025. Of course, we are still anticipating the President to deliver that State of the Nation address later on at 7 p.m. Now, I'm talking to Miss Happy Makumalo Ngidi, who is the Chief Marketing Officer at Proudly South African, to tell us more about the initiative and, of course, how significant it is. Happy, thank you so much for making the time.
My pleasure. It's great to be back.
You look gorgeous.
Thank
Who are
you.
you dressed by?
I am dressed by Scalo Designs.
Oh.
Shall I do a little bit of a twirl?
Please do. Looking absolutely gorgeous.
Thank you.
Now, with that, Happy, let's get to understand why is it important for government leaders and the average consumer, of course, to actively support local fashion.
So government leaders have a voice and platform, yes, that they should be using, profitably to spread the narrative, yes, the buy local narrative. From all angles, all industries, but in the context of why we're here today, which is clothing, textile, footwear, leather, it's fashion. They were going to go buy something anyway.
Yes,
yes. And we are hoping by, asking them prior to today that they must wear local at SONA 2025 and telling them or helping them with tips on where to go and what they could potentially look like. We are hoping that they heeded our call and they did just that. Because today we then ask them, are you wearing local? And if you are wearing local, who are you wearing? It's about, as much as it's a feel-good thing, South Africans siyathanda ukuswenka. Siyathanda Jewish.
Absolutely.
We love looking amazing, but it's more than just that. It's about a sector. It's about an industry. It's about a value chain. Yes. It's about an ecosystem. And it's about households of people that work within the sector.
Of course, then beyond government officials, beyond the ministers, then how does Proudly SA encourage the consumer to go to that local designer and buy local?
And I'm glad you went there. It's a lifestyle thing. We don't walk around in our birthday suits every day. We wear something. It doesn't matter what it is. And so we are encouraging South Africans to, when they do make a purchasing decision, in terms of whether it's shoes or a pair of jeans or a t-shirt, when they make that purchasing decision, can they at least make it in favor of local products? Because when you do that, you create jobs, you sustain the jobs that you already have.
Of course.
And you are you're contributing positively to the economy.
Now then, I know that Proudly SA has a designer database, right? Can you tell us just a little bit more on how people can use it? How do I get onto the database as a designer?
All right, so you go to as a designer or as a consumer?
As a consumer, as a designer, the kind of information that I need.
Sure. So you go to our website, which is proudlysa.coza, and you will come across a portal that has South African products on it, and the various products in all industries, or many industries rather, and that's where our designers are at.
And do you think then local designers are there's a benefit when they do join Proudly SA and they campaign on Proudly SA? Is there a benefit?
There is a benefit because we get to expose them and their clothing line, of course, to an audience that they would ordinarily not have access to, like this audience. Not only here, even prior to this, which is very important, where we, put their names out there and we say to the guests, don't tell us you don't know where to buy. We're telling you this is where you can buy. And across the board, it's affordable. There's couture, there's red carpet, there's casual, there's traditional, there's, office wear, there's casual. Whatever it is that you may be looking for, there's always something for someone. And we are hoping that with this movement, we are finally dealing with the myth that anything that is made locally is inferior, and it's not good enough. So nobody, and I say this with the responsibility it comes with, is that many people will not question Dolce & Gabbana and Versace, of course, and Vera Wang. We don't even know those guys, but we do know Gert Johan Coetzee, David Tlale, Palesa Mukumbung, Otis, and if anything were to go wrong with the product that you've bought from them, that's where we step in. Exactly. But if you buy from Temu and Shein, and you order a size 6 shoe and they send you a size 2.
Then you cannot do it.
Yeah.
And with that then, I'm sure that Proudly SA then appreciates the work that government does, especially in terms of taxes on your Sheins and Temus. How has that contributed to the promotion of Proudly SA?
Look, it's still work in progress. This Temu and Shein is a problem for the industry that we as an economy can't afford to ignore, and government and policymakers and industry players and retailers, and they're all collectively trying to intervene and in the best interest of local designers. It is a problem. It's an option though. As I close, it's an option for many people whose pocket is not deep enough to buy at a certain level. Yes. But it's an option where you know that you take a risk, you wash your item 2-3 times, and then we know what happens.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good time.
Of course, you're still watching Parliament TV, and Parliament has collaborated with Proudly South African to ensure that we wear local. So the question right now during this fashion segment is, are you wearing local? Who are you supporting? Who is your designer? And of course, have them here and showcase their work and say their hashtags, say their Instagrams, so that people know and that there's an outreach for the work that they've done. Of course, this means that somebody else will be employed. This means that things will go well within South Africa in terms of the economy, and of course, jobs will be created, and issues such that we have, for example, socio-economic issues, will be combated. Stay tuned to Parliament TV. I have more, and I have some of my designers that will be rating some of the esteemed guests and members that will be arriving here at the hashtag SONA 2025. Stay tuned.
First State of the Nation address of the 7th term of Parliament will be held on Thursday, 6 February, followed by 2 days of debate on 11 and 12 February, concluding with the reply by the President on 13 February. The State of the Nation address, commonly referred to as SONA, is one of the most important annual events in the parliamentary calendar. It is an integral part of Parliament's oversight function over the executive. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA 2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
sunset. You drive and speed the red cabriolet, and movie starts right back from the beginning. It's only a dream. Wake up and smell the coffee, smell the rain. Stop lying to yourself and calm your brain. Sometimes you think that I don't care about you.
First State of the Nation address of the 7th term of Parliament will be held on Thursday, 6 February, followed by 2 days of debate on 11 and 12 February, concluding with the reply by the President on 13 February. The State of the Nation address, commonly referred to as SONA, is one of the most important annual events in the parliamentary calendar. It is an integral part of Parliament's oversight function over the executive. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future. President Cyril Ramaphosa has, in terms of the Constitution, called for a joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament in liaison with the National Assembly Speaker, Ms. Topo Didiza, and the National Council of Provinces Chairperson, Ms. Refilia Ntwini-Tsipang. The joint sitting is scheduled for Thursday, 6 February 2025 at 7 p.m. and it will serve as the platform for the President to deliver his annual State of the Nation address. This is the first State of the Nation address in this new term of Parliament, following the 2024 national and provincial elections. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. The State of the Nation address will take place at Cape Town City Hall at 7 p.m. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future. The President will deliver the State of the Nation address on Thursday, 6 February 2025 at 7 p.m. at the Cape Town City Hall. This is the first State of the Nation address in this new term of Parliament following the 2024 national and provincial elections. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and be informed of government's planned priorities for the year ahead. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
You drive and speed the red cabriolet, and movie starts right back from the beginning. It's only a dream. Wake up and smell the coffee, smell the rain. Stop lying to yourself and calm your brain. Sometimes you think that I don't care about you.
And you are still watching Parliament TV right here on DSTV channel 408 on Parliament TV. And of course, you can join the conversation at Parliament of RSA. You can follow, like, and subscribe on all social media platforms. Of course, Parliament has collaborated with Proudly South African, and this is to ensure that members of Parliament and esteemed guests wear local. Of course, this brings awareness to the textile industry and local designers. And of course, we'll be talking about the importance of supporting local designers. Now, earlier on, we mentioned that we have stars of local fashion industry with us. Welcome my panel. Please introduce yourself, the gorgeous Palesa.
Hi everyone, my name is Palesa Mgubung. I'm the founder and creative director of the fashion label Months.
And of course, I have Leonie.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Leonie Wagner. I am a journalist at Sunday Times.
Alrighty, Silo. This is your second time, so you know how we roll.
Yeah, of course. Good day, everybody. My name is Silomi Lupi. I'm the creative director of Scarlet Design.
Otis?
Hi, everyone. My name is Utsile Sefolo. I'm the creative director and founder of Odessa Flom. And today, your fashion police.
Yes. Hopefully, nobody will be too harsh on the members and esteemed guests this time.
Okay.
I'm looking at people that have been here before. Now, of course, let's get right into the conversation. Leonie, I mean, from your perspective, it's a media perspective, you're almost like the watchdog of what goes on in terms of fashion and lifestyle. What are some of the expectations for tonight?
I'm expecting people to be firstly true to themselves, to be authentic, and then to proudly support local.
Of course.
I mean, it would be sacrilegious for someone to rock up at the State of the Nation address not wearing something proudly made within your nation.
And Silo, what are your expectations?
I just want people to look pretty.
Pretty
You know,
simple.
just wear something comfortable that suits your body, you know, yeah.
Alrighty. And Utsile?
I think for me, the most important thing is understanding the event.
Yes.
We are at a SONA, so it doesn't look like you're going to a metric dance. You know what I mean? It still has to speak to the event. It still has to speak to what the event is all about.
Of course. And Palesa, your expectations?
I think it's important to make a statement right now at this event, because a lot of statements are going to be made, and fashion is one that, you know, also can do the same. And there's lots of issues around in the industry, in the fashion industry. So I think the statement needs to start at the red carpet, and then we will take it from there as the police.
Alrighty. Now, of course, we have Tammy on the red carpet, and he is ready to ensure and give us the sights on who is on the red carpet, what are they wearing, and are they wearing local, most importantly. Of course, Utsile, Scarlo, and Leonie, I hope, and Palesa will have some insights on whether this is suiting for the event. Does it suit your body? Who has dressed you? And is it the right color? Is it the right texture? I've been here for a while, so I know a few things.
Oh, wow.
Texture. There's texture, there's lines, there's body couture and everything else. And of course, we're going to get into that conversation as soon as Tammy gets somebody on the red carpet. Looks like he is ready. Let's cross over to Tammy and see what he has for us.
What a tough job you guys have in studio to be able to look at all these outfits. I've been watching as people arrive here. They're looking stunning. And Tapo, you know, it's good that they've adhered to the theme and the instruction to either wear something that is traditional or something that is formal. And speaking about traditional, we are joined by the Deputy Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture in South Africa, who's just returned from the Grammys looking absolutely gorgeous.
Thank you so much for having me. And it's a beautiful day. The weather is perfect. And of course, more than anything, we expect the president to speak more about job creation. And I don't see us creating jobs without involving the creatives.
Absolutely. Who are you wearing today?
I'm wearing, you can guess.
I don't. I think I saw who that is. First, well, you can say it.
SC Apparel.
Okay. So this is what we do here at Proudly South Africa and Parliament. We make you turn around so that we can assess your outfit. We love SC Apparel and what they've done with you. The inspiration, what inspired it?
It is a modernized Sepedi outfit. With time, of course, they could have put beads, but we did not have more time to play around with the dress. But I'm happy with the final product.
Let me ask you something. Sports, arts and culture has a big opportunity for nation building, and I think to be able to show our diversity, what kind of opportunities are available for growth and for the fashion space? We are entering into a beautiful year of hosting the G20 summit, and we've been talking about how we're going to grow our local products, but also develop jobs and create jobs. So sports, arts and culture, how does it play a role?
Look, in fact, it's one of the key issues that we'd expect the president to make mention of the participation of the creatives during the G20. Without entertainment, without culture, without sports, without creatives, there's no way that others can learn from us. So other countries that are coming here, of course, we need to showcase talent. We need to show them who are we as South Africans. So it's a big opportunity for the creatives.
I love that, and I look forward for us to having more conversations around how we can access those opportunities. You look absolutely stunning. Just one more time, go around so we can see you. Enjoy tonight. That's Essie Apparel, and that's the Deputy Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture. I'm just seeing a lot of beautiful people. Look at all of it. Look at it. Come in and look at that. Look at hello. I'm very good. And we are joined by yet another guest. You're looking absolutely stunning today. The Deputy Minister of Human Settlements in South Africa, Ms. Thandi Mahambe Hlala. You look stunning. Who are you wearing?
I'm wearing Makhosa. Makhosa by Laduma Ngokolo.
What's the inspiration?
The inspiration is that if you recall earlier this week, the Speaker of Parliament re-emphasized the importance of supporting our local brands, supporting our local designers, ensure that during these big events, at least they benefit from us as legislators and people that get to attend these events. So, yeah.
So I am interested in hearing what Human Settlements is going to do to develop or to give opportunities to other individuals out there to make sure that the infrastructure is there and people are able to work, they're covered. What other interventions can we have in there, especially in the fashion space?
The reality of the matter is that there are a lot of opportunities at Human Settlements. That's why on the 14th of February we are doing a career expo in Paarl, to ensure that we communicate to the learners as to what else is there that they can learn. We do have youth programs at Human Settlements. We also responsible, as you know, to decently house South Africans. Yes. And we did not rest during the festive season. Myself and the Minister, we've been up and about during the fire disasters here in the city of Cape Town, ensuring that people are saved, ensuring that people are safe, ensuring that people, they've got a roof on top of their heads. So we are a government at that department that is responsible of housing the nation, ensure that our indigenous people, like people elderly and the ones that living with disabilities and so on, they get decent houses and they are on the top of the priority of our beneficiary list. So
they can work. You look absolutely stunning. Please turn around so we can see your outfit. And that's the Deputy Minister of Human Settlements. I am joined by another gorgeous. I always have to try. I'm like always flying to grab her. I'm trying to grab her. Hello. Welcome.
Hello,
how are you?
I'm good.
Good.
How are you?
Please tell us who you're wearing.
Vicky Zoleka Magwaka from Mtata Art Center. This is a woman who is a designer naturally. She did not go to any school. Every button, every color, it has a meaning. usebenza ke kwindawo apho kungekho manzi. At times my outfits get delayed because she must wash the fabric before she can sew the fabric. When there's no water, she's struggling, but she's resilient to ensure that every time she makes me to feel good, to look beautiful. I'm indebted to women economic empowerment.
Yes.
So every time I wear proudly South Africa, everything.
Let me tell you, I don't need to say much. I'm looking at all the detail, and you started with this a long time ago.
Of course.
You guys have been talking about wearing local and the importance of supporting local businesses. I want you to turn around so we can see all of that. Oh, look at that. How gorgeous is it? Isn't it beautiful that we get to explore our beautiful diverse cultures and our beautiful fabrics that we produce here? But also, there's a real issue. Yoba, you know, in the fashion industry, where also we've got like 10% of like carbon emission. But also, you spoke about water scarcity. What can water and sanitation, and how can it play a big role in the fashion space?
It is very important that those who are in the fashion space, they must have access to water.
Yeah.
But also the community must use water sparingly, knowing very well that every drop counts. If you do illegal connection, you disadvantage those women. They will not have food on the table. So let's use water sparingly. Let's support our women, especially those that are in the fashion industry. Without fashion, we are nothing. These are the economic boosters of our country.
You are looking absolutely stunning. Thank you so much for joining us here at Proudly SA. Please, you can have a look at that one more time. And I'm going to throw it back to studio, guys. You've had 3 beautiful outfits that look incredibly amazing. You've seen like a variety of cultures that are there. I'm throwing it back to you guys so that you can discuss some of those things. The color. Did you see Mampemi? Did you see the Deputy Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture? Did you see Thandi Mahambe-Hlala? Let's discuss those looks, the trends, the colors, the detailing. And if you are also going to be posting, please do ensure that you tag us at SONA 2025 and wear local at SONA. I am throwing back to studio. There's that job again that you guys have to do. I'm going to start grabbing more people. I'll be back. Okay.
Bye.
What a vibe, what a vibe there. Such a vibe on the what a vibe on the red carpet there at the hashtag SONA 2025. Of course, we have 3 outfits. Okay, Balasa, rate each one out of 10.
Each one?
Which one do you like?
Okay, I think we started on a really high note. I thought the first dress was really flattering. I thought the color was beautiful. Fabric is light. I'm sure the Cape Town weather was doing it justice.
Okay.
So I would give it a high 7 or 8.
Otsile, do you agree?
I would have given it a bit of a higher score.
All right.
Mainly because the way it sat on her body.
Yes.
It was very flattering, extremely flattering. And I like the fact that she knows that she's a big lady. And she dressed for her body. And for me, that really stands out.
And Silo?
Yeah, I agree. I like how the pleats are positioned.
Yes.
It's giving origami, a modern take on origami. The color as well. Yeah.
And rating out of 10?
I'll give it a 9.
Oh, Leonie as the journalist, as the watchdog. Out of 10?
I'm also going high on this one. An 8.
Oh, right.
Yes, the color. It was the color. The color did it for me.
Otsile, let's talk about Ms. Thandi Mahambe-Hlala. She's in Mathosa. A rating out of 10?
I'm going to give it a 10. Oh, no, sorry, she's wearing Mathosa. For me, I'm sorry, that didn't really stick for me.
Okay.
I understand that you're wearing local, but for me, it doesn't say SONA. It doesn't say dress-up party.
However, the invitation did say traditional, though.
As much as it says traditional, guys, but it still needs to speak to the kind of event that you're going to.
Okay.
It says traditional, but I mean, when you look at the dress, for me, it doesn't say SONA. It's the type of dress that you wear to someone's wedding or as a guest somewhere, but not to SONA. For me, it didn't stick at all.
And Palisa, do you agree?
I thought it was okay. I think the effort was made. I think that she is wearing local, so we have to give a couple of good points for that. There is a styling issue maybe, but yeah.
And out of 10?
Out of 10, I would give it a good 8 because it is
It's
Mathosa,
local.
but also it is Maxhosa, we have to be proud of our own.
Of course.
So
And
it's nice.
Leonie? For me, it's a bit of a double-edged sword, right? It is Maxhosa, it's local, so yay, we love it. But I feel it's lazy, it's a low-hanging fruit. Okay. Yes, I just said that. Because it's an easy, I agree with Otis. You know, I think a little bit more thought could have gone into it, a little bit more personality. I would have wanted to see that. Yeah. Silla?
I'd like to disagree with you guys. I think for me, she put in effort in terms of the headpiece.
Yes.
And the skirt is actually longer. It's not like a
The normal
knee-length.
one. Yes.
So it gave it a bit of that SONA look in terms of, you know, it being a garment or a gown kind of looking, and the prints working together as well. She could have mixed up and messed up the prints of Maxhosa. But I think she gave it, you know, she tried to give it that gowny feel.
Otsile?
I feel that maybe she could have maybe gotten maybe something else to put on top. Maybe go with the hear me out first. Hear me out first.
Balasa is giving you the side eye.
I like the
Giving you
print.
the side
I
eye.
love the Maxhosa print. But I feel like she could have made it a bit more dressy.
Yeah.
The kind of event that you're going to. If maybe she had found like a nice plain pleated skirt that is maybe a turquoise that complements the blue that's on the print, and then still went with the head, you know, just to make it a bit more dressy. For me, I feel like it's a beautiful dress, but at the same time, for SONA, it doesn't stick.
You know, it's also not a new Maxhosa item.
That's the thing.
Show up on the red carpet with Maxhosa we love. At least go to their archive pieces or at least a new collection. Especially if you're not going to start it up with something else.
I mean, if I had seen this 4 or 5 years ago, the
You would
first
have been
time I saw
amazed.
Maxhosa,
But you know why I will always give Maxhosa you know, a lot of weight? It's just the sustainability element. You know, when it comes to their items.
So we're talking
That's the first
sustainability.
That's the first step that
Yes.
we saw you know, on the red carpet. That goes a long way because we have a real problem with waste. We have a real problem with just you know, upcycling, recycling. So if you wear a brand that makes sure that you know they are conscious of waste levels, definitely. Whether the client is aware of that is besides the point.
Alrighty. I was going to say the same thing. I'm not mad that it's a older collection. I love it. It's fine. Now, the moment we saw the Minister of Water and Sanitation, Otsile said she is so committed to her designer. What were your thoughts, Palisa?
I thought there was a lot happening.
Okay.
I thought there was a lot happening.
Okay.
But I mean, sometimes when you're really, really passionate about something, you do, you know, you take it to extra levels. So I think I will let Otsile comment on that.
Okay. And out of 10? Out of 10?
I really have to just give it a 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a pass.
It's a
pass.
Okay. So 5 for the passion.
For the passion.
For effort.
5 for passion.
5, okay.
Silla?
Okay, for me, I feel like, you know, the narrative of tradition being always print. People run to print a lot.
Alrighty.
And they tend to overdo it.
Yes.
You know, which is what happened here.
Okay.
There was print, there was beads, there was
it was just
shape.
a lot.
The shape was, there's draping underneath, there's different colors that are not coordinating with each other.
Yeah.
So I think, it was too heavy in the eye.
We're just about to go back to the red carpet. Leonie, just your thoughts. We're about to go back to the red carpet. You know how we roll here. Let's see what Tammy has for us on the red carpet.
Welcome back, and we are live here on Parliament TV and proudly South African, and we're doing the local fashion police. And we've been talking a lot to women who are dressed, but we kind of forgot that men can also style themselves. Please introduce yourself and tell us what you're wearing.
My name is Willie Okamp. I'm the national spokesperson for the Democratic Alliance. And if it wasn't for my wife, I would most probably have worn nothing because it's my wife that dresses me. So, although I'm a man, she buys my clothes. And I think this was bought at a local store in South Africa. We all know E.D. Gars or Edgar's. I'm joking. So yeah, but I think it's nice to see everybody. You've got people that dressed very flamboyantly. I'm looking at Minister Patricia de Lille that will speak to you after me. She's looking stunning in her dress. And it's nice to see everybody dressing up. I'm a very calm guy when it comes to clothing, so I'm just normally dressed in my blue DA suit.
The importance of supporting local?
I think it's very important. We are all talking about growing the economy and creating jobs. And if we really want to do that, apart from all the macro things that will be announced, it's so important to support local businesses, because that is where on the coal face of creating jobs we can make a difference and we can put money into the pockets of people. Why import something from somebody else and make somebody in a different country rich? We can assist some local people in South Africa, and we've got such a lot of talent that we don't have to go and look for everything overseas all the time. We can find everything right here on our doorstep.
Fantastic. Next time I speak to you, I'm expecting beads on this tie. I'm going to put you in touch with a designer who's going to be incredibly amazing for you, so that we can show our diversity, yeah?
I will always try anything new. Okay. As long as it's not too flamboyant. I don't think I'm going to put pips on my shoulders, but we can try it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us.
And
Thank
look
you.
how beautiful Minister de Lille is
Oh,
looking. Thank you,
Minister, I'm tempted to say Auntie Pat.
Not a problem. Are you my brother?
I'm finding you.
You look
Minister.
lovely
You
too.
look absolutely gorgeous. We're talking today about wearing local.
Of course.
And the impact of buying local in the country. Tourism plays a big role. Let's talk fashion. Let's talk the role of the department.
You know, South Africa can stand up on any world stage with the local talent that we have. I will be the first one to admit we must do more to promote our local talent and culture and fashion, you know, to the rest of the world. But, you know, this was inspired by Sandy Masabuku. And, you know, her label, Fabro Sans.
Fabro Sans, yeah.
Yes. And the print itself is also local. It is an aerial photo of the city of Tshwane. So this is to the capital of Tshwane. And as you can see, we've got the rands and cents there. So it's completely South African. No dollars here.
But we still want the dollars. We still want the dollar.
Of course, we want them. And you know, the American tourist has grown by more than 10% in 2024. So they're coming.
A lot of people are coming. I mean, we are the host of the G20 summit happening this year. And I think when we talk about tourism and we talk about those opportunities, have you given some thought into how we're going to involve the creative industry and especially people within the clothing, textile and leather
It's going to be a showcase of South Africans.
Yeah.
We're the first country in the continent to host the G20.
Yes.
We're excited to welcome the world.
Yes.
And you know what is our biggest asset? Our people.
Yes.
Ubuntu,
Yes.
you know, that warm welcoming
Yes.
that they always display in welcoming people. So it's a great opportunity, and we want every South African to be involved. You know, sports, arts, culture, tourism, everyone will be involved. We're going to go do outreach programs to the communities. I'm hosting the tourism ministerial meeting in Mpumalanga because we spread all the business meetings across the country. And we're all very excited. And we rely on every South African to make sure that we do our bit. Let's behave while the people are here.
Let's wear proudly South African produced products and clothes. Yeah. Your outfit looks absolutely stunning. I love the inspiration, the picture of Tshwane. I'm from Pretoria, but I also love the detailing.
Also, I'm a piano. Yes, I mean they were really born in Tshwane. Yes, you know. And so there's the culture and the street culture that you see in the capital city. It's what we must celebrate. And this is what the print represents, you know, that culture, the street culture of our capital.
I would like you to turn around so we can see the outfit again. It's so detailed, guys. It is so gorgeous. And the rands and cents, you know, we were talking about money. I mean, like, we do produce, like, literally a huge amount. We contribute almost 1.7.
Cindy Masabuko is young, but the talent that she's got. And she's creating jobs with,
Yeah.
with a label, you know.
Yeah.
I'm very happy for her.
And women empowerment.
Oh yes, of course, of course.
So I'm looking forward to the conversations we're going to have with tourism and how we're going to collaborate and making sure that a lot of our people wear local. Yes, look at me receiving a card. I'm getting a card immediately. This is how we do it, you know. We don't talk. We talk and we action. You get the card right there, and then we connect you.
My cell number's on there, so you can get me anytime.
We spoke about being accessible and reachable, and for us to be able to do a lot of work with the tourism department. I am looking at one of our chairpersons from the Proudly South Africa, and we're going to be talking quickly to him and looking at us here at SONA. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Howard Gabriels. I chair the board of Proudly South Africa.
Amazing. This initiative started last year at SONA. It's our third installation. How proud are you to see a lot of our people wearing local today?
It has been a real challenge to get to this point. We have been campaigning for this over many years.
Yeah.
And we're very grateful that the President and the Presidency embraced the call for us to wear local on this particular day. But now the message is that we must wear local every day. It's really important that we encourage consumers that when they go shop, especially for clothing, that they look at the label.
Right.
And when you look at the label, then you can see where you want to create jobs.
Yeah.
Do you want to create jobs in South Africa or wherever else the label says? And I think it's really important that we embrace that call to not only on a big day like today to wear local, but to make it a tradition in every day.
Are you wearing local?
Everything.
Can we look at it? I mean, this is local everything.
So
That's our chip. This
suit was made in Salt River.
Yeah.
The shoes are made in one of our own leather factories.
Yes.
The shirt is from a shop in the Canal Walk that only sells shirts made in South Africa. So I'm very proudly South African.
I'm Proudly South African too. That's our chairperson of Proudly South African board. Thank you so much for joining us. This is how we do it. You know, you are able to identify where you bought it. You check the label. You know who's designed it. You know how many people have got in to making this beautiful outfit. We're not excluding men, right? We always talk about fashion as if it's something that only happens for women. We do know that women contribute like 60% of the workforce of the fashion space, but men also do contribute, you know. We've been talking a lot about like diversity, equity and inclusion, and it becomes important for us to diversify our conversations around fashion. I'm looking at a beautiful, oh, look at how gorgeous. Look, I mean, like every time you see this, you just want to like melt. How are you? Good, thank you. Cause introduce her, please. And then, please, let's see your full outfit.
Okay, mina ke xa ndichaza abantu ndiye ndithi ndiyimvelukazi emanzandonga igama lam ke ndingu-inako ifani ndingumatheza ndiyinzwakazi neminyaka eyi-19 ndim ke imbongi eza kubivulela umongameli namhlanje apha epalamente ngaphakathi. Inkosi.
What inspired your outfit?
Isizathu sokuba ndinxibe kanje njengambongi besenditshilo esi sinxibo ndisinxibe apha sisinxibo esiye sithi sinxitywe ngabantu abangoomama kodwa ke abantu abangoomama abasemendweni. Isizathu sokuba ndisinxibe yinto yokubana ndifuna izizwe zibone ukubana eyona nto ndiyifunayo kakhulu into yokubana ndifuna sibuyeleni embo kuba uyawufumanisa ngoku ukubana abantu abangoomama xa besemendweni banxiba ezafaskoti ufike zithungwe ngamalaphu kanti esona sinxibo fanelekileyo unxitywa ngabo sesi kodwa ke bekumele uba ndinxibe inkciyo kuba kaloku ndiyintombi ehlolwayo but ke ngenxa ye-protocols ezikhoyo apha ngaphakathi zokuthi ezinye iindawo funeka ndizigqume ngoko ke xa ndizawuthi ndinxibe ivesti ndinxibe nenkciyo ayiseso sinxibo senkciyo eso yiyo loo nto ke mna ke ndikhethe ukubana mandinxibe esi sinxibo namhlanje.
That was education. That was like a whole cultural education for me. She's our praise singer today and will be leading. It's beautiful to actually just see young women and the involvement of our presidency and parliament of the youth. You know, we've been talking a lot about youth development, and we've been talking about the inclusion and diversity and culture. You look absolutely beautiful. Good luck for today. Have fun. And then please tag whoever oyenze le outfit yakho, le bag yakho, ubatag so that sizokwazi ukubasupporta abafazi bakhona basebenza apho. You look gorgeous, okay? Stunning, stunning, stunning. Have a great one. She looks absolutely stunning. She's young, and she's going to be opening today, the praise singer, and she's looking absolutely stunning. I saw Papa Penny earlier on, and we were talking about like our Spelani, you know. But now that we are here, we're joined by an MMC in the city of Johannesburg, Mr. Kunene, a friend of ours. We're talking wearing proudly South African brand. The theme today, they said, you must be formal or traditional. Yes. Let's talk about your outfit. I'm seeing Versace.
Thank you, Tammy, for having me. Look, I wear local all the time.
Yeah.
But today I'm wearing a suit, as you can see. I never had the time to go to our local designers. You know, I've worn David Tlale so many times. This Edward Dresler.
Look at the face of judgment.
This Edward Dresler. This is a Dash shirt. This Gucci tie. Egna belt. Versace shoes. Versace watch. Versace shades.
Did I just hear that? I have like 4 people in studio who are going to sit and talk to you and talk about your outfit and do the math. You know, because we're calculating the monies here that we're making, and we're creating jobs for people in the country. So you look gorgeous, but I'm going to let them judge you and comment on your outfit. We're not saying don't buy international stuff. We're just saying let's be all inclusive. But you look absolutely stunning.
Thank you very
but
much.
There is also David Tlale, Tula Cindy, SC Apparel.
I've supported them many times. I continue to support them. I continue to support them.
I'm going into
but
fashion.
Today, I wanted to be very formal, and this is what I had.
Okay, that's Kenny Kunene. Enjoy your evening. Oh, we're talking diversity, and one of our friends is here, Fasiha Hassan. Has the surname changed?
Well, actually, this will be the first time I say it publicly, but it's Hassan Duma now.
Introduce yourself.
Yes, this is Mrs. Hassan Duma in the flesh, and it is actually the first time I've announced it. I've just gone to Home Affairs to change it officially.
Amazing. We're talking wearing locally produced outfits. Proudly South African is here again at the State of the Nation Address 2025. I know we've had this conversation. Young people, the role that have to play in creating jobs and fashion at large.
Yeah, so today it's a bit of both. It's a BRICS and a South Africa. So it's the I in BRICS from India and the S for South Africa. So the South African shout out I have to give is to Lisha Chotu. She's a local designer from my area in Homestead Park, from my home ward, actually in Ward 58. But this is also from India. So it was a little bit of a play on what we're trying to create in terms of the global order. But more important, this is the fun part, it's like a modern sari. So it's a pre-draped sari. Should I do one more?
You can do
Let's do one more.
One more. Look at that.
Yeah.
Modern sari. Tell us about the detail.
So it's a pre-draped, which is why it's kind of fun. So it's got the traditional vibe, but it's also got a few modern notes by making the jacket and, you know, giving it a bit of a young sort of feel.
Right.
So that's what we're trying today.
You spoke about BRICS. We're talking G20 opportunities there as well for people to play in that space. Young people. Are we having side meetings? How are we contributing to that?
Look, so G20, people don't understand it's a really big year for us. It may not come in a very long time. Very importantly, we have to get young people, but we also have to get creatives such as yourself to the front. We seem to only be focusing on policy, and I think there's a lot more that needs to happen to bring in people who have been historically marginalized into the process.
I love that. That's do you want to say it one more time?
Mrs. Hassan Duma.
Mrs. Hassan Duma. She's looking absolutely gorgeous. We're going to discuss the detail of your dress and the colors. They look absolutely nice. It's the trends that are moving. You look gorgeous. The mix, love, 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 love. Keep supporting local. Mwah. Thank you. Oh, she looks absolutely nice. She does, ne? It's the detailing and the mix of India and all those things. I was talking about my outfit earlier on, and I was literally saying These are like recycled pieces of fabric, you know, that's there, and some of this Chitonga Shibelani that I've got on here. We're going to take a couple of guests, but before, I just want to do a quick catch-up with our CMO of Proudly South African, Ms. Happy Ngidi, and just get a sense of what she's been picking up on the streets, how many people she's seen, and how proud you are today.
I'm very proud. I'm local, and I'm lekker, and I'm proud.
How many people, like with third installation, looking at all of this?
Yeah. It's amazing. It's amazing to see the movement. You know, many people have made an effort. They look amazing. And they've heeded our call to action as Proudly South African in Parliament, which is a partnership. They have clearly heeded the call. They look absolutely amazing. And they're brave enough to tell us who dressed them. Yes. Because they are wearing local. Isn't it wonderful? It's just a long journey.
I mean, I think it continues. It continues, and you've been pushing that narrative and that conversation. I'm happy to be standing right next to you, but I want to know who you're wearing.
I'm wearing Scalo Designs, babe. Yes. Scalo Designs. Must I do a 12?
You need to do a 12 yourself. By the way, Scalo, you did the things there.
You did the things, Scalo.
You're looking absolutely stunning. I want to start grabbing more people, but you and I are on a job together.
We've got a call that we've got to talk to Minister Nogula.
Yes, we have to. Yes, yes. I'm going to grab, you need to just follow in a second. I'm going to grab somebody else who is here looking absolutely stunning on our carpet. This is how we interrupt. This is what we do. This is what we do. This is what we do. I'll take comments and I'll be with you guys in a second, yeah? Let's go. Let's go.
And of course, we have a lot of homework here in the studio with my fashion police and of course, Leonie. Palisa, we have a lot of people to go through, right? Let's go through Billy Oakham. He's the one who said that he bought a suit from Edgar's.
I like the tie. I thought it was a beautiful, subtle heritage print. I liked it, and I'm glad that it's South African.
Leonie, are you happy that he bought from a local store?
Yeah, it was simple, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know if everyone got the blue tie brief, but yeah.
Let's discuss Minister Delil. Otis, what did you think?
Oh, yeah. I love the dress. I love the length. I feel like she could have accessorized it a bit different. The waistband could have been something a bit more edgy, just to give it a bit of character.
Okay.
And I mean, she always wears her hair down. I would have appreciated to see something different.
Oh.
If maybe she could have pulled it up or styled it or just made a bit of an effort. Because I mean, the look that she had today is exactly what we see all the time when we see her in Parliament.
Yeah. And Silla, are you of the same opinion?
Yeah, I think they could have went with like a gold belt.
Oh.
And I know Febro Sense is good as well with hats. So I think if she gave her hat in the same print, that look up.
I thought it was age appropriate. I loved it. And I liked the styling with the glasses. I thought it was like the perfect woman finding the perfect coat. Is it a signature? Yes, but sometimes that's what it's about.
And out of 10?
I think it's a good 9. I thought it was a good fit.
Okay. Otsile?
I mean, I'll give it an 8.
Perfect.
Because I mean, it could have been elevated just a bit, you know, just a bit. But it was beautiful. Could have just been elevated just a bit.
Alrighty, Silla. All right, Leonie.
I like the story behind it, so yes, 8.
All right, perfect. Now let's move on to the Imbongi. Of course, it is a traditional wear. She's the one who will be praising the president as he enters the chambers. Leonie, what were your thoughts, especially with the awareness on the tradition and culture?
Loved it. Loved it. We need to move away from this narrative that when we wear our traditional outfits, it's only on Heritage Day.
Yes.
No, we need to be proud and we need to own our culture, our heritage, and tell our story. That nailed it. Loved it.
And this would go great in the books of journalism.
Absolutely.
Now let's go to Kenny Kunene. You had a lot of comments going on here while we were watching, of course. Palisa, what were your thoughts?
I don't want to go to Kenny Kunene. No, I'm kidding. No, I mean, I think that he did what Kenny Kunene does.
Yeah.
And you know,
It's what you expected? It's what I expected. Nothing, it wasn't the most responsible outfit, let me just say that, considering the message, considering, the issues that we have. Yeah, I found it quite irresponsible.
All right, Otsile?
For me, I was a bit let down. I mean, as someone that's going to be in parliament that speaks to growing our economy, how are you growing our economy by taking money out of our economy and taking it to other markets that are outside of South Africa?
Yeah.
We're trying to localize everything. South Africa is capable. We're able to manufacture suits that are even more superior qualities than what he's wearing. For him to boldly come and say that he's wearing all of these other brands and not even mention a single South African brand, for me that was distasteful.
Did you expect it though?
I mean, we know that's what he'd do, but I'm saying we are here as proudly South African to come and raise awareness. How's about we work on our South African economy?
Yeah.
How can we do that? By buying local. Let's make sure that whatever that we do, we keep the money circulating well within our country instead of taking our money elsewhere.
Okay.
Yeah, he's part of government now.
He is part of government. He should do better.
The hardest actually. Like buy the most expensive suit from a local designer.
Okay, so we're unhappy.
Yeah,
no, definitely unhappy.
We're unhappy.
I think it is the misuse of the platform. You can wear your outfits. If you can afford it, go, flaunt it.
Yes.
But when you have a platform and an opportunity to raise awareness, you use it,
And then looking past the fact that he's not wearing local, how is the look? Out of 10, Otsile?
No comment.
Are we now commenting on the look?
Yeah.
I think this is one look that doesn't even deserve for me to rate at all.
I'm shutting it right there. Of course, you can see that we have a very strict fashion police here, guys. I've been trying. This is the third time. And the criteria is tough. The requirements are getting even tougher. And when we're unhappy, we are unhappy. Of course, we are still live outside the Cape Town City Hall, and we are awaiting the State of the Nation address, which the President is scheduled to deliver at 7 o'clock. And of course, you can join the conversation at #SONA 2025. We have partnered with Proudly South African, and of course, we are encouraging everybody to wear local. Of course, I am wearing manto by the beautiful, lovely Palesa.
That's how you do it.
And of course, all the other presenters that have been with me here today have been beautifully dressed by Otsile himself and Sillo. Of course, then you can get their information on Instagram and have your say as well. Judge everybody who is coming through to the SONA and tell us what you think of the outfits and what you think, how you think it's important to ensure that we support local. Tammy is ready for us. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Let's see what Tammy has for us on the red carpet.
I hear you guys discussing pageants and Miss World. They're big conversations. We've just obtained the license to actually host Miss World globally in South Africa. And we're standing next to our winner. If you could kindly introduce yourself.
Yes, of course. My name is Valise Janssen van Rensburg, and not only am I the reigning Miss World South Africa, I'm an aspiring law youth representative as well as a youth development advocate, and I'm incredibly honored and privileged to be here with you this evening.
Who are you wearing?
I'm wearing the one and only Casper Bosman, an incredibly talented South African designer, very synonymous not only within this industry but in various fields, very creative and truly innovative. I'm blessed to be wearing his stunning piece this evening.
How important is youth involvement in the fashion space and the influence that you have, the pageant space? How important is that?
I think it's very important because it brings a youthful perspective and a fresh perspective at that. So to have young people infiltrate these industries, whether it be fashion, whether it be politics, any field that you can imagine, having a young influence and young perspective truly has the ability to change the world and the narrative that we currently live by.
Absolutely lovely. You look absolutely stunning. If you could just turn around so they can have a look at your outfit. Your bag looks lovely. Detail.
Yes, of course, by the one and only Carol Bauer bags. Proudly South African and such a statement piece to any outfit.
You look absolutely stunning.
Thank you.
Please go and advocate for women and for lots of young people to get into all those spaces. Good luck.
Thank you.
And we'll see you at the next pageant.
Absolutely.
Cool.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Speaking about young people, we are now joined by one of the young deputy ministers in the presidency, Ms. Nongeba, who is not a new face. She's been here. The last time you were here, we were doing the first State of the Nation address, and then we did the opening of Parliament, and we spoke fashion.
Yes.
We're back.
Yes.
Talking proudly South African.
All the time, proudly SA. Today I'm wearing a... Can the Deputy Minister of Higher Education please get out of our face? Anyway, this year I'm wearing a young black designer, Asanda Makibi. Yes. And of course the inspiration is modern African, beaded African petals and everything. Also keeping it with the colors of my party, black and gold, and yeah, very, I always find it so inspiring to work with young black designers, and of course to support their work, to showcase their work, and also just the love that they put into their craft. So exciting.
What can young people do to innovate? We'll be talking about a lot of things, sustainability, fashion contributing so much money in the GDP. How can we get more young people involved?
I'm so excited about the Proudly South African campaign, precisely because, firstly we need to have awareness. Yeah. The importance about preserving South African jobs. Yeah. The only way that we're going to preserve South African jobs within the industry is through buying local and wearing local. So that's the first thing. But secondly, this entire week I was visiting different sites that employ young people. And one of the important, as part of the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative, a lot of important things that we are speaking to industry about is that we have to partner with industry as government and, seek these young people, train them, and after that, after we've trained them, also place them in sustainable jobs. And that's one of the things that we will be championing, and hopefully the President will give the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative a shout out in his SONA tonight.
I hope that you are also leading that conversation, and I'm going to hold you accountable so that we're able to expand on this conversation about including a lot of young people and those programs with the NYDA, etc.
We are actually having a media launch next week after SONA. Once the President has announced it today, we're having a media launch next week where we're going to be unpacking the program, what it entails for young people. But in the meantime, I do want to encourage young people to go to soyouth.mobi, which is a zero-rated site to find all of government's opportunities for young people.
You look stunning. Let's look at your outfit. Turn around. You look so snatched for somebody who just had a baby.
Thank you so much.
Turn around. Let's see. She looks absolutely stunning. Stunning. Okay, cool. Enjoy. Let's go. We're talking young people, and while we wait for the minister, we're going to take the Deputy Minister of Youth, Women and Persons Living with Disabilities, Steve Litsike, a friend of ours and a friend of Proudly South African. We're talking fashion. Wearing local?
Wearing local, indeed. No, thank you so much. There's a young man in Pretoria called Shola. Yeah. He does my local shirts. In fact, many of my shirts I get it from him. We speak about design. We speak about, the kind of look and feel. So all shirts that you see are done locally here. And Pretoria, I support my hometown, my home city, and it's really about ensuring that young people in my own village and my own city, they can actually contribute to the economic growth.
How does the department have, or what plans do they have in getting more young people, persons with disabilities, participating in the space of contributing to the fashion world, right?
Look, there are incredible artists, everywhere, who actually are seeing this not just as their craft and their brilliance. It's really about making sure that we open doors of opportunities. And we've done that in collaboration with Higher Health, higher education, with as well as small business development. And we really have been reaching out with different young people in expos, exposing their own craft. And we look forward because G20 will be hosted in the country, and we've spoken about it.
Yes.
And really we said financial inclusion of women, youth and persons with disability is bringing people on board on a practical level where their craft can be sold to the world.
I always believe in the fact that we can produce anything. If we unite as the continent, as South Africans, as our people, we've got enough to produce everything here on the ground. I look forward to hearing some of the things that are going to be said at the State of the Nation today and connecting with you.
Thank you so much. Cool. G20, this SONA statement is really about bringing everybody a nation that works for all.
We're going to be a nation that works for all. We're talking about Pretoria people, and oh my God, here's me and Roses. know, this was one of the... You won one of the greatest looks last year, and I think it was designed by BG, who was one of our local fashion police.
I'm wearing BG.
Please kindly introduce yourself.
My name is Pinky Kikana, the Deputy Minister of the Department of Public Administration, and I'm here to display the capacity and talent of South Africa.
How important is it?
It is important because we, as South Africa, we're a brand, and there's talent, there's capacity, especially in this industry. So it is important for us to showcase one of our own, and BG has never disappointed me at all times.
Can we see your outfit? Look at the detail. Look at the detail. The roses there.
It's Sharon on the roses.
It's Sharon on the
on the roses.
You look absolutely stunning. I have 4 fashion police there that are going to be looking at your outfit, and they're going to give us like feedback on it. But you look absolutely nice. Good luck for tonight. I will see you at the after parties, and then we must make sure that government must hold people accountable, and then we must support local designers. Gorgeous. That's the Deputy Minister of DPSA, Ms. Pinky Kekana, looking absolutely stunning in another BG design. And we are now joined by the Minister of now it's Justice. You know,
Justice and Constitutional Development.
How's that playing a role in the fashion space?
Oh.
First of all, let's talk about who you're wearing.
This is done by a woman, black woman-owned shop, designer shop. She tailors, she does everything. Based in Pretoria in the CBD, Divine Touch. So you can see modernized, touch of Xitsonga, my culture, so African, as part of us reaffirming that South Africa is within the African continent. So yeah, there it is.
How important is it supporting local?
Look, it's very important because we can't continue complaining about jobs. I mean, I look at her, what she's able to do, employing more people in there. I think she's got about 26 people, if I'm not mistaken, that she's employed, permanently working there. She's a black woman who's able to run a business. In terms of transformation for women participation in the economy, she's doing well, and we are there to support her, and that's why I put. Secondly, in terms of her contributing to job creation, it's there, but also being able to be proud about who we are. I'm a proud Xitsonga woman. So.
And can we look at your outfit? There's so much detail that's happening here. It's got a little bit of a tail, and then you can see the fabric that's here. That's Xitsonga. We're talking earlier to Minister Pemi, and we're talking about like fabrics, you know. And we're talking about why we don't produce our own local fabrics and why it's difficult to get those machines. We're talking T20. How are we going to make sure that we start having a big conversation that has got financial implications, and as the people who stand at the center right now of that influence with G20?
Look, the issue is around that the work is being done steadily in terms of ensuring that we can be able to protect. You know that during the master plans in terms of the industry, protecting the textile industry has been there in terms of support and being able to play local. So DTIC play a key role there in terms of making. But what these sectors can do, when government supports them, they want me and you to buy.
Right.
Because the market is important. So we should not order from abroad, come with, importantly, and we must not go and ask for discounts.
Yeah.
We must pay the price that they are giving us. Because koshopong, how you reka anything, then you pay the price. So what is sometimes difficult is when people, when they buy from a local supplier, they want to negotiate a discount. That's not right. Let's pay the prices that they are saying because they deserve it, and they are doing a lot of work. It's hard work to be able to put the beads. Labor intensive. So you must be able to agree in the prices.
This is why we were talking about like justice and correctional stuff. We're correcting the prices and making sure that people are paying, and we'll hold them accountable. Justice will be served like you served your outfit today. We're going to discuss that. And before, we're going to quickly get him joined by another great guest of ours in all black. Looking fabulous. That's our Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, Mr. Gayton McKenzie. we've been trying to get a hold of him to come and, talk to us about like fashion. Look at them conversing. Hi, how are you?
Very good. How are
Good. Welcome to Proudly South African and Parliament TV. We're talking. It's the mix, right?
Trendsetter always, since I've known you. Trendsetter of note, man.
This is what I'm doing the interview here. You're looking gorgeous. Please, can you tell us who you're wearing?
I'm a very simple man.
Tell us who you're wearing.
I wear the suit I just put up.
Okay, so
I just put up a suit. I don't know, is it Woolworths or is it Brioni?
Yeah.
I just know, I just took it.
Let's talk about sports, arts and culture. We're talking about the creative sector. We're talking about fashion. How important is the department and where do you guys stand? What plans are being put in place for us to ensure that we're able to support our creative industries and fashion?
Fashion is very important. I mean, you can see, I'm a fashionable guy. I understand fashion. And I think that South Africa is the fashion capital of the world. We must just now get government support behind all our designers. We must make sure that this year, that South African brands like Amakosa, Galks Boy, those are big brands. And then you look at Galks Boy. I mean, like wherever you go, people are wearing it. You look at Amakosa, wherever you go, people are wearing it. And that's what I want to see this year. I want to see Tepo jeans. People must wear our local brands. Yes.
Do you have any other plans in place for us to be able to engage on that level of fashion? Earlier on, we were just talking about hosting the G20 summit.
Yes.
And all the multiple opportunities. And I think sports, arts and culture has the opportunity to kind of push that conversation across throughout all the months. What plans do we have to ensure that we're playing within the music, the influence, because there are so many intersections there?
No, definitely. I mean, we're launching one of the biggest, and I don't want to tell you the name because I suspect the president is going to talk about it, but you just listen to him. He's going to talk about what we are launching, but I can tell you now, this is the year for local designers, for the year of Amapiano, for the year of our local poets, the year of our local chefs.
Right.
We are going to make sure that they get the desired recognition and the deserved recognition.
Cool. And we're going to make sure that the next time you know who you're dressed by, and at least maybe ask the wife to give you notes or are dressed by this one and dressed by this one. But you look absolutely lovely. We're going to have lots of conversations and stay proudly South African.
Thank you. You look ravishing. Beautiful.
I try to represent you.
You are.
I try to represent the diversities of cultures in the country, and this is the whole thing. I mean, like, it's so impressive to be able to, see all of these expressions and how people have come up and shown up here on the red carpet. I'm seeing another beautiful outfit coming through, and I'm interested in talking about this beautiful outfit. Good afternoon. I'm good, thank you. You look gorgeous. If you could kindly introduce yourself to our audience.
No problem. I'm Vuyiswa Ramokhupa, MEC of Agriculture in Gauteng Province.
I love that. We're talking agriculture and we're talking fashion. The same world, right? Yes, because everything else, my teacher used to always say to me, there are two things you must remember, is that everything is either farmed or mined.
This is true.
We speak about carbon emissions that are there.
Yeah.
We speak about many opportunities that are there. Agriculture, the role that they're going to play in the space of fashion.
And sustainability, just as broadly, I mean, fast fashion has been one of the primary causes of the degradation, environmental degradation. So I think those two things very much go hand in hand. And agriculture in Gauteng in particular is a really exciting space because, I mean, that is really the epicenter of the economy. It is the cultural hub of South Africa. And it's also the pulse. It's the most populous province of them all. So, food security is obviously very high on the agenda, but also driving agripreneurs and agro-processors to really power up our economy.
I always say to people that we're missing out on so many opportunities, right? And I'm interested in some of the programs that you're going to develop and how you're going to allow fashion to play in that space. But I want to talk about your outfit. What is the inspiration?
Let me check for you.
This is a Senegalese designer, actually, whose name is Jaina A. And for me, it's really about just an ode to the continent, you know, celebrating African fashion. This is a designer who is influenced by both South Africa and Senegal. I've also spent some years in Senegal, and it's a place I also call home. So I thought, what better way to represent my love of the continent?
Can we look at the outfit? Can we turn around? Sure. She's looking absolutely gorgeous. We did speak about making sure that we are talking about agriculture and in the agriculture space. And you see, guys, fashion is so broad. Our people in the studio, I want you guys to have a look at this outfit again and then be able to give us some feedback. Please, if you guys are also out here, enjoy tonight. If you guys are out here at the SONA, please keep posting and also tag us at Proudly South Africa, and also ensure that you hashtag SONA 2025 and you know, talk about wearing local, you know, wear local in South Africa.
Love your You're looking great.
Am I looking great?
You're looking great.
I'm gonna go from the left. Ne? Quick introductions.
Hello, I'm Ashley Steenhazen. I'm John's daughter. Nice to meet you.
What are you wearing?
I'm wearing my friend Leah's dress, and I'm wearing a Cape Cobra bag.
Is it locally produced?
Locally produced, python skin, locally produced.
Love it.
I'm Terry Steenhazen. I'm very proud to be representing the Minister of Agriculture with ostrich skin bag. My shoes are from an amazing non-profit called Vintage with Love, and my dress is also proudly South African and South African green.
I love it. We're talking agriculture, Minister, and we were just talking now earlier on about the importance of agriculture in the fashion space.
Absolutely. We produce a lot of the raw ingredients for textiles. We do a lot of the stuff for the fashion space. You can see we're promoting the ostrich sector here. South Africa has got a big ostrich industry. We provided feathers for Lady Gaga's performance at the Olympic Games. We've now got ostrich leather. I was able to give the Chinese ambassador some ostrich steak the other evening at my house. So we're able to ensure that we're promoting South African agricultural goods, and that's also why we're wearing green. It's the colour of agriculture.
I love it. G20,
yes.
The involvement, fashion, let's talk.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I think we should have an F20 here, Fashion 20 as well. See, we've got a P20, and I think we should be challenging those in their countries to move towards more local content, but also more sustainability around reusing and recycling, and the importance of that in terms of the bioeconomy in the world. And I think that's a very good message to send out.
I agree. I don't think we talk enough about the fact that also, fashion consumes literally, we're the second biggest consumers of water, right? And also we've been talking a lot about recycling and sustainability. I think that I am going to hold you to task, and I'm going to challenge you and our team to be able to come and have a conversation with you about wearing local, number one.
Wearing local.
Wearing local. Very much about sustainability. I work with non-profits that work about sustainability. And thrifting. I'm a big thrifter. We are big thrifters.
I think we're running a whole business here. We're running a whole business. I've always been in the agriculture space. I'm joining the family business, and we're going to be working with women and non-profit organizations to ensure that we solve the issues around unemployment in the country and allow us to let fashion rule
the way.
As it must. Cool. Enjoy tonight. You guys look absolutely stunning. Thank you so much. Hello! Hi! I have to take both of you. You guys look absolutely stunning. I'm going to start there. Quick introduction here. Tell me about your outfit, who made it, and the inspiration.
So the dress is from Frida Couture. It's a South African brand. And the shirt I bought from my shop.
How important is it wearing local?
It's very important. We need to support local artists, because that's where they will get the most, people will see them so that they can go abroad. That's essentially what we want other people to see their work.
Absolutely stunning.
I am wearing Yamgela Isintu, a local designer, young, brilliant woman who took me back home. I am Xhosa, and she decided to make me this amazing garments. And as she said, supporting locals is absolutely critical. Also, there's so much talent in our country, and we don't have to lower our standards just to support local. Just simply going to a local designer, they can make you something stunning.
Education and fashion?
Education and fashion, well, one of the things that we're doing in the sector is to make sure that we are diversifying the curriculum. So we're not boxing children to just saying that, oh, well, you know, this is what you need to do. We want the curriculum to also be inspiring to kids who may be skills orientated, who may want to go into fashion designing, who may want to acquire skills like a beauty industry. And so that's one of the things that we're doing in our schools of skills. And I think it's going to be good because not every learner is the same.
Yeah, and I think you guys have got a beautiful opportunity as education to be able to kind of push those conversations. We're talking about like a huge increase of matriculants, even if it's not just at basic education, just across. As a young person, as a young leader in the education space, what can we do to, you know, kind of bridge the gap between higher education, basic education, TVET colleges, and skills development?
Look, I mean, I think you've really hit the nail on the head because there has to be synergy. If we're going to make sure that young people are getting into work, which is ultimately the goal, then we need to make sure that basic education is speaking to higher education, that there are clear pathways to TVET colleges, but also that we are partnering with industry to make sure that industries are ready to receive our learners. So there are great opportunities here. We just need to harness them, and not everything requires money. Sometimes it just requires willpower, the political will to do it, and also creativity.
I am going to hold you accountable. And I'm going to expect a program out of your department, and I'm going to ensure that you do that collaboration. Remember, we are now genuine, and then we are now collaborative. Today we spoke about like the diversity in culture. So I'm going to hold you accountable, and we're going to do programs around education and fashion.
Absolutely.
You guys look absolutely stunning.
Thank you
Enjoy
so
tonight.
much. Thank you so much.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Tag them, yeah?
Definitely.
That beautiful skirt, tag them with collaborations, basic education, higher education, TVET colleges. People looking absolutely, absolutely stunning. Can I just throw back to the studio quickly so you guys can discuss a couple of these looks, and then I'll probably, if I can, sneak in one more interview before I say goodbye.
Tami may be doing the most there on the red carpet, and we have our work cut out, right? A lot of homework, a lot of people that were on the red carpet. Let's talk about that black dress, the black and gold
with
dress.
the flower.
Yes,
the
the
black
one
and
with
gold
the beads. And
okay,
So I like the bust.
Just under accessorized. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
no
all.
earrings, no neck piece. Beautiful dress, beautiful fit.
Out of 10.
An 8. It was a beautiful dress. It was just the little earrings and accessories that were needed. I thought it was beautiful.
No, I think the dress spoke for itself,
Okay.
especially since the beads were detailed, were creating the detailing. I don't think she necessarily needed accessories because the bead weight was speaking.
I think she forgot them in the car.
You know.
I mean, I fully agree with you. The dress was stunning. I like the details and that it was sophisticated and just clean. And
Out of 10.
we'll still give it a 7.
Okay.
9.
Leonie, out of 10? 8. Oh, okay. Now let's talk about the Deputy Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability. That is Steve Litike. She was talking about the shirts that they always make locally for them. What did you think?
I mean, it's very nice to see that there's people that are in high power that actually take
Initiative.
the industry,
Yes.
they take it seriously and they make an effort to be, growing the designers and supporting the designers. I mean, these are the same designers that are creating jobs.
Yes.
And if they're not going to buy from us as designers, how are we going to create jobs?
And out of 10, Stella, how much would you give them?
No, I'll give him a 10. Mainly because of what he said, the support and he buys a lot of shares from the designer.
Righty. Let's talk more about the black dress with the white roses. Right. Leonie, what were your thoughts?
I thought the roses were, the flowering was a bit overpowering. I actually didn't quite like it. But I loved that it was local. Loved Gigi's work. Not convinced with this one though.
And out of 10?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It's not make sure. Let's
not make sure.
Okay. Palisa?
I thought it was a lovely dress for an award ceremony, not necessarily for the for this occasion. But a beautiful dress, a beautiful lady, and I love the message. I can't remember what she was saying. It was a couple of people ago. But 10 out of 10 for an award ceremony. For this one, thank you, ma'am.
Okay. And then the Tonga inspired attire.
The Tonga inspired attire.
Yes. What did you think?
I thought I enjoyed the effort.
Perfect.
Really enjoyed that. Gele gets a 10 out of 10. The rest I will let my designers do.
I like the play of the different fabrics. I mean, there was a play of about 4 different fabrics. There was the Tonga fabric, it was the lace. I mean, there was a lining there, and I like the fact that the person that made the dress also understands the bust. Because the lady's got a bit of a bigger bust, and I like the fact that they made the right cup size. You see a whole lot of dresses, like the black and white that you're talking about. It wasn't sitting right on the bust. It was almost like it's falling off on the shoulders. The flowers at the bottom were a bit of a mixed match. So for me, I would go for the blue dress more than the black and white dress.
All right. And out of 10?
I think I'll give it a 10.
Oh, that a 10?
Wow.
I've got my reasons on.
Some of the processions there, and guests are still arriving. Let's talk about Minister Gayton McKenzie. Sinla, what were your thoughts?
I couldn't really hear him, but I think the outfit was cute.
Okay.
But as Valisa said, I think you could have pushed more to accessorize it, give it like an African bead, something.
Only to standing there
like
having
a brooch.
like a little beaded, just a touch of Africa.
Okay. And out of 10?
I mean, I think I'll give him 10 out of 10 for what he said.
Okay.
I like the fact that again he's pro South Africa.
Okay.
Can we work on improving our economy? Let's grow our economy. For me, I can never stop stressing that enough. If we buy local, and I'm gonna keep on reiterating the same thing. Buy local, let's grow our economy.
All right. And overall, let's talk about the outfits that we have seen. All right.
I think for me it's not really about the outfits. I think it's about the overall attempt. It seems like 99% of the people on the carpet were wearing local. Was it good? Was it bad? It really depends. So I think the overall carpet gets a 10 out of 10. People really, really tried. We heard a lot of South African punches. So the support is out there. It just needs to spread.
And Leonie, you have the same opinion?
Yes, similar. Fashion is so subjective, right? But for me, Pretoria won. There was a lot of Tshwane, a lot of Amapiano, a lot of... and then I'm wondering if everyone got the "we are wearing blue" memo.
Okay. Now you can see guests are still entering there. Of course, overall, do we then say that they've done it justice? Did members and guests are you wearing local justice?
I feel like with the initiative that Proudly South Africa has been pushing for quite some time, this year there's more people wearing local design.
Definitely. So the message is
good. And I appreciate that. I appreciate the fact that they're getting scolded all the time to say, guys, let's support local, let's do local. And it's beautiful to see that more and more people came out wearing South African brands.
I'm told that Tammy has one more person for us. Okay. Hold still. Let's go back to Tammy on the red carpet.
Sure.
I mean, it's funny how 2 hours just goes by so quickly with just observing these beautiful garments. I'm standing next to a very lovely woman. I would call her one of the ambassadors of wearing local. It's the DSG of the African National Congress. And no, she's not a stranger. Mom, Nomvula.
Thank you very much. I'm here affirming again my commitment to being a patriotic South African. My hair, my facial, done by 2 young women from Khayelitsha. The suit that I'm wearing is a statement because ordinarily it's supposed to be a pinstripe suit with a jacket and a pair of pants, but I've gone feminine.
I am looking at it.
And the reason is a pinstripe suit is said to be representing authority, decisiveness, and leadership. I'm a leader.
How important is supporting local?
And
creating jobs?
It's quite important because the 2 young women, particularly working also with Entle, have been able now to to get something that they had earned out of this effort. Secondly, we are growing the economy because part of what they must now do is to continue beyond doing for Nomvula. Because once people see Nomvula being dressed by them, other people will also make an attempt of reaching out to them. This is but part of promotion of the capacity of South Africa. We're quite an amazing nation. Who thought you can have a pinstripe suit in this particular fashion?
We've been talking the whole day about G20 and so many different programs. We're at the center of it. How are we going to increase the conversation around fashion and the multiple opportunities?
We must revitalize our textile industry because it collapsed because of foreign goods. We need to, in that industrial policy and the prioritization of industry, of industrialization and manufacturing. This is one of the very important ones. Remember also the beautiful thing about fashion is that you do what you like and you wear it in the manner that you want it, and therefore everybody has to apply his or her mind, and everybody has to give him or herself time, and thereafter you all celebrate.
I love the fact that you supported South African produced outfits and South African designers. You look absolutely stunning. Can you turn around for me one more time? She spoke about us revitalizing the economy and revitalizing the clothing and textile industry. I'm looking forward to some of the programs that you guys are going to develop, especially also with women, because I know you're passionate on women issues. You're passionate with inclusion as well, the LGBTQI community.
Yes. I'm looking forward to the statement that is going to be presented by the President. And for us, whether SONA or no SONA, we must remain committed to being patriotic and raise the flag by supporting everyone, because South Africa belongs to all those who live in it.
You look absolutely stunning. You rock this outfit.
Thank you.
Do you think I can have it when you're done with it today?
Anytime soon.
We'll exchange. I'll give you my spelani.
The problem is the color.
The problem is the color. I mean, we're talking color. Your colors.
But I don't come okay with an orange color. I'm a pink and a yellow girl.
She's a pink and a yellow girl. I know you guys in the studio are talking about trends and everything else that is all colors. Mam Nomvula looks absolutely. I can pick up. Yes. This is the accreditation. Not that she needs one, but yes. She's looking absolutely stunning. Thank you for joining us on the carpet. And please continue to push the message of buying local and supporting local at SONA. Stick to it. We're going to discuss your look now. They're in studios. Guys, you heard her. She says we must speak. Can you believe that we've seen so many beautiful garments here at literally at the State of the Nation Address 2025, and we're about to end our live crossing here at the Parliament. And before we end our live, we just wanted to grab the portfolio chairperson of communications, Ms. Kusela Diko, to talk to us about the importance of communicating fashion. We're at Parliament. Third installation.
Yes, and you're looking absolutely fabulous as always.
You're looking fabulous. Who are you dressed by?
I'm dressed by Inami Vuyangona. The State of the Nation is very, very important, but I think more than anything, just in terms of the economic buzz that it brings, local designers are out here doing amazing things, and we have to help them and support them, not only during the State of the Nation, but generally. It's an everyday thing, looking hot, eh?
How are you going to ensure that in your world of communication and all these platforms that we have, we are able to spread that message, number one? How are we going to influence that big message also as part of the plans that we have for our G20 with some of the friends that we have within the summit? What role can comms really play?
It can play a lot, hey? I mean, at the end of the day, when you talk about communications, you're really talking at the center, the heartbeat of everything. So as we roll out G20, Government Communication Information Systems, which is one of the departments that I oversee, they're going to have to ensure that the message of South Africa is not just, towers, infrastructure, but it is our fashion, our tourism, the things that make us uniquely South African. So we'll be pushing that a lot. We want everybody to participate in this G20. You go anywhere in the world, you will see a person from South Africa, a person from Africa, really by, our fashion, and those are exports that we're really proud of.
We're talking detail of your outfit. Can we turn around and look at it? What inspired it?
you know that at heart I am a girl, a princess from the Eastern Cape, Mthembukazi proudly, Ndlunkulu kwaBhaca. So obviously my dress has got elements of umbhaco, but I wanted to jazz it up a little bit, you know, so bringing together that African umbhaco, giving a nod to it, but then the glam, because after all it is the SONA.
Oh, no?
You do want to try.
Okay.
And then we went to really try and find a waist, right? And tried
looking snatch.
No, but thank you so much, Tabby. And
thank you guys for your commitment to literally communicating the importance of us buying local. It's really great and incredible to see the diversity that we were able to present and to showcase here on the carpet. Thank you for joining us. I'm looking forward to hearing what's going to be said tonight. You look gorgeous, but I'm also looking forward to hearing what the people in studio are going to be saying about your outfit.
Thank you, darling.
Go enjoy it. That was the portfolio chair of communications in Parliament, Ms. Kusela Diko. We have had literally an amazing time. Guys, I can't talk to you guys. I can't stress enough how important it is for us to be able to just like buy local, to support local all the time. I've been hearing a lot of people talk about their commitments to how they're going to use innovation, and for us to be able to push the message of supporting our local people. Guys, it's been an incredible one. I've enjoyed this one. We did it again. We'll keep doing it. And we're going to be like policing you. We're going to be holding you accountable. We're going to be checking if you're wearing local. If I didn't get to speak to you, please continue to take pictures, post them, and hashtag SONA 2025. And also wear local at SONA. Hashtag wear local at SONA. Tag us at Proudly South Africa and ensure that you plug all your designers who are there. This has been an incredible edition of Proudly South African SONA presentation. I'm going back to the studio to our local fashion police experts, and I'm out. It's been great.
Fabulous Tammy on the red carpet here at hashtag SONA 2025. Just two looks, very briefly because we have to wrap it up. Balasa, Ms. Nombula Makunyane.
I thought the look was progressive. I thought her message was progressive. I thought she was trendy. I thought it fit well. There's a woman who's a leader in style and in grace, in style and grace.
Good take on masculinity meets femininity.
Okay.
I like the tie. I like the quality of the shirt, the fabric.
Yes.
Yeah, she looks stunning.
Yeah. A rating out of 10, Ntile?
I'll give it a 10.
Yeah, she's a 10.
She made an effort, and I like the fact that they also balanced fit versus volume. How they've got codettes at the bottom, they've got a bit of volume at the bottom, and everything else is well shaped. I like the contrast of the matte against the shine.
Yes. It's not overwhelming.
Yes. It's not overwhelming, it's just the right amount of shine and the right amount of matte.
Matte, yeah.
Sophisticated, it's beautiful. Oh, another thing, the tie.
Yes.
How the tie was cut with a beading.
And of course, let's take a look. And right there, that is the former president, Kgalema Motlanthe, and his spouse arriving. And these are some of the VIPs that have been invited to attend the State of the Nation address. Of course, this is the first of the 7th administration, and especially under the GNU. And of course, we're looking forward to what the president is about to deliver in terms of his strategy for the year ahead. Of course, some of you have been following us and engaging in the conversation, telling us what your expectations are in terms of the SONA for tonight. The last look that we're going to look at, Ms. Kusela Diko. Leonie. Sorry, Ms. Kusela Diko. She was the one, the last person that Tammy had on the red carpet.
No one mattered after Nombula Makunyane.
Oh.
That was the look of SONA. It was sublime. It was gorgeous. It was effortless.
So if there were awards here, you think she'd take it?
Absolutely. Hands down.
She's our winner.
Easily.
Yeah, hands
I
down.
hope DSG is watching.
I cannot sense anyone before or after that.
Is it? Otsile, do you agree?
She's a winner for today.
Oh, is that?
She gets a 12 out of 10.
Okay, Balasa, you agree?
100%. You can see she had a lot to do with how it turned out.
So, final comment, DSG, Ms. Nombula Makunyane,
She's a winner today.
She's the winner today.
I didn't know we were looking for a winner, but if we
4
were,
plus 4, she ate.
let's wrap it up. DSG, I hope you are watching here. And our local fashion police say that you are the winner for the hashtag SONA 2025. I guess we call it best dress for hashtag SONA 2025. Of course, you're still tuned into Parliament TV right here on channel 408 on DSTV. Of course, you can talk to us on all social media platforms by following, subscribing and liking at Parliament of RSA. Tell us what your expectations are. We are anticipating the State of the Nation address that President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver tonight at 7 p.m. We are just almost 2 hours away. The VIPs are arriving and processions are about to take place. Of course, this includes the famous 21-gun salute to the President. You're still watching Parliament TV. This is my local fashion police. We have Palisa Mukubu, we have Silla from Scala, we have Otsile, and we have Leonie. Thank you so much for joining me, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. And that is it from us. Cheers.
There's the hogger of the there's the hogger of the mic. Ooh la la!
Much better.
Watches our talent in fascination, a place where Nobel Prize winners have inspired a new generation of winners who are leaving their mark on global stages. We invite you to a place that celebrates diversity, culture and heritage, the only country in the world that is as colorful as the rainbow, where humanity is expressed through our blend of 11 official languages. Headquarters to top South African and international investment banks, financial and legal consultants. Come set foot in the richest square mile in Africa and host your business events at one of the largest convention centers on the continent. Growth is everywhere. South Africa is rich in mineral resources and manufacturing expertise. We embrace global innovation and technological trends. With an array of world-class infrastructure, everyone is invited to do business. Visit, explore, and live in our beautiful country. We're one of the world's preferred travel destinations. A real country where all dreams are valid and realized, where we always come together and build with them.
More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by Brand South Africa.
Having arrived. Of course, we saw the former president, Kgalema Motlanthe, arriving with his spouse there. So these are some of the things that happened during SONA that esteemed guests are asked to come by. Of course, another reason why we have the SONA is to hear what the president has to strategize in terms of the implementation of his plans and goals for the year ahead. Of course, there is the Navy Band, and of course, there are processions as we watch and build to the hashtag SONA 2025. It has been a busy day today. There is a guard of honor of all the students, the learners that have come, and they have formed a guard of honor. This is a tradition that has always been with the SONA throughout the years. Of course, these are pictures that are beautiful with all those uniforms from the different parts of, yes. Of course, now there's music outside, people are entertained, people are assembling outside, and this is the fun part of SONA. We're still awaiting the president to deliver the hashtag SONA 2025, and that is the State of the Nation address, the first under the Government of National Unity and the first for the 7th administration. You're reminded that we had the opening of Parliament address on the 18th of July 2024, and this coincided with International Nelson Mandela Day just last year. Of course, the biggest difference between the two, between OPA and SONA, is that the opening of Parliament address happens only once every 5 years after the establishment of a government. Of course, this happened right after we had all gone to the polls and voted on the 29th of May 2024. Of course, now this is SONA. And the difference here is that this happens annually, right? So this is where the president outlines his strategies, obviously flags some challenges throughout the year, and ensures that government will implement those strategies and goals. Of course, we're talking about his cabinet, the very cabinet that is held accountable by the National Assembly and by the NCOP members. This is done through the portfolio committees and the committees in the NCOP. You are still watching Parliament TV right here on channel 408, and of course on all social media platforms at Parliament of RSA. Now that is the Junior Guard of Honor, and you can give us your expectations online and tell us what you think the president should focus on in terms of his State of the Nation address. Is it crime? Is it unemployment? We do have a lot of issues that have been voiced out throughout the day in our channel with different people from all over the country that have been sharing what they feel should be on that address this afternoon, this evening. Of course, it's scheduled for 7 p.m. We're still waiting the president, and of course he makes a big entrance, and you will know when he is here. Of course, the speech will happen in about T-minus 45 minutes, and we will be enlightened
by the president's strategy in terms of moving the country forward this year. Of course, there have been big events that have been happening. We have the Bella Act that was enacted. We have the NHI Act that has been enacted. So there have been big movements within the government over 2024 and over 2025. And we await what 2025 has in store for us, especially in terms of service delivery, especially in terms of what you need at home.
Yes, Tabo, as you can see on the screen, we are preparing for the big moment, which is now 45 minutes away, and there's the military band starting making its way through as we are preparing for the president to deliver the State of the Nation address at 7. Those are the members of the South African National Defence Force from various units of the force that participate in the State of the Nation address. It is a tradition that the army fully participates in the traditions of the State of the Nation address.
And of course, this is after the fallen heroes of the SADC-BP, of course, in the DRC. However, we did have an interview earlier, and the speaker did say that this is basically paying homage to the Commander-in-Chief. And of course, there have been outcries with regards to that, and the thought was that it shouldn't be done at all. However, it has been explained, and that the department is that this is paying homage to the Commander-in-Chief, and that is President Cyril Ramaphosa.
Exactly as you've just explained it, Seppo, the speaker also outlined this morning when I spoke to her. She also indicated that she had received a request from the Democratic Alliance for the number of soldiers, for the reduction of the number of the members of the SANDF that will be used during the State of the Nation address. However, as you had rightfully explained, the purpose of today for the South African National Defence Force is to salute the Achieving Commander, which is the President of the Republic of South Africa, and that does not have an impact on what had transpired in the DRC, as you had said.
As you can see there on the screen, the premiers of the provinces are walking into the City Hall, where we are expected to listen to the President address the nation this evening at 7 p.m. And yesterday, Parliament posted a question on its Twitter page where the question was, if you were to deliver the State of the Nation address, what are the things that you will address? And as we went through the tweets, some of the things that really came out are high employment rate, unemployment of doctors and medical professionals, and job creation, and youth unemployment and drug addiction. So we'll await in anticipation as well to hear what the President has to tell us this evening at 7 p.m.
Of course, these are the processions for the State of the Nation address. A beautiful sight, a lot of synchronization there, and it is such a sight to see. Of course, this happens only once a year, unlike the opening of Parliament address that happens every 5 years.
And to those who've just joined us, this is still the build-up to the State of the Nation address, which will be delivered by President at 7 o'clock. You can follow us through our social media platforms at Parliament of RSA and hashtag SONA 2025. And just to read some of the tweets that have come through, this one comes from Sol at Tabiso 0-012. He says, we move on and live our lives like today. We focus on what the President will be telling South Africa at SONA. And this one comes from Teliwela Magagula, where she says, the way ESCOM has no regard for the President. We have load reduction from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. No SONA 2025 for Eguruleni.
Wow.
So those are some of the tweets that have come through on our hashtag SONA 2025.
But of course, these are some of the issues that the President has highlighted in his previous State of the Nation addresses. And hopefully then these are some of the issues that he will touch on. Of course, those are the military processions that are taking place on your screen. A beautiful sight, a lot of synchronization, and an event that happens once a year.
And there, just on your screen, you can see those shots. The President is also expected to take the salute right there in front of the City Hall by the Mandela statue there. And also there will be the singing of the national anthem, also by the South African National Defence Force Band. as they honor their Commander-in-Chief, which is the President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa.
A beautiful sight indeed, right outside the City Hall in Cape Town. We started off as windy, however things have settled down. A perfect weather for a perfect event.
And as you can see, the high level of discipline being maintained by those members of the South African National Defence Force. Le nto le ibonakalisa ukuthi le sidibene ngayo namhlanje ubaluleka kwayo kuba yabona ukuthi kulamatroni siwabonayo phaa eskrinini sethu amileyo alayinileyo aphana kumaintainwe the highest level of discipline because abalungiselela ukuthi bazosalutha the chief in command of the SANDF.
And also not forgetting the public participation element of it, that the junior guards, as you saw them there earlier on in the shot, just right next to where the members of the SANDF are standing, where they get an opportunity to come and witness such an august event. And it is a tradition that started in 1994 after our democracy was born, and it has remained a crucial element of the State of the Nation address.
And members of the judiciary are making their way into the chamber. Of course, SONA is one of the occasions where all three arms of state come under one roof, and that is the legislature, the provincial, and the executive rather, and the judiciary. Of course, those are the justices of the Constitutional Court and the judge presidents of the High Court.
And indeed, they are led by none other than our Chief Justice, Ms. Mandi Samaya,
yes,
who succeeded Mr. Chief Justice Raymond Zondo, so leading the team of the judiciary there, and behind the President of the Supreme Court of Appeal and members of the Judge President and other members of the Constitutional Court.
And Judge Maya happens to be the first female Chief Justice of the Republic of South Africa.
And of course, she has been pushing women empowerment, especially within the judicial sector, ensuring that women are empowered and that there is equality within that sector.
As you can see, that the step guard getting ready, lined up and ready to give the salute as soon as their chief in commander makes his way down. But we're still expecting some other dignitaries to make their way into the Cape Town City Hall.
And of course, you can let us know what your expectations are from the State of the Nation address that President Cyril Ramaphosa is scheduled to deliver at 7 p.m. tonight. Use the hashtag SONA 2024 and follow, like and subscribe on all social media platforms at Parliament of RSA. For more information, of course, on the work of Parliament and the work of the committees that are involved, you can visit our website at www.parliament.gov.za. It is indeed your Parliament, your voice, your future.
And as you had indicated, set with the hashtag of SONA 2025, I have another tweet here from Kiso Mputi. It says, we urge President Ramaphosa to prioritize eradicating teenage pregnancy, drug and gambling addiction and poverty. Let's work towards a society where hope, faith and opportunity flourish for all. That's a very good tweet, Kiso. Giving us his or her expectations from the President address tonight, urging the President to focus on eradicating teenage pregnancy. I think the tweet is motivated with the recent reports on teenage pregnancy, where one of the young children, I would say a child,
yes, children.
She was not in the teen yet, because she was 12 years old. That gave birth on the New Year's Day. So I think this tweet is probably motivated by one of those incidents.
And of course, you are watching the processions right in front of the City Hall in Cape Town. We are awaiting the State of the Nation address. And that is the famous statue of the late President Nelson Mandela.
And the statue temple is there because 11th of February 1990, this is exactly where Madiba stood and addressed South Africans following his release from serving a 27-year term in prison. And he was standing there, and next to him was the president, the current president, Mr. Ramaphosa, who was holding a microphone as Mr. Nelson Mandela was addressing the nation on the day following his release, as I have said. So having this event here also in the city hall, apart from the building having been gutted by fire, but having this event here also has its own significance in the history of our democracy.
A full circle moment for President Cyril Ramaphosa, having held that mic, as you mentioned, Tebinkosi, for the late President Nelson Mandela. I'm sure he's proud wherever he is. Of course, he's coming. The State of the Nation address has to be delivered at 7 p.m.
We are exactly 38 minutes away from that State of the Nation address delivered at 7 o'clock by the President. And once the President has delivered the State of the Nation address today, then the debates on the President's address, two-day debates, which will take place on Tuesday and Wednesday next week, and which will then be followed by the President providing responses to the issues that would have been raised by the members during those debates.
Of course, you can still join the conversation by using the hashtag SONA 2025 and let us know what your expectations are from the first State of the Nation address here in Parliament. It's the 7th administration, the first SONA, of course. And of course, we await the President to share his strategies, to share his key goals, flag those challenges, and share how his government will implement all that needs to be implemented to ensure that you at home get the service delivery that you deserve.
And also, as you may know, that Parliament has been hosting the State of the Nation address at the City Hall since 2022 after a fire that destroyed building of the National Assembly building and parts of the old Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. And we've been here since 2022. And as you might know as South Africans, that Parliament is currently under construction. The new Parliament, your Parliament. And you can also participate in how you'd like a Parliament to look by going to our website and sending through a WhatsApp message and the comments and how you would like your Parliament to look like. You are still live on Parliament, watching us from Parliament TV, channel 408, and we're coming also through all our social media platforms at Parliament of RSA. Follow us live there as we are waiting to hear the President deliver the State of the Nation address.
And of course, we can highlight that this is the 7th Parliament since the democratic dispensation of South Africa. We're just a little over 30 years of democracy, and each of those parliaments had different priorities. Of course, the first one was ensuring that the policies of apartheid were made rid of. And after that, it was all about nation building and ensuring that equity and human dignity is throughout the country.
And as Maseko had said, you can also participate in the making your contributions on the rebuilding of Parliament. That information will be available on our parliamentary website, www.parliament.gov.za. You can log in there, follow the prompts, and then you can make your contributions on how best Parliament can make your contributions in terms of assisting Parliament to rebuild its destroyed structures.
Now, some of the VIP that have arrived is the former chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. A.N. Masondo, and Mrs. Osondo. And we have the former Deputy President, or former Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Baleka Mbete, and Mr. Khomu. And of course, they were welcomed by Mr. Cedric Frolic, whom we had a conversation with here earlier on Parliament TV. The former President of RSA, Mr. Thabo Mbeki, and a guest arrived earlier, of course, and the former president of RSA, Mr. Kgalema Motlanthe, arrived earlier. So these are some of the guests, including the former president, Mr. Zuma, who arrived to the State of the Nation address. Of course, we saw those processions as members of guests and esteemed members arrived. So the idea is that everybody should arrive before the president does. And the president later on will be welcomed by the Imbongi, who will be singing praises just before the president takes the stage.
Another public participation element there that has remained a very important part of the State of the Nation address since the dawn of our democracy, and Parliament rotates the languages that get to where Imbongi gets to speak. So last year we used a different language, and this year it will be a Xhosa Imbongi, a 19-year-old female who will be ushering the president inside the chamber.
And I had an opportunity to speak to her earlier. Inako Mateza is the name. She hails from Aidujwa in the Eastern Cape. She is 19 years old, and she will be the one that will usher the president as he makes his way into the assembly to deliver the State of the Nation address. We're looking forward to hear to her. When I spoke to her, she's a very confident young lady who's also informed us that at 19 years old, she already has a foundation that seeks to help other children from her community to also just to try and get them out of the streets.
And of course, that is the band right outside of the Cape Town City Hall. Take a listen.
And that was the performance by the Army Band, a great music item there that they just performed. And of course, yesterday I had a chance to speak to the choir conductor, Major Sipon Lovu, who informed me that there's a lot of work that happens in preparation for today's event. And as we had earlier, Tsepo, were talking about the level of discipline displayed there, and he also spoke on that, if you see the members of the choir when they are performing, from the performance you can see that the level of discipline that is there within the SANDF. So that was the choir is conducted by Major Sipondo.
And it has been a lovely day today with the band playing almost all day and keeping people entertained throughout the day. And of course this is part of the processions, and we are awaiting the President's State of the Nation address.
And the Cape Town weather also showing off there. Earlier on we almost got blown away by the wind, but it decided to subside at this moment so that we can all enjoy this moment before we are blown away by the wind. And as Tsepo said, we are waiting the President to arrive at any moment now, and to take the salute in front of the City Hall, and also where we will stand there as well when the national anthem, I almost said National Assembly there, is being sung. And yeah, at any moment now, the big moment of the arrival of the President.
It's likely that you would say the National Assembly, because we serve the National Assembly. It's one of the two houses of Parliament that we serve. We still expect to see the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Lotrit, the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Governor, as well as Mr. Kaso, coming, making their way in, and conducted by Protocol Liaison Officer, Mr. Mandela.
And of course, this is a joint sitting, and that is why we have members of the National Assembly and members of the National Council of Provinces under one roof. And of course, the President has called the sitting, having liaised with the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Toko Didiza, and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Ms. Refile Mtweni-Tsipane, for this auspicious event to happen.
And it's safe to say that today we will be hearing the first address by the President of the 7th Parliament and of the Government of National Unity, wherein he will be outlining government's priorities for the year ahead. We're sitting and waiting to hear what the President will say to the nation and later this evening.
And earlier on as well, when we're talking about the difference between the opening of Parliament and the State of the Nation address, because people might be wondering, we were here in July last year, but we keep on saying that this is the first State of the Nation address, is because on the 18th of July 2024, when we were here, it was for the opening of Parliament, following the national and provincial elections that we had in May. That is when the President now addresses the nation on the long-term goals for the next 5 years of the term of Parliament. Today he's going to set both short-term goals for this year, and then again next year until the end of the term he will be giving the State of the Nation address, and this is the first State of the Nation address of the 7th Parliament.
And I think it's safe to say, and also to inform our viewers at home, that that would be the only agenda for today's proceedings.
Yes.
And I think that previously Speaker has had to clarify that.
With the joint rules.
Yes, with the joint rules. That today we only have that addressed by the President as the only agenda item. As I had said, as you can see there in your screen, that's the presiding officers, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Lotrit, and Mr. L. Govender, the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, with Mr. Masi.
And of course, SONA 2025 will be held under the theme Harnessing Parliamentary Diplomacy for the Realization of Global Solidarity, Equality and Sustainability. Now, this theme encapsulates the transformational potential of parliamentary efforts in promoting inclusive, sustainable and collaborative approaches to global challenges, thereby advancing shared prosperity. Of course, it is conceptualized to align with South Africa's rotational hosting of the G20 in 2025 and Parliament's hosting of the Speakers Summits, P20 of the G20 National Parliaments. Now, these P20 summits play a crucial role in injecting a parliamentary perspective into global governance, raising awareness, building political support for international commitments, and ensuring effective implementation at the national level. Now, it is important to remember that it is crucial that we reinforce the sense of urgency that the South African Parliament and the broader African legislative sector possesses. We must send a strong message that Africa is not merely a passive field of action, but an equal, proactive and prominent player in global governance and public discourse.
And just to add on to that, that the P20 is a structure of the speakers of the countries of the G20. And as South Africa is now the leader of the G20 countries, the first African country, by the way, to be chairing the G20, it will now, the speakers will also have a structure called the P20.
And that is the Deputy President escort making its way into the Cape Town City Hall. And as you'd have seen in front that Seppo, we had 10 motorbikes that were escorting the Deputy President, and we are expecting to see 20 motorbikes that will be escorting the Deputy President. And there it is, the Deputy President about to make his way out of that vehicle and into the City Hall.
And the Deputy President is Mr. Paul Mashatile, and those are the scenes that you are seeing. He has arrived at the hashtag SONA 2025. And of course, he is being met by one of the dignitaries of Parliament. And of course, he's going to make his way into the chamber as one of the VVIPs of the State of the Nation address.
All right,
he's been greeted as well by the Deputy Speaker and also by the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces before he makes his way into the chamber.
And once the Deputy President walks in, we can then expect to see the Speaker of the National Assembly as well as the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, who will be making their way and to wait for the President to arrive and to receive the President.
And of course, that is the Secretary to the National Assembly, Mr. Masibulele Kaso, and he is with the Deputy President, Mr. Paul Mashatile, who is accompanied by the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Annelie Lotriet, and the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Mr. Les Govender.
And in the green dress is the Deputy President's wife, Mrs. Mashatile, there with the Deputy President, the Deputy Speaker, and the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces.
Of course, we await the President's arrival now, in much anticipation of what he has to outline in the State of the Nation address. The first in the 7th administration of Parliament since the elections, and the first since the establishment of the Government of National Unity.
We are exactly 19 minutes away from listening to the President of the Republic of South Africa delivering his first State of the Nation address for the 7th Parliament under the Government of National Unity. And I'm happy, Maseko, that you provided clarity to our viewers on today's event vis-a-vis the event that took place on the 18th of July in 2022, which we have 2024.
Are you that far back?
Which we had already indicated that it was an opening of Parliament address, an event that happens once every 5 years following the general elections and also the swearing in of the President.
Of course, then SONA represents the highest level of executive accountability within South Africa's constitutional democracy. Through SONA, Parliament fosters government transparency and oversight, uniting the nation across all divides and holding the executive accountable for realizing citizens' aspirations for a better life. Now, with that, Parliament's oversight agenda is guided by the policy priorities announced by the President during the opening of Parliament. Now, this year's SONA will take on added significance as it officially launches Parliament's oversight role in the implementation of G20 decisions. South Africa's G20 presidency prioritizes addressing pressing domestic challenges including slow economic growth, unemployment, poverty, and inequality. It offers a unique opportunity to align international priorities with local legislative actions, enabling a coherent and coordinated approach to shared challenges. As such, SONA 2025 must spotlight South Africa's commitment to fostering dialogue on critical issues such as trade, technology, governance accountability, and the synchronization of global and local efforts to address national challenges through international collaboration.
Maybe it will also be nice to give our viewers just to listen to that musical item that is currently playing in the background. Such a wonderful musical item that is currently playing as we await the arrival of the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, who will receive the President. Let's listen to this musical piece.
The City Hall to do the 21 gun salute, and also for the singing of the national anthem.
Of course, this is the much anticipated arrival of the president, as he is scheduled to outline his key priorities for the year ahead in his State of the Nation address. And this is scheduled for 7 p.m. Of course, he is with the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Toko Didiza, and the National Council of Provinces Chairperson, Ms. Refile Mtweni Tsibane, and they will be making their way to the podium right in front of the military procession, where the 21 gun salute will happen, and the flyover, the famous flyover that happens each SONA. And this is a paying homage to their Commander-in-Chief.
And as you can see there on the screen, the president waiting. He is with the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Toko Didiza, as well as the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Ms. Refilwe Mutweni Tsipane. And right in front of the president, you'll see those two, they are 8 camps, as they are called, 8 camps. They are there to assist the president and will stay with the president until he concludes the delivery of the State of the Nation address, even though the other members of the South African National Defence Force will withdraw as soon as the president has entered the chamber. But the two that are within the eight camps will remain with the president. They will be outside the doors of the chamber whilst the president is delivering his State of the Nation address. Let's listen to sound.
National Assembly.
umongameli wesizwe njengani ntateza ntatha njewule nanku umthako omnyama nje bosepho umbhayibhayi kwezopolitiko kalokuyani enye yokududuba bengazuluqaba uzuthi wakunyuka loo ntaba ungalibali ukunyeka emva ukuzuthi wakudibana nemidlambila kwingcaphu yentaba umemeza ucamaku madola amnyama eAfrika qhubeka kusiphatha ngezo zandla zingenamikhinqi nditsho wena sifuba sibanzi sokweleka abasweleyo xhalabali banzi lekothula imithole kwabasindwayo nditsho wena sangola hachivase muduhulu waralusiwelo Matamelo, a hero with roots in Soweto, the son of the soil, a man of courage with strength and grace. You are the voice to the voiceless, an eye to the blind, and a shoulder to the disabled. Ndlovena babata yaleka namabantu bakho ulapho nje ubekwe ngokuthenjwa nditsho wena Ramaphosa Ntoka Samueli mawethu ilanga liyashona amasoma khalisa amakhwelo igusha ziququzelela ngasekhaya mandikuyeke my president mandikuyeke my cupcake ndirham
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, there will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. As we do that, may we please acknowledge our fallen members of the armed forces in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Thank you, and please be seated. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, the President has called this joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces in terms of Section 84, subsection 2D of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, read with Joint Rule 13, subsection 1A, to deliver his State of the Nation address to Parliament. I now call on the Honourable the President to address the joint sitting. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members, can we please take our seats? Honorable members. Honorable members, can we please take your seat and allow the President to address the House and the nation?
Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Thoko Didiza, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Ms. Refilwe Ntshweni-Tsipane, Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Paul Mashatile, Chief Justice of the Republic, Mandisa Maya, and Judges President, former President of the Republic, Mr. Thabo Mbeki, former President Kgalema Motlanthe, former Deputy President David Mabuza, former Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Baleka Mbete, former Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Mr. Lichisa Tsinodi, and former Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Amos Masondo, Mayor of the City of Cape Town, Mr. Gordon Hill-Lewis, Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, regional deans, and heads of missions, members of Parliament, and fellow South Africans. We gather here as we mourn the death and tragic death and devastating loss of 14 South African soldiers who were part of a mission to bring peace to the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. We pay tribute and bow our heads to Staff Sergeant William Eddie Ola, Staff Sergeant Mulahlehi Ishmael Mulahlehi, Staff Sergeant Shahlane Theophilus Siepe, Corporal Matume Justice Malisa, Corporal Renae Nemabulani, Lance Bombardier Itumeleng MacDonald Mureo, Lance Corporal Tseke Moffat Mulapo, Lance Corporal Metsi Stensley Raswiswi, Rifleman Sibatane Richard Chokwe, Rifleman Derek Maluleke, Rifleman Tsidiso Andris Mabele, Rifleman Calvin Louis Moahi, Rifleman Moketi Joseph Mobe, Private Peter Jacobus Strado. Speaker, I thank you for getting us to honor these fallen heroes. I have directed that a national flag be flown at half-mast in honor of these fallen heroes for a week starting from tomorrow morning. Alongside soldiers from other southern African countries, they lost their lives in defense of the fundamental right of the Congolese people to live in peace and security. They lost their lives not in the pursuit of resources or territory or power. They lost their lives so that the guns on our continent may be forever silenced. So we salute them. My fellow South Africans, this State of the Nation address is taking place as we celebrate 70 years since the adoption of the Freedom Charter at the Congress of the People in Kliptown in 1955. The Freedom Charter is the cornerstone of our democratic constitution. It sets out a vision of a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and prosperous South Africa. It also sets out a vision of a country in which government is founded on the will of the people of South Africa, where the land is shared among those who work it, where the people share in the country's wealth and in all that the country produces and are all equal before the law. It is this vision that continues to guide us as we work to build the nation that we all want. It is the spirit of the Congress of the People that inspires us as we prepare for a national dialogue in which South Africans are once again called upon to chart a new path for our country. We must chart this path in a world that is rapidly changing. It is a world of both interdependence and competition, of cooperation and conflict. It is a multipolar world in which new countries are emerging to play a greater role in global affairs. We are seeing intensifying competition over issues such as trade, technology, and influence in global institutions. There are global fundamental shifts underway that affect every aspect of human life, from the growing impact of climate change to rapid advances in artificial intelligence, geopolitical tensions, and violent conflicts. In the face of these challenges, we are witnessing the rise of nationalism, protectionism, the pursuit of narrow interests, and the decline of common cause. This is the world that we, as South Africa, a developing economy, must now navigate. But we are not daunted to navigate our path through this world that constantly changes. We will not be deterred. We are, as South Africans, a resilient people, and we will not be bullied. We will stand together as a united nation, and we will speak with one voice in defense of our national interests, our sovereignty, and our constitutional democracy. By standing true to our values, by harnessing our unique strengths and endowments, and by forging a common purpose, we can turn these trying circumstances to our advantage and propel our country forward. As South Africans, we stand for peace and justice. We stand for equality and solidarity. We stand for a non-racial future, and we stand for democracy and tolerance as well as compassion. We stand for equal rights for women, for persons with disability, and for members of the LGBTQIA+ community. We stand for our shared humanity, not for the survival of the fittest. So this evening, let us speak of the nation that we want. Let us speak of the future that we want to build. Let us speak of the work that we as South Africans must do, and the work that we are doing to build that nation and to build that future. We want a nation united in its diversity. At many difficult moments in our past, we found strength in working together towards a common goal. Through partnership, we brought peace and democracy to our country which was once troubled. We overcame apartheid, a crime against humanity that denied people their human rights, that deprived them of the land and livelihoods, that sought to strip them of their dignity, that humiliated them. Through partnership, we overcame a devastating pandemic and rebuilt our country in the wake of state capture as well. Together, we have built durable institutions that support our democracy, that protect our fundamental rights and promote the well-being of South Africans. We have built meaningful partnerships between government and business and labor and civil society and other social partners to drive growth and development. These stand as models of cooperation for the rest of the world. South Africans are continuing to work together to confront our country's challenges and build a nation that works for all. Guided by the wishes of the people as expressed in last year's elections, we have formed a government of national unity to give expression to our culture of cooperation. As political parties, we have set aside our differences and agreed to work together for the good of all South Africans. In the last week, we have adopted the Medium-Term Development Plan, which sets out a clear and ambitious program for the next 5 years. The actions contained in the Medium-Term Development Plan will advance our 3 strategic priorities. Firstly, to drive inclusive growth and job creation. Secondly, to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. And thirdly, to build a capable, ethical and developmental state. Our most urgent task is to grow our economy so that we can create jobs, reduce poverty, and improve the lives of South Africans. To undertake this task, we need a government that works for the people. We need a state that is capable, competent, underpinned by a professional public service. South Africans want a state that treats all people with dignity, humility, and respect. A state with leaders who are prepared to serve our people with complete dedication, and public servants who are ethical, skilled, and properly qualified. To achieve these objectives, we are strengthening the role of the Public Service Commission in the appointment of key people who direct the affairs of our state, such as Directors General, Deputy Directors General, Chief Executive Officers of SOEs and board members and other senior positions. We will introduce a graduate recruitment scheme so that we may attract the best and the brightest in the public service. A capable state must start where our people live and work. In many cities and towns across our country, roads are not maintained. Water and electricity supply is often disrupted. Refuse is not collected, and sewage runs in the streets. In part, this has happened because many municipalities lack the technical skills and resources required to meet our people's needs. Many municipalities have not reinvested the revenue they earn or collect from these services into the upkeep of infrastructure. Starting this year, we will work with our municipalities to establish professionally managed ring-fenced utilities for water and electricity services to ensure that there is adequate investment and maintenance. Many of the challenges in municipalities also arise from the design of our local government system. We will therefore undertake extensive consultation to develop an updated white paper on local government to outline a modern and fit-for-purpose local government system. We will also review the funding model for municipalities. We will do so because many of our municipalities truly do not have a viable and sustainable revenue base. We will work with traditional leaders in the implementation of local development programs. We will also seek to work with our traditional leaders in ensuring that they continue their own work as we give them the recognition as the natural and indigenous leaders of our people. We will expand our support to municipalities that require assistance, drawing on the lessons of the Presidential eThekwini Working Group. We are seeing great progress in eThekwini as we implement the district development model, which enables all key role players, as in government, business, labor, and community-based organizations, to work together. As we work to reform the public service and build the capability of the state, we will harness technology to transform the way government works. We will invest in digital public infrastructure to give South Africans access to government services anytime, anywhere, through a relaunched government gov.za platform. At the heart of this transformation will be the implementation of a digital identity system. Now, these measures will in the end transform the relationship between citizens and government and create one government that is accessible to every person at a touch. We want a nation with a thriving economy, an economy that benefits all. To create this virtuous cycle of investment, growth, and jobs, we must lift economic growth to above 3%. To achieve higher levels of economic growth, we are undertaking massive investment in new infrastructure while upgrading and maintaining the infrastructure that we have. We are developing innovative ways of funding infrastructure. We are engaging local and international finance institutions and investors to unlock 100 billion rand in infrastructure financing. A project preparation bid window has been launched to fast-track investment readiness. This includes revised regulations for public-private partnerships, which will unlock private sector expertise and funds. And government will spend more than 940 billion rand on infrastructure over the next 3 years. Now, this includes 375 billion rand in spending by state-owned enterprises, This funding will revitalize our roads and bridges. It will build dams and waterways. It will modernize our ports and airports and also power our economy. Through the infrastructure fund that we launched some time ago, 12 blended finance projects worth nearly 38 billion rand have been approved in the last year. These are projects in water and sanitation, student accommodation, transport, health, and energy as well. Construction of the M10 bridge in the Eastern Cape, the construction continues. This bridge will rise above the river between Port Edward and Lusikisiki and will become the tallest bridge in Africa. The Podihadi Dam in Lesotho will feed 490 million cubic liters of water a year from the Lesotho highlands into the Vaal River system, securing water supply to several provinces for years to come. Working with international partners, we are revitalizing small harbors, unlocking economic opportunities for coastal communities. We're also looking very closely at the harbor that we will build in the Northern Cape, in Bochubai, because that is going to be a game changer for the Northern Cape. We are steadily removing the obstacles to meaningful and faster growth. The economic reforms that we are implementing through Operation Vulindlela have created a new sense of optimism and confidence in our economy. Investors are looking at South Africa with much more interesting eyes as they see the reforms that we are implemented through Vulindlela. We have made progress in rebuilding and restructuring a number of our network industries. We are seeing positive results in the improvement of the functioning of our network industries as well as the investment opportunities that are opening up and are being taken up by investors, leading to job creation. Working together with business, labor, and other social partners, we must now finish the work that we started. Over the coming year, we will initiate a second wave of reform to unleash more rapid and inclusive growth. Our immediate focus is to enable Eskom, Transnet, and other state-owned enterprises that are vital to our economy to function optimally. We are repositioning these entities to provide world-class infrastructure while enabling competition in operations, whether in electricity generation, freight, rail, or port terminals. We continue with the fundamental reform of our state-owned enterprises to ensure that they can effectively fulfill their social and economic mandates. Now, this includes the work underway to put in place a new model to strengthen governance and oversight of our public entities. We will ensure public ownership of strategic infrastructure for public benefit while finding innovative ways to attract private investment, to improve services, and to ensure public revenue can be focused on the provision of public services. We are in the process of establishing a dedicated SOE reform unit to coordinate this work. The measures we have implemented through the Energy Action Plan have reduced the severity and frequency of load shedding, with more than 300 days without load shedding since March 2024. Now, while the return of load shedding for 2 days last week was a reminder that our energy supply is still constrained, we remain on a very positive trajectory, whether people like it or not. We now need to put the risk of load shedding behind us once and for all. And the Minister of Electricity will speak about it in about 2 weeks or so when he presents to Parliament. We need to put that once and for all behind us by completing the reform of our energy system to ensure long-term energy security. The Electricity Regulation Amendment Act, which came into effect on the 1st of January, marks the beginning of a new era in our energy architecture. This year, we will put in place the building blocks of a competitive electricity market. Over time, this will allow multiple electricity generation entities to emerge and to compete. We will mobilize private sector investment in our transmission network to connect more renewable energy to the grid. The Minister will tell us that we still need to install 14,000 kilometers of transmission lines. We therefore need to mobilize finance from a number of sources to enable this to happen. As we reform our energy system, we are continuing to build successful multilateral partnerships in the global effort to halt the devastating impact of climate change. Our just energy transition is gaining momentum. Over $13 billion have been pledged by the international community, and significant private capital is being invested locally. We are determined to meet our carbon reduction commitments and will do so at a pace and at a scale that our country can afford. We are revitalizing our port terminals and rail corridors through the Freight Logistics Roadmap, which was adopted by Cabinet, leveraging private capital to restore our logistics infrastructure to world-class standards. Transnet's performance has stabilized and is steadily improving. We released a network statement in December last year, which for the first time will enable private rail operators to access the freight rail system that will continue to be owned by the state. Open access to the rail network will allow train operation companies to increase the volume of goods transported by rail, while our network infrastructure remains state-owned. This will ensure that South African minerals, the vehicles that we manufacture, our agricultural produce reach international markets, securing jobs and earning much-needed revenue for our fiscus. New cranes and other port equipment are being commissioned to speed up the loading and unloading of cargo and reduce waiting times for ships in our various ports. As we forge ahead with the reform agenda, an urgent priority is to ensure a secure and reliable supply of water across the country. Many people in our cities, towns, and villages are experiencing more and more frequent water shortages as a result of failing water infrastructure. It is impossible to live without water, as we all know, and it is impossible for the economy to grow without water. We are therefore taking a series of decisive actions to resolve the water crisis, to enable our people to get water where they live, whether in townships or in the rural areas. We are investing heavily in expanding our water resources. Wherever one goes in our country, we often hear our citizens raising the issue of water continuously. So we are raising this issue to a much higher level. And like we did with electricity, I know and I am hopeful that we will resolve the water crisis that we have. Loko famba uya atindaweni to tala ukuma ku ri vakhegulu va rila hi yona mhaka leyi ya mati. Va ku byela ku ri hi hava mati, hi lava ku ri hulumeni a hi tisela mati, hi ta swi endla sweleswo. Hi lava ku ri mi tiva kahle laha mi nga tshama kona ku ri mati a ta va kona, hi ta wa tisa mi wa kuma. To date, the Infrastructure Fund has secured 23 billion rand for 7 large water infrastructure projects. We have ended delays in major water infrastructure projects like Phase 2 of the Lesotho Highlands Water Project and the Umkomazi Dam. Work is underway to prepare for construction of the Ntabelanga Dam on the Umzimvubu River to supply additional water for domestic use as well as for irrigation in the Eastern Cape. Within the next year, we will complete the establishment of the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency to unlock much greater investment in water projects. Through the Water Services Amendment Bill, we will introduce a licensing system for water service providers and remove licenses where providers do not meet the standards for quality drinking water. As part of our reform agenda, we will ensure that our focus on water is intensive and it speeds up. As we move ahead with our reform processes, we will continue to enhance our visa system to make it easier for skilled people to invest in our country and to grow tourism. This year, we will launch the electronic travel authorization system to enable a secure, fully digital visa application process. Now, this system will use artificial intelligence and automation to reduce the scope of corruption and enable rapid turnaround times for tourist visas. We have cleared over 90% of the backlog of more than 300,000 visa applications. Now, in many ways, these changes that are underway, these reforms that we are implementing, send a very strong message that South Africa is indeed open for business and tourism. As we open for tourism, the Chinese market, the Indian market, the market in the Middle East, the market in Europe and all over are waiting to come as tourists to our country. We want a nation in which prosperity and opportunity is shared by all. For many decades, our economy has been held back by the exclusion of the vast majority of South Africa's people. Black South Africans were deprived of land, of capital, of skills, and of opportunities. Our economy was starved of the potential that it has. And this is why we need to transform our economy and to make it more inclusive. That is why our focus is on empowering our people, on empowering women and persons with disabilities, because they were deliberately excluded from playing a role in the economy of their own country. And we will set up a transformation fund worth 20 billion rand a year over the next 5 years to fund black-owned and small business enterprises. We will fast-track the regulations of the Public Procurement Act to ensure that businesses that are owned by women, by young people, and persons with disabilities receive equitable opportunities in government contracts. And we have started and will continue to train women entrepreneurs to enable them to compete for government tenders. In November last year, we launched the National Skills Fund Disabilities Program. In its first phase, this transformative initiative will empower over 10,000 persons with disabilities through tailoring training for them and through ensuring that they get stipends and specialized tools. This part of the work we must undertake as business, as government and labor and civil society to enable people with disabilities to play an important role in the economy of our country. For far too long, they've been relegated to the back rooms of everything. Through these programs, we are not only righting a grave historical wrong, we are unleashing the potential of our economy for sustained growth. We want a nation where there is work for all, where every person can earn a decent living and realize their potential, where the rights of workers are protected and working conditions are improved, where women and men receive equal pay for work of equal value. We need to ensure that growth creates jobs for all, and especially for young people. The success of the presidential employment stimulus shows how public employment programs can create meaningful work that generates a wider benefit and contributes to sustainable employment. The employment stimulus that we introduced during the COVID period has created almost 2.2 million work and livelihood opportunities through innovative models that provide high-quality work to participants. The Social Employment Fund has created over 80,000 jobs this year. It has supported more than 12,000 participants to enter entrepreneurial activities. During the past year, young people secured 235,000 work opportunities through the National Pathway Management Network. And this is underpinned by the SA Youth Mobi platform. We now need to build on these innovative programs to create jobs for young people at ever greater scale. And to create jobs, we must leverage our unique strengths as well as our unrealized potential to build the industries of the future, as in green manufacturing, renewable energy, electrical vehicles, and the digital economy that is also driven by artificial intelligence. This year, we will finalize a modernized and comprehensive industrial policy that drives economic growth. We will achieve this ambition by focusing on the opportunities in localization, diversification, digitization, and decarbonization. We are working towards the full implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, which will tear down the barriers to trade on our continent. As the most industrialized economy on the African continent, we are positioning ourselves to be at the center of this new growing market. We are harnessing the sun and the wind to make our country a leader in renewable energy and green manufacturing. With an abundance of cheap green energy, we can produce products that are competitive anywhere in the world and create hundreds of thousands of new jobs in this process. We are making sustainable use of the rich abundance of the South African earth by supporting our farmers, improving our logistics network and rural supply chains, and opening new export markets for products that we grow or produce. We can significantly expand our agricultural sector. We want South Africa to be leading in the commercial production of products such as hemp and cannabis, a product that is so well known in the Eastern Cape and KZN, a product that our forebears have produced for generations and generations. We can add modern value to it and bring it to the shelves of the entire world. We are breathing new life into the mining industry, which remains one of our most important and valuable endowments. I often say that mining was the bedrock on which our economy was built, and it continues to be a sunrise industry. We are on track to implement a new, modern, and transparent mining rights system this year, which will unlock investment in exploration and production. We will put in place an enabling policy as well as a regulatory framework for critical minerals. By beneficiating these minerals here in South Africa, we can make use of the extraordinary wealth that lies beneath our soil for the benefit of our people. Even more valuable than our natural resources are the diversity, the energy, and the talent of the people of this country. The services sector is now the largest part of our economy, ranging from financial services to retail, hospitality, tourism, and the burgeoning in creative industry. The tourism sector is growing rapidly, with close on to 9 million tourists having visited our country last year. One of the attractive sites in our country, which we want to see growing more and more, is Robben Island. I visited Robben Island on the 8th of January. And I got to hear that in a year they are now going to receive 300,000. They want to grow it to 500,000 visitors in a year. And most of these visitors are South Africans. So we will grow tourism through our visa reforms, through increasing the number of flights to key destinations, and through the marketing of our country as the best country to visit in the world. And we have also seen strong growth in digital services, as well as business process outsourcing, as well as data centers. As the need for data grows in the world, our country is seen as a reservoir of having data centers. And this is continuing to create jobs for young people. To support this growth, we are investing in skills development for the industries of the future. The Jobs Boost Fund has pioneered a new model that links funding for skills in demand for the successful placement and particularly employment of young people. We are expanding our support for small and medium enterprises and for the informal economy, which sustains millions of jobs as well as livelihoods across our country. This includes streamlining funding for small businesses, unlocking venture capital for high-growth startups, and developing a regulatory environment that enables rather than restricts informal enterprises. To build an innovative economy, the Department of Science and Technology and Innovation will establish an innovation fund to provide venture capital to tech startups that emerge from our higher education institutions. We are calling on business to use the SA Youth Mobi platform, which currently has some 4.5 million young people registered for their hiring purposes. We're calling on business to support the Youth Employment Service to scale up workplace experience opportunities over the coming year. We want a nation where no one goes hungry. For 30 years, since the dawn of democracy, we have worked together to reduce poverty. Today, our country spends around 60% of our national budget on the social wage, on health, on education, on social protection, community development, and public employment programs. More than 28 million unemployed and vulnerable people in our country receive social assistance. More than 10.5 million learners go to public schools where they do not have to pay fees. Last year, over 900,000 students from poor working-class backgrounds and poor families and working-class backgrounds received funding to study at universities and colleges. Now, through these programs, we are alleviating the worst effects of poverty. We are providing the means through which South Africans can rise above poverty that has been passed down from one generation to the next. But we have much to do, and much more work needs to be done to end poverty in our country. We must do much more to ensure that women in particular no longer face the hopeless task to feed and clothe their children. While government invests heavily to support poor and unemployed people, these programs are fragmented and sometimes they are difficult to access. We are therefore building an integrated system of support for poor and unemployed people. We are strengthening existing programs from job search support to public employment and making sure that together they provide people with pathways out of poverty. Rather than expecting those in need to approach several government agencies separately, a citizen should be able to go to one place to receive all the support that they need. To protect the gains that we have made since 1994 in advancing children's rights, we will adopt the National Strategy to Accelerate Action for Children, which focuses on 10 key priorities, including poverty reduction, child protection, and addressing malnutrition. The Social Relief Distress Grant is an essential mechanism for alleviating extreme poverty. We will use this grant as a basis for the introduction of a more sustainable form of income support for unemployed people. Now, central to our efforts to end poverty and to develop our economy is to provide decent, quality education to every South African. We are immensely proud of the achievements of the matric class of 2024. It's a class which achieved the highest pass rate in our country's history. Now, 87% of learners who sat for their matric exams passed. For the first time in the history of our country, nearly half of these learners achieved bachelor pass. Nothing can diminish, frankly, nothing can diminish our pride in the hard work of these learners and the steady support of their teachers, parents, and broader community. And let us give them a big round of applause. We should all be proud of the class of 2024. But our immediate focus is to expand access to early childhood development for every child. Now, this will be achieved through registering and formalizing existing ECD centers and ensuring that they have the facilities, the training and material that they need to provide quality learning. We will focus on ensuring that every child can read for meaning in the foundation phase to set them up for success in later years. To achieve this, we are implementing mother tongue-based bilingual education. We do this to improve literacy and numeracy, and rolling out lessons plans, reading books, and other interventions that have been proven to work. The Funza Rushaka bursary scheme will continue to prioritize students who want to pursue a teaching career in the foundation phase. Last year, we signed the Basic Education Laws Amendment Act, which was passed by this Parliament. Now, this act is pivotal for ensuring that education is accessible and is inclusive for all South Africans. This year, the Minister of Basic Education will introduce national policy, the norms and the standards and regulations to empower all partners in the basic education field to support the implementation of the Act. Now, to ensure that the economy has the skills that it needs, we are increasing the production of artisans through TVET colleges. Now, this is part of the shift we are undertaking towards education and skills development that combines formal learning with job training. Now, drawing on the models that have proven to be so successful in other countries, we're calling on the private sector to offer young people experiential learning opportunities while they undertake their studies. We are implementing phase 1 of the comprehensive student funding model for higher education to address the needs of the missing middle. This will support approximately 10,000 students in the first year. We want a nation in which there is quality health care for all. This year, we will proceed with the preparatory work for the establishment of the National Health Insurance. Now, this includes developing the first phase of a single electronic health record system, the preparatory work to establish the ministerial advisory committees on the health technologies and healthcare benefits, and an accreditation framework for health service providers. The NHI will reduce inequalities in healthcare by ensuring that everyone gets fair medical treatment. Now, the NHI will save many lives by providing a package of services that include, for example, even more especially, maternal and newborn care and services also for people living with HIV, those with TB, and those suffering from non-communicable diseases such as heart disease, cancer, and diabetes. Our most immediate priority is to strengthen the health system and improve the quality of care. A vital part of this is the modernization, the improvement, and the maintenance of existing health facilities and the construction of new hospitals and clinics. A number of hospitals are under construction or are undergoing revitalization. Now, these include the Limpopo Central Hospital, the Siloam District Hospital in Limpopo, the Tlhabeng Regional Hospital in the Free State, the Bambisana District Hospital, Zitulele District Hospital in the Eastern Cape, and the Buphelong Psychiatric Hospital in Northwest. Now, our projects, rather other projects, are at various stages of design and development. Now, this includes the replacement of 3 existing new central hospitals, 5 new district hospitals, 5 community health centers, and a new psychiatric hospital. To improve patient experience, we are putting more emphasis on reducing waiting times, cleanliness, and staff attitudes in the public health facilities. We are encouraged by the great progress the country has made towards ending HIV and AIDS as a public health threat. By the end of March 2024, 96% of people living with HIV knew their status. 79% of these were on antiretroviral treatment, and 94% of these were on treatment with virally suppressed conditions. Now, to ensure that we reach the target of 95, 95, 95, which has been set by the World Health Organization, we will this year launch a massive campaign to look for an additional 1.1 million people who are not yet on treatment. We are concerned about the potential impact of the decision by the United States government to suspend some of its funding for HIV and TB programs in African countries for 90 days. Now, this funding that we get accounts for about 17% of our country's HIV spend. We have been able, over the years, to provide funding from our own resources, our own fiscus, for our HIV and TB programs. We are looking at various interventions to address the immediate needs and ensure the continuity of the essential services that we might lose if this funding does not come through. Now, to tackle inequality, we do need to undo apartheid special planning, which has scarred our country, our cities, and forced many people to live far away from areas of work and opportunity. We have delivered millions of housing opportunities since 1994, providing safety as well as dignity to poor households. Yet the practice of building housing developments on the periphery of urban centers has in many ways perpetuated inequality and urban sprawl. Going forward, we are going to build more housing in our city centers and closer to places of work and business. Now, we are redesigning our housing subsidies and directing more funding towards programs that enable people to buy or rent a home in an area of their choice. We will release more underutilized state properties for affordable housing development. And we are working with our provinces and metros, and I'm glad that a number of our premiers are here as well. We're working with them to reclaim buildings that have been hijacked in the city centers and repurpose them for public use. Now, we will provide 300,000 service stands to qualifying beneficiaries to enable housing development in well-planned, connected communities along key development corridors. We will clear the backlog of title deeds for subsidized housing, turning homes into household assets. And we will review land use, building, and other regulations to enable low-cost property development, including backyard housing. This represents a fundamental rethink of how the state delivers housing at scale while turning our cities into engines of growth and opportunity. In making our cities work for their residents, we will restore the remaining passenger rail corridors and stations to full service. More than 80% of passenger rail corridors have been returned to service. Now, PRASA has introduced over 200 modern, locally produced trains on its network to provide a low-cost option for public transport. Over the next 5 years, we will restore PRASA's signaling system so that we can put all our new trains to work and commuters can be assured that they can reach work safely, affordably, and on time. Now, we also want a nation in which everyone is safe. The police continue to work with other law enforcement agencies to dismantle organized crime syndicates and combat financial and violent crimes. The South African police has partnered with the metropolitan municipalities and continues to work with communities to fight crime in the priority provinces where crime is particularly high. Now, we are intensifying Operation Shanela. Shanela has been successful in arresting suspects, recovering firearms, and seizing stolen vehicles. And we must continue to tackle the scourge of gun violence that has continued to plague our society for decades. I have asked the Minister and the National Commissioner of Police to prioritize reducing gun-related crime and violence. Now, this includes preventing the diversion of firearms into the illicit market and recovering illegal firearms in circulation. We know from international evidence and our own experience that this is the most effective way to reduce overall violence. Analytics and smart policing solutions for modern law enforcement. We have seen the value of technology in fighting crime, and a number of countries that have opted to utilizing technology have made great progress. And by utilizing artificial intelligence in its fraud risk detection and verification work, SARS has prevented the leakage of over 95 billion rand in impermissible refunds. It has recovered 20 billion in revenue and dismantled an illicit tobacco and gold scheme. We continue to work across society to end the violence that is perpetrated against women. We have promulgated the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Act, establishing a national structure to oversee a coordinated response to this crisis. We will ensure that the Council is fully functional and properly resourced. We continue to strengthen support to victims of gender-based violence. There are now 65 Thuthuzela centers across the country. Out of the 52 districts in our country, 44 have gender-based violence shelters. All police stations in the country now have victim-friendly services. And another 16 sexual offences courts will be established in the next financial year. Now, we want a nation that deals with corruption. Last year, we established the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption as a permanent entity of the NPA dedicated to investigating and prosecuting high-level corruption. We will ensure that the Directorate is fully resourced and have access to information that it needs to prosecute state capture cases and hold those responsible to account. We are establishing a world-class digital forensic lab to support the investigation of complex corruption and financial crime. We are making steady progress in implementation of the recommendations of the State Capture Commission, including signing into law several legislative reforms. The Special Investigating Unit and Asset Forfeiture Unit report that over 10 billion rand has been recovered in state capture-related cases. Now, this year, the Department of Justice and Constitutional Department will report on the review of the Anti-Corruption Architecture National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council. This is expected to streamline legislation to eradicate duplication of mandates and foster greater cooperation between law enforcement agencies. And we will finalize the whistleblower protection framework and introduce the Whistleblower Protections Bill in Parliament during this financial year. And this year, we will strengthen South Africa's system of dealing with terror financing and further legislative systems improvements. To secure our removal from the International Financial Action Task Force grey list, we have made significant progress in addressing the weaknesses that were identified in our law enforcement system, with 16 out of 22 action items fully addressed. We want a nation that is at peace with the world. We want to continue through our international relations to advance the well-being of the people of South Africa as we seek to advance the well-being of humanity. Now, we will work to strengthen our trade relations around the world and to leverage our strong and diverse global alliances to make our economy more resilient. The key pillars of our foreign policy remain the promotion of human rights, peace and friendship, and the strengthening of fair trade and investment ties with other countries. Now, these are the principles that guide our presidency of the G20 this year.
It's not that much to say.
We have chosen the theme of solidarity, equality, and sustainable development to underscore the need for cooperation and partnership amongst the countries of the world. For the first time in its history, the G20 is being hosted on the African continent. And this is particularly important following the admission of the African Union as a member of the G20. It is a great opportunity for us to place the needs of our continent and the rest of the global South more firmly on the international development agenda. Our G20 presidency is a valuable opportunity for South Africa to advance efforts towards greater global economic growth and sustainable development. Africa remains at the center of our foreign policy. We continue to work to strengthen the African Union, to support the achievement of peace, development, and economic integration on our continent. We know that our future prosperity is intricately linked and bound to the prosperity of the African continent. For South Africa to thrive, we must ensure that Africa does indeed thrive as well. And we must silence the guns on our continent. Now, since the advent of democracy, we've been instrumental in restoring stability in countries such as Côte d'Ivoire, Burundi, South Sudan, Lesotho. More recently, we've been part of the SADC peacekeeping mission in Mozambique that has brought relative calm and stability to the Cabo Delgado province. The presence of South African peacekeepers in the eastern DRC is testament to our continued commitment to peaceful resolution of one of the world's most intractable conflicts that has gone on for years and that has cost millions of lives and displaced many people. Now, we call on all parties to embrace the current diplomatic efforts to find a peaceful resolution, including honoring the Luanda process. We will attend the joint summit between SADC and the East African Community scheduled to take place in Tanzania this weekend, where we will reiterate our call for a ceasefire and a resumption of talks to find a just and enduring solution, and we will make sure that our boys, our soldiers do come back home. We have always believed that the freedom that we won and the international solidarity from which we benefited does impose a duty on us to support the struggles of those who continue to experience colonialism and oppression. South Africa continues to stand in solidarity with the people of Palestine, who have endured decades of illegal occupation and are now experiencing indescribable suffering. And South Africa has acted in accordance with its obligations under the Genocide Convention by instituting proceedings against Israel in the International Court of Justice. We are fully committed to the articles of the United Nations, including the principles that all members should settle their international disputes by peaceful means. We support the principle of respect of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of all states and peoples. We continue to participate in the different peace processes seeking to bring about a just and lasting peace in Ukraine. South African delegations have been instrumental in developing a framework for negotiations towards a just peace in Ukraine based on the UN Charter and international law. Our country continues to advance its agenda of cooperation and multilateralism through its membership of the United Nations, the African Union, the Non-Aligned Movement, BRICS, and a number of other international bodies. As humanity confronts unprecedented challenges, we are determined that a reformed and representative United Nations must be at the center of global affairs, and we will continue to push for progress on the reform of the UN Security Council to be a more inclusive, more effective body that is able to ensure peace and security. And we will work to ensure that the needs of the people of the world are advanced. And the work that we do and what we stand for does need to be explained to many key players, especially to our trading partners and the many countries and leaders that we interact with on the global stage. And with a view of explaining the positions that we have taken, and in particular, the objectives that we wish to achieve during our presidency of the G20, I have decided to send a delegation of government and other leaders to various capitals on our continent across the world. This delegation will interact with various key players on a variety of matters that affect South Africa's interests. I will direct that they leave as soon as possible to interact with various key players on our continent and in the world, so that our presidency of the G20 objectives can be well explained. All these things that we speak of are possible. As South Africans, we know the power of cooperation, of what is possible when people of different backgrounds, different races, cultures, languages, and ethnic groups and religions come together behind a shared objective. The formation of the Government of National Unity provides us with an opportunity to show once again that we can achieve what we can achieve by working together. And I call on all South Africans, united in our diversity, to come together in the national dialogue that we are going to have to define a vision for our country for the next 30 years. The national dialogue must be a place where everyone has a voice. It must be a place to find solutions that make a real difference in people's lives. The dialogue must reaffirm that each and every one of us has a role to play in building the nation that we want. We must therefore be builders and not people who seek to destroy the future of South Africans. While we may differ on many issues, we agree on one thing, that we need to build a better South Africa and improve the well-being of our people, and that we should do so not by sitting on the sidelines and shouting. We should be in the scrum working to develop the lives of our people. And so, as we enter the new era in the world and in our own country, let us speak of empathy, of compassion that we have for one another. Let us speak of the pride that we have of our country and all that we have achieved. Let us speak of the determination that won us freedom and drives us forward now to a better future. With this determination, we will work together to make this an era of growth, of progress and transformation. We will work together to build the nation that we want. And we will only be able to do it by working together and not by shouting together. And we will only be able to do it by ensuring that we as the leaders ensure that those who will come after us, our children and our great children, inherit a country that we have helped to build, not to destroy. Thank you very much.
The House has not yet adjourned.
I thank the Honorable, the President. Order, honorable members. After I have adjourned the joint sitting, members should rise and remain at their places until the procession has left the chamber. The guests in the gallery should remain seated until the judiciary has left, and the ushers will indicate when the doors are open. The procession, led by the usher of the Black Rod and the acting Sergeant-at-Arms, will leave the chamber in the following order: the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the President, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the Deputy President, the Secretary to Parliament. That concludes the business for the day, and the joint sitting is adjourned. Okay. Honorable members, just one announcement. As you would recall that earlier on the changes were made with regards to the venue. Members are requested to join their spouse at the ICC. Dinner will be served and the beverages. Thank you very much.
And of course, that is the end of the State of the Nation address as delivered by President Cyril Ramaphosa. And of course, processions are leaving now, and that is the mace and the black rod. Of course, the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Ms. Refilwe Mthweni-Tsipane, outlined how the processions would leave, and she said that it would be the Speaker of the National Assembly, followed by herself, and then the one of the delegation, of course, of Parliament. Of course, we see the STP there, and of course, all the President and the Deputy President will follow, and then guests, and of course, all members.
As we had said earlier on as well, that the State of the Nation address is an opportunity for the President to set priorities for that year that he's delivering the State of the Nation address. And this year, what came out for me is also his commitment to economic growth, where he committed that there will be 100 billion that will be set aside for black-owned business and businesses owned by women as part of the transformation fund that is going to be established to fund these small businesses. And also, he also made a commitment that they will women entrepreneurs will be trained so that they can also compete for tenders, so that they also get to participate in the economy, and we create an economy that is inclusive to vulnerable members also for our society, meaning the disabled people.
And of course, on your screen right now is members singing, of course, and obviously happy with what the president had to outline. Of course, this is a yearly thing that we see, that after the State of the Nation address, members will break out in song in much of a celebration of the way that the president has paved for the year ahead. Of course, like Masefo said, there are some priorities that the president has outlined, including combating unemployment and ensuring that municipalities work optimally. Of course, then we are done. This was the much anticipated State of the Nation address, and we are now waiting for members to make their way out to hear their reactions as to what they think of what the president had to say. Now, obviously, we have to think about what is it that members have to say, especially members of the opposition.
Yes.
What reactions are they going to have? And of course, you can stay tuned to Parliament TV, and we will have those reactions for you. And it's going to happen outside at the City Hall right here in Cape Town.
And they can see Minister of Sports there, also Mr. Gayton McKenzie, as well there as the members are exiting the City Hall.
That is outside the Cape Town City Hall. Beautiful. And obviously that is the motorcade for the president and all the VVIPs. Of course, reactions, we're waiting for them, and members are there. And of course, let's hear what they have to say. And we'll be crossing over to Tembinkosi, who's right outside with the members. Let's hear some reactions.
Thank you, Tsepo and Masiko. I'm standing outside the Cape Town City Hall. The President has just concluded his State of the Nation address. We're now going to be getting reactions from the members of Parliament. And standing with me is the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Mr. Velenkosi Hlapisa. Mhlekazi, siyabuleka kakhulu for uthetha no Parliament TV. Can we get your reflection on the President's address, please?
Yeah, what emerged is that South Africa must be a construction site. If South Africa can become a construction site, this will create job opportunities, infrastructure will be maintained, and he spoke much that if we want to make South Africa work, let us make the local government work. I will be championing the white paper review, as the President has tabled it, that it needs to change the setup of our country, and the funding model of our municipalities is what is going to make our municipalities work, because more resources must be injected to our municipalities so that they become functional. That is where economy must be injected. That is where investment must be done. Once they are functional, there will be an attraction point for investment in our country.
Baba, siyabulela kakhulu.
Thank you.
Well, viewers, that was Mr. Velenkosi Hlapisa, the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, who was sharing his views on what the president had to say, especially in relation to turning the country into a construction site and capacitating the municipalities. We're standing here, like I said, outside the Cape Town City Hall. We're getting reactions from the members of parliament. So we'll be walking around trying to see if we can get more of these members to talk to us. The president has outlined quite very critical issues, especially in relation to infrastructure development in the country, and as well as turning the country into a construction site. But for now, as I'm busy looking for people to talk to, we'll just cross back quickly to the studio, but we will be bringing you more reflections on the State of the Nation address. Back to the studio for now.
The first State of the Nation address of the 7th term of Parliament will be held on Thursday, 6 February, followed by 2 days of debate on 11 and 12 February, concluding with the reply by the President on 13 February. The State of the Nation address, commonly referred to as SONA, is one of the most important annual events in the parliamentary calendar. It is an integral part of Parliament's oversight function over the executive. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
South Africa's Parliament will proudly host the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, known as the P20, bringing together leaders from G20 national parliaments to shape global policies and reinforce parliamentary oversight in international decision-making. As the first African country to lead the P20, South Africa's Parliament is championing Africa's active participation in global governance and economic policymaking, ensuring the continent is a driving force in shaping the future we want. Parliament will play a critical oversight role, ensuring that South Africa's commitments as G20 president translate into real economic growth, job creation, and social development. The P20 summit will embed African perspectives in global decision-making, ensuring that policies on trade, technology, and governance reflect the continent's needs and aspirations. In alignment with SONA 2025's theme, Harnessing Parliamentary Diplomacy for the Realization of Global Solidarity, Equality and Sustainability, Parliament is committed to fostering international collaboration for a better, more just world. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Has concluded his first State of the Nation address for the 7th administration, the first under the government of national unity, and those are the cars leaving after the address. And of course, members singing outside, these are the members of Umkhonto Wesizwe, and of course this is something that we're used to in terms of singing when members come out of the chamber.
And also, you know, one of the things that I took out from the speech is the president's commitment to expanding early childhood development. That now we need to move early childhood development from being a place where children, you drop them off so that they can play the whole day. It's now going to be formalized in a sense that all early childhood development centers must be registered. And remembering also that recently Parliament passed the Bella Bill, now which is the Bella Act, where now even grade R has now been formalized, that children, it is criminal for a parent not to enroll their children now for grade R. And also the other thing that's also interesting is that now introducing the mother tongue based bilingual education to improve numeracy and literacy, because research has proved that children learn better if they learn in the language that they use as mother tongue in the home. It gets to improve their performance in their academic activities.
And of course, those are the cars outside, and Temikosi is outside getting some reactions. Let's get to hear what some of the members have to say about what the president presented.
Thank you very much, Seppo and Maseko. I'm now standing with Dr. Kone Melda of the Freedom Front Plus. Dr. Melda, thank you very much for talking to us at Parliament TV. Can we get your reflection on the President's State of the Nation address, please?
Yes, my honest view is I think the President missed a very important opportunity. Tonight, as far as I'm concerned, would have been his most important speech as President. I wanted to hear a reset and a completely new approach with regard to the government of national unity. I did not hear that. What we heard was the same recipe we've heard in the past. Lots of funds, lots of projects, lots of promises, lots of ideals, but nothing in practice. The practice and the data that people experience are not showing any of those things. And obviously it was more the President of the ANC tonight speaking than the President and leader of the government of national unity. That's unfortunate.
What do you think the President could have said better?
Well, basically he should have really redirected himself in terms of giving the right direction in terms of the government of national unity as the driving force. The government of national unity was used tonight, as far as I'm concerned, to brag with the good performances of some of the ministers from the opposition side, and then in the end just to say we've got to stick together, and that's not good enough.
Dr. Melda, thank you very much for talking to us. That was Dr. Kone Melda of the Freedom Front Plus. I want to see if we can speak to next. There's quite a lot of activity, a lot of media houses here, so we are fighting over the interviews of these members of parliament. So we're walking around trying to see who we can talk to as Parliament TV. We're moving now slowly towards Dr. Tron Shope, but we're going to have to wait a little bit for him to speak to other media houses. But we will be bringing you, like I said, all the reflections from the members who've been sitting in the House and waiting for the President to deliver the State of the Nation address. Now that the President is done, let's see if we cannot speak to Mr. Untitled Chapter, maybe just to get a bite. Let's see if we can get a bite from Mr. Chapter. Mr. Chapter, thank you very much. This is Parliament TV.
Where are you from?
I'm from Parliament TV. Can we get your reflections?
Yabona ke umongameli uphinde wasibalisela insomi. You know, it's almost as if Cyril Ramaphosa is an observer or an invigilator about this government. He doesn't really understand that he's the president of this government. Keeps telling us about things he's going to do, about funds that they're going to develop, about graduates that they're going to employ. He tells us that we're going to invest a lot of money in infrastructure. Now, there were some good numbers around infrastructure investment. I like that, and maintenance of infrastructure. But then if you think about it, if you think about Sunrail, if you think about PRASA, if you think about the fact that our rail infrastructure doesn't work, even in the city of Cape Town, staff that work in my office cannot catch the trains because they're unreliable. And he said, we will get you to work on time, safely. Doesn't work, doesn't happen. So he can talk about what is going to happen in the future. The problem is that we live today. South Africans live today. They want to see an improvement. He spoke about local government, about getting competent, capable people in local government. That's exactly where the problem is. Why? Because the ANC have appointed incompetent, incapable, corrupt cadres at local government level. And that's why our municipalities are bankrupt. People don't pay service delivery, like Eskom and water boards, and they are crippling them. And that's why we're running out of water and did run out of electricity. Eskom, the Auditor General today said that Eskom is crippled financially. So these are the travails that face South Africans every day, and I would have liked to have seen the President say, we have a place that is a shining city that we can refer to that it's going to be like that, but they don't have one. We have one, Action SA, in Tshwane. We're turning Tshwane around, and we will be able to point to Tshwane in 2026. Sikombe sithi kulapho khona kulawula Action SA.
Well, that was Mr. Untitled Chapter of the Action SA, and standing with me now is the President of the African Transformation Movement, Mr. Vuyo Zungula. Mr. Zungula, thank you very much for talking to Parliament TV. Can we get your reflection on the President's speech, please?
Mhlekazi wami, you know, into funeka siyithethe ebantwini. Umnumzana uRamaphosa isona yestand eyenza lena. kumnandi ukuza apha abantu banxibe kakuhle wonke umuntu athethe ngayo isona kodwa umbuzo ufuneka sizibuze wona ukuba ikwimpilo zabantu phaa ezilalini phaa nezilokishini abantu bangathathi intweni ingaba usukela ngo-2018 umhlekazi wangena elawulweni. What has been the difference? Because we find that as a country we get to be excitable about small things, about little things. This is the 10th SONA has been presenting. But if you look at unemployment, poverty, crime, they've ever been increasing. So for us as a party, we are not excited, we are not moved because the people of the country are condemned to lawlessness, to crime, to load shedding as we speak. So there's nothing to celebrate, there's nothing to take home about this particular SONA.
Intoni ocumba mhlawumbe umongameli bekufanele buyithethile binokwanelisa?
Mhlekazi wam, umnumzana uRamaphosa akufunekanga athethe kakhulu engaqala aphendule ukuba kwezi zinto ebezithethile kulo nyaka ophelileyo zintoni into azenzayo. Befana uyasho ukuba ndandithe ngonyaka othile kuzoba khona i-bullet train ikhona, ndandithe kuba kuzoba khona i-smart city sikhona, ndandithe kuzokwenzeka lena ikhona. But in the absence of him accounting on his previous promises, it would be foolish for people to think or to have hope in terms of what is promising now for the future. Thank you.
That was Mr. Vuyo Zungula, the president of the African Transformation Movement, ATM, expressing his views on the president's speech. As I had said, we will be walking around throughout the evening trying to get reflection from members. There's a lot of media houses here, but let us walk that side to see if maybe we cannot grab one member. I see there's Mr. Subrati there. Maybe we can see if we can talk to Mr. Subrati. Would you mind to talking to Parliament TV, sir? All right, thank you very much. I'm standing with Mr. Imran Subrati, an ANC MP. Mr. Subrati, thank you very much for talking to us at Parliament TV. Can we get your reflections on the President's address, please?
I think the President's speech was a real masterpiece. It was a speech of unity. It was a speech of looking beyond those things that divide us and focusing on those things that unite us. The President certainly was no pushover. He demonstrated firmness against the responses of what we're getting from internationally vis-a-vis Trump, etc. The President was resolute that we will work through this. He provided significant progressive changes. He advanced, he continued to advance the aspect of billable, of the NHI. So it was certainly a well-polished, lots of economic boost, job creation, housing creation. I think exactly what we wanted. It's particularly what I was impressed about is the transformation fund of 20 billion rand per annum, which is really going to allow us and those small businesses that could not access the economy, because one of our key priorities is to build an inclusive economy, and that transformation fund will allow those players to enter the market. So certainly, I left very inspired. Our president has certainly made us proud.
Now that the president has outlined government's plan for the year, what are you planning to do in order to hold then the executive to account?
Well, you know, as an ANC, we go into a lechotla from the 14th to the 16th. And we've been waiting for the president's plan of action as he's outlined today. So certainly, we're going to factor that into our caucus plans for the next 12 months and certainly for the next, until the period of this presidency, until this period. So certainly, we're going to be hard at work to ensure that we painstakingly map a way out to achieve that which the president wanted us, and certainly those who will be charged to driving that agenda is the executives. So certainly accountability will be crucial for us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Subrati. Let's see if we can steal a word from Minister of Health, Mr. Aaron Motsoaledi, whilst he waits for the other interview. Mr. Motsoaledi, thank you very much for talking to Parliament TV. If you can just share your reflections on the President's address with our viewers, please.
Well, for my side in health, I'm very happy. Very, very happy, I must say, because he has mentioned all the important things. Number one, that we are forging ahead with the implementation of NHI, and that we are going to have massive infrastructure to improve the public health care system. This is what has been lacking over many years, but also to tackle the biggest disease that the country is troubled by. The biggest contagious disease, that's HIV and AIDS, that we are going to start to launch a program that we are launching on the 25th of February to look for 1.1 million additional people who must be put on ARVs. Those are the things he has announced, and we are very happy with that.
Thank you very much, Minister, for that reflection. That was the Minister of Health, Minister Aaron Motsoaledi. We are still here outside the City Hall, and we're trying to get as much reflections as we can from the members of Parliament. But like I say, yeah, it's a grab because there are a lot of media houses that are here. So now and again, I will be stepping some of the members, and I'm standing with the leader of the United Transformation Movement. Yes. Africa, thank you very much for talking to Parliament TV. Can we get your reflection on the President's address, please?
No, thank you so much. I think the President wanted to balance. He was leaning towards right, leaning towards left, wanted to balance, to be in the center. But the most important thing, which was our expectation, the issue of DRC. When is our kids coming back? Don't say they are coming back. When? Put the families and the nation into confidence, because they still have questions in terms of this mission. How does South Africa benefit from them? At least all you can do is to tell us, when is our kids coming back? Our soldiers must come back to the families. I'm talking about the fallen soldiers, even the ones who are still alive, even the injured ones. And then the second point was the issue of Expropriation Act, which UAT, we don't support the act. But now because it's into law, I was expecting him to talk into a program of action and give us timelines in terms of how they want to implement it. And so that we know that now maybe there's a reason why even the rights wings are complaining about it. So, yes.
The President has also promised to turn the country to a construction site. Can we hear your view on that, please?
In his first SONA as a president, he promised to build us a city, a smart city that will create employment, infrastructure, and increase our economy. Did he do that? All these things are just promises. So I don't believe in what he's saying. He's one of the best in terms of articulation, but he never implements. So all the beautiful things that he just said now, he's not going to do them because we're only having a year. Next year we'll come up with another story. But it's better this time he did not come up with a new character movie of the Nzwalo and them. We're expecting Thabo and Sello somewhere, but we are yes.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure. It's always a pleasure talking to you.
Kanimambo.
Kanimambo, that was the leader of the United Transformation Movement, giving us his reflections on what the President had to say and emphasizing on the issue of the DRC and wanting to know when will they be coming back to South Africa, those soldiers, those who have passed on and those who are still alive. As I had said, we'll be walking around. We'll still have to bring you more reflections. But now, let's just cross back to the studio.
Some mixed reactions there, of course, with the President's State of the Nation address, some of them describing it as a masterpiece, and some, of course, saying that it was just unfulfilled promises, a regeneration of what he has promised in his previous State of the Nation's address. Of course, we had Mr. Buya Zungula, who is the president of the ATM, and we had Mr. Ethel Trollip from Action SA, and they had the same sentiments or similar sentiments in terms of the president's promises. Of course, Mr. Zungula said that at this point, the president should be able to say that we promised infrastructure. This is what we've done this year. We promised electricity. This is what we have done this year. We promised that water and sanitation would be a priority, and these are the projects that we've implemented. Unfortunately, he feels that the president failed to do that, and that is some of the sentiments from Mr. Ethel Trollip as well from Action SA. He did, however, love the promise on infrastructure development, especially when it comes to railway.
Yes, and also coming back that, just to add on to say that, which goes back to the responsibility of Parliament to conduct oversight over the executive, to say, this is what you promised this year and where are you with these promises. And also one of my take-homes was also where he also saying that they are going to build, government is going to build more housing in the city centers and so that people are closer to work and business opportunities, so that people get to live in areas of their choice and not areas where they can afford. Basically saying that they're going to redesign the housing subsidies and direct more funding towards programs that enable people to buy or rent a home in an area of their choice. And we know how much a rental can be expensive. And again, the transport cost of commuting between your where you work and where you stay also becoming an extra cost, and in these times, difficult economic times. So now, and also that they will also release, this will be facilitated by them releasing underutilized state properties so that they can be built to create housing development. I think this is one of my best take-homes, to say that people now will have an opportunity to live in areas of their choice.
And of course, then my takeaway was definitely the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. And the President did say that sexual offence courts will be established this financial year. And that is something that I'm excited about, especially because this means that government has committed itself in ensuring that we combat gender-based violence and femicide. Of course, it coincides with some other social development ills, social ills, such as unemployment, such as poverty. And he did speak about economic growth and employment and the importance of ensuring that there is employment and that there is economic growth. I hear that Temi Nkosi has somebody for us. Let's hear some of those reactions from members right outside the City Hall.
Welcome back. I am now standing with the leader of Action SA, Mr. Herman Mashaba. Mr. Mashaba, good evening and thank you for talking to Parliament TV. Can you give us your reflection on the President's address, please?
My personal reflection was listened for almost 1.5 hours with the President that actually failed to really inspire me. And firstly, as a privileged South African, because I take myself privileged because I'm able to really feed myself and my family. In the meantime, the President is talking about 28 million South Africans being recipients of grants for them to put bread on the table. He wants us to celebrate this. In a country of just over 60 million people, almost half of South Africans, for them to be able to put bread on their table, they have to rely on grants. And that's what our President expects us to celebrate. We sit in a country with complete non-existent of our borders. I don't know how many millions of undocumented South Africans who are going into communities, the poor communities, with people who live in deplorable conditions, taking their businesses, giving them rotten, expired goods, never address those matters. Those matters that are affecting our people in Amanskral, here in Gugulethu, because it looks like the black communities in this country are not actually the beneficiaries of this new the government of national unity. We thought with the government having almost 70% support, they will start coming out with programs that can actually benefit the poorest of the poor. It looks like that was not really in the agenda of the President, because he's expecting us to celebrate failures. Because, I mean, if you can imagine, you live in a country where half of your people actually live with social grants, and it's something that you celebrate. Our President celebrates a failure instead of actually saying to South Africans, we know you, we hear you, we see you. We will come out with programs to address poverty in your country. You know how we easily do it in this country? We're one of the countries in the world, if not the only country in the world, with factories in Amanskral, Mabilech industrial area where I was born and raised, Garankuwa industrial area where I started Black Lagmeet in January of 1985, Kwandebele, Kwatwa. Those factories are lying empty, they are being vandalized. Instead of actually creating an environment where we can reopen these factories, the city of Johannesburg, just as an example, taken over by criminal syndicates, when our people live in squalor, in what today we call informal settlements, squatter camps. Our people live on top of one another with no basic services like toilets. We're not addressing those issues. We are allowing international drug syndicates and cartels coming into our country, destroy the lives of our youth. Never heard the president talking about this. I don't really believe there's any family in this country, particularly for us as black families, where our youth are not affected by drugs. For the president, nothing to talk about that in the State of the Nation address. These are the issues that you've got to touch about. It's not about the good English you speak. It's about actually addressing the lived experience of our people. That's what the political system actually should be, or political leaders should really provide that leadership.
Mr. Mashaba, thank you very much for talking to Parliament TV.
Thank you so much.
Well, that was Mr. Herman Mashaba, the leader of Action SA, sharing his frustrations with the president's speech, also indicating that the president could have said better when he was delivering the speech. Like I said, we're still here outside the Cape Town City Hall, where the president had concluded with his speech, had concluded talking to us, and right now, just for the sake of our viewers, please introduce yourself and then share your views with us.
Sure, I'm obviously a journalist. Obviously, we heard about water and sanitation. We're standing outside City Hall, and all we can smell is a reeking drainage system. I mean, what do you say about that? But I mean, overall, we've heard we are every single year. So let's see change and actions. That's all.
Thank you very much. As one of our journalist colleagues sharing his views with Parliament TV. I'm now standing with Stephen Letsike, Deputy Minister for Women, Youth and Persons Living with Disabilities. Ma'am, thank you very much for talking to us at Parliament TV. Can you please share your reflections on the President's speech, especially in relation to your department? If I listened carefully, he mentioned it almost 10 times.
Absolutely. Look, we are super excited that this State of Nation address was humbling to bring a nation that works for all, a nation that actually wants to repair the oppressive and injustices that have left women behind. Of course, what the president is saying, everyone matters, men, women in all their diversity, but we are also going to correct the systematic things like patriarchy that has consistently put women at the receiving end. Women, young people, where they must be economically active. They must be in education sector, they must be in training, they must build, we must build their skills. We want all of it to be responded to. But what is the crux of it? President is saying we leave no women, we leave no youth, no person with disability. And there were practical things that were at play. The Public Procurement Act, that is very clear. The regulation that will be set that all the businesses led by women, youth and persons with disability will be participating and will be included financially. Secondly, Transformation Fund. That is quite important for us, particularly for black-owned businesses, and that we make sure that they actively participate, but at the same time, NEFSA's allocation for persons with disability. Gone are the days where vulnerable groups and marginalized groups will be left, particularly persons with disability, where opportunities of education are denied because of the differently abled. And we are there to monitor it. We are there to actively make sure that it's fully integrated with clear targets, and our midterm development plan stipulates it very much. So President has spoken lengthily around it. One thing I want to also mention, gender-based violence was also at the heart of this. You know, we know exactly the challenges of the pandemic, the challenge generally of violence in our country. We want a peaceful South Africa, and our administration is ready to contribute to the peaceful South Africa. Women, youth, children, and also persons with disability and LGBTI, which was also mentioned by President, that they will live freely. We will make sure that the prevention efforts as stipulated in our national strategic plan are implemented adequately. He has set aside a contribution towards the establishment of the Gender-Based Violence Council, and our role as a department is to amplify and make sure it happens, including making sure that the rapid response team is adequately implemented.
And we know that it's this time of the year where many students flood the institutions of higher learning, some trying to get admission, some facing financial and academic exclusions. We are aware, we've seen the reports on the newspapers of students that are sleeping in corridors, that are sleeping in libraries, that are sleeping in SRC offices. What do you think can be done to assist those students?
Indeed, you are correct. These are young people. This is the future of the country that is experiencing this. And in fact, when you look at even the number of students that have written matric and that have matriculated, and in fact also the challenge that sits with how much space is available. 200,000 availability of space will also lock out a number of our young people, and neither will they be in employment, education and training. That worries us. But already there are efforts that are led by the Higher Education and Training Department. We've been working with the department. We started already at the beginning of the year working hand in hand with the department to say, where are the young people? How do we make sure that they also are actively participating? We work with the associations of students, the Congress of Students that are organizing to make sure the accommodation, which is also quite important, reasonable accommodation, but also making sure that NAFSAS can actually distribute the funds to make sure the students can adequately get assistance. We do know the challenges that are there, but we want society, we want parents, we want students to work hand in hand with government to make sure we respond adequately to the issues.
I'm glad that you've also mentioned the issue of NSFAS, because I believe that NSFAS have a capped amount of 45,000 for student accommodation, but we do know how expensive this student accommodation can be, which sometimes even leave those NSFAS beneficiaries with student debt from the universities, which arise from the cost of accommodation. What do you think can be done to try and mitigate this allocation of funds to the students?
Precisely, you are spot on. And I think if we listened carefully to what President Ramaphosa has stipulated, he also spoke about the issue and the situation of housing. Not only just for the students, but even by virtue of where the economic hubs are. Many of the people who works in these cities don't live in the cities. And he touched on making use of public infrastructure. The buildings that belongs to government must actually transform into accommodation, affordable accommodation. We know student accommodation is not enough. These young people cannot be left to fend for themselves. We have to do it fast. So the Minister of Human Settlement has got the task to deliver, together with the municipalities, metros and provinces, to make sure that affordable accommodation is accessible even by students in the cities. People don't have to travel far to get to the place of work, also to get to a place of study.
Ms. Letsika, thank you very much for talking to us at Parliament TV.
I appreciate it.
Well, that was Ms. Stephen Letsika, Deputy Minister in the Presidency responsible for women, youth and persons living with disabilities. Sir, good afternoon. Thank you very much for talking to us at Parliament TV. Sir, can you get your reflection, please?
Yeah, I thought that the speech was a very balanced speech. The President really came across very strongly in terms of of certain issues that he feels very strongly about, especially if you look at the issue of crime in our country, the issue of the infrastructure, where he spoke about a large sum of money that's going to go into the infrastructure development. And also he spoke about the issue of job creation, which is very, very important. If we can address job creation, then of course we'll bring down the crime levels. We'll address the social ills in our country. But I think what is very crucial is now, after he has made all of these promises, we need to now have oversight, and that is where the National Council of Provinces come in, where we'll actually have a look at how he rolls them out. Yeah.
And that was what you had just said. That was going to bring me to my next question, because I wanted to know that now that the President has outlined government's priorities for the year, What is the National Council of Provinces going to do in order to hold the executive to account and also to ensure that the pronouncements made by the president are implemented in the provinces?
Well, one of the things that was lacking in the past is effective oversight. And we have already started with the issue of oversight by ensuring that you have the three-sphere planning. Now, once you have the three-sphere planning, then all three levels of government will be working in synergy, not in silos anymore. And once that starts happening, then the oversight becomes so much easier. We are then able to track what was said, where's the budget, and the actual implementation on the ground so that the people benefit eventually. So that's where the NCOP will come in, and we will have our plan. In fact, we've already got our plans in place to ensure that we track whatever was said, and also from any executive statements that come out after this, we will be able to track those.
And also, SONA 2025 happens 2 months after the country assumed the presidency of the G20. How is then the NCOP going to ensure that the G20 activities are infused into the provincial programs?
Well, the G20 is actually going to give us a huge boost in terms of the economy of our country and all the opportunities that are there. And the NCOP is going to feed into that. Not only the G20, but also the P20, where the speakers come together. And we're going to make sure that the NCOP becomes a part of those processes, because the opportunities that are there, we must not lose sight of that, and we must be able to take advantage of those opportunities to benefit the people of our country by ensuring that all these important role players that are coming into the G20 must be able to we must be able to derive benefit from that, and be able to promote our country to such an extent that we can actually ensure that we attract foreign direct investment. And in that way we can grow our economy, because our economy right now is below 1%, and our target is 3%. So the only time we're going to be able to achieve that is by attracting foreign direct investment into our country.
Mr. Governor, thank you very much for talking to Parliament.
Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Have a good evening.
Thank you, sir. That was Mr. Les Governor, the Deputy Chairperson in the National Council of Provinces, also giving us his reflection from what the President had to say when he was delivering his State of the Nation address. I think from this side of the coverage, we'll have to end it here. And I'm now taking you to my colleagues in the studio, and from my side, a good night.
That was Tembikosi on the ground. They're giving us reactions from different members of parliament and members of the executive on their reactions from the State of the Nation address, which was delivered this evening by President Ramaphosa. Just an update on next week events in Parliament. On Tuesday and on Wednesday, the members of Parliament will debate the State of the Nation address. This will be an opportunity for various members of Parliament to unpack the address as the President has delivered it today, and also to pose questions, and also then he will get an opportunity to answer to those questions on Thursday, the 13th of February at 2 p.m. again, and the sittings will be held at the Dome, currently at the New Minister parking, just in front of Parliament buildings, Parliament Precinct. I wanted to say the word precinct. It has been a long evening, Tepo. I must say it's been a long evening, a long day, and it has been a pleasure to work with you and Tembikosi. And again, we're dressed by local designers. Yes. I was dressed by Silomidu Biscalo.
And I'm dressed in Mantu by the beautiful Balesa Mukubung. And of course, you can go onto our website for more information on the work of Parliament and the debates next week by using our website, which is www.parliament.gov.za. And of course, if you want to follow and like and subscribe, please do so on all our social media platforms and join the conversation by involving yourself at Parliament of RSA. From us here outside of the Cape Town City Hall, it has been a pleasure. See you next week. Bye-bye.
And have a good evening and good night.